All right. Hello, everyone. Today we're watching episode 14 of Frenemies, The Fate of Frenemies with Dr. Drew. I realize it's 2 hours long, so we're probably just going to get through today's episode. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Just a reminder that we have a movie night tomorrow on the Discord. And Discord, I'm just going to really quick take a poll. I want to watch some stuff on Temple Grandin. She's an autistic woman who apparently is very interesting. I feel like we've talked about her before, but we're going to watch stuff on her. You guys want to do stuff after stream today or tomorrow before the event? I can't decide what's better. I feel like maybe tonight after stream or tomorrow, but like let me know in the Discord, guys, in the live stream chat so I can get some feedback live while we're streaming, see where your spoons are at. Thank you guys for the compliments and YouTube chat about my sick ass hoodie. Let's fucking go, guys. My mother-in-law was like, I bought this hoodie, but it doesn't feel like me. Do you want it? And I was like, yes, girl. And look, I got matching green and blue earrings, and I have matching green and blue like C bracelet in my hair. So, you know. Okay. Okay, with that said, Frenemies. Here we go. Let me get it pulled up for us. Okay, I also made myself some late coffee. I should not be having coffee at 4 p.m., but here we are, girls. I just felt like we're going to need the caffeine for this episode. Okay, I just feel like it's time. Let me see. After stream personally, but only if it doesn't interfere with your bedtime. Oh, it will interfere with my bedtime. There's like no question. But the question is it worth interfering with my bedtime? Or is it better for people to get a refresher before we watch the movie? You know, that's really the question. Because originally I wasn't going to do this Frenemy stream. I was going to do Temple Grandin this week, and then it got pushed. So the event for Discord's still happening, and that's why we're running into this, because it was supposed to be, stream was going to get the Temple Grandin YouTube, and Discord was going to get the movie, and that's how we were going to do it. So that's why the event even existed in the first place. So if you're going to be there tomorrow for the movie, specifically, would you watch it? Would you prefer to watch it before the movie or today after stream? I feel like tomorrow before the movie might work. Just a couple of videos before we start stream, maybe like 30 minutes of it. But let me know what you guys think, because it's, you know, it's specifically so we can prepare for the movie. Okay, now with that said, let's do this. Dun, 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 dun. I'm so excited. I've waited all day. I'm so excited. Okay, here we go.
So here we are.
Whoa, the audio is so loud on this episode. Hold on, let me turn it down.
You know, I think First of all, we came
Whoa, is that louder than normal? Is that super loud? Or am I crazy?
off. This is coming off of our biggest,
Oh,
baddest, dramatic.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Would you call it? I don't want to say. I said meltdown or you stormed off, but that seems.
I think it was a meltdown.
Was it a meltdown?
I think I kind of spiraled a little bit with all the videos I made about you guys after. It was probably my most embarrassing.
wait, all the videos I made about you guys after are these the videos that were referenced? No, these weren't the videos referenced by her interview with that new age guy, right? I can't remember his name right now. This, even though I mentioned him on this week's podcast, But this is a different meltdown of videos, right? Because she made the worst videos about them after the actual difference. You know what I mean? After the actual, not difference, but I read chat before the end of Frenemies, right? So I don't think this is that group of videos. But isn't that funny that Trisha lashes out verbally in your face, then lashes out publicly? Like she goes off on the internet. It's very interesting.
Thing on camera, so it's
Really?
Yeah.
Of all the things?
I think if you and Hila didn't call me yesterday, I may not have come back because I was so embarrassed, but because she was okay with it, I was like, all right, let me try. And I love doing this show. It really sucked it got to that, but that was pretty bad. I don't know.
So just to recap, by the way, with us today, and this is pure chance. People are gonna think we're faking this.
Yeah.
Because with us,
You know what's crazy though is the internet really does validate, I'm going to say this really poorly, but mental health crises. Like it encourages you to lose your battle with stability because you're more entertaining, which is so Hollywood, huh? What a Hollywood script. It like encourages, it doesn't, because it's going to suck your soul, bitch. They don't care about you. Your audience, no offense, like the greater audience, especially if you're kind of a content creator like Trisha, where half your audience are haters, at least at this era of her life, like they don't care about you. That's why lolcow audiences, they don't care about you. They want to see you like the gladiators want to see you die in the ring, girl, you know? So that's what, I feel like that's what the reality is of Trisha and Gabby and all those people. That's what their reality is they get sucked dry by their audiences, and then the audience pokes them until they're triggered, and then they watch them melt down, and then they feed on them like vampires.
today, the last time we had a big fight, we had Dr. Drew on to mediate, and he's back with his colleague, Dr. Young. Now, first of all, before we kind of,
I'm going to put it on 1.2 speed.
Dr. Young, what is your background? What is it that you do here with Dr. Drew?
Well, Ethan, I'm a professor at University of Southern California in the Marshall School of Business, and Drew and I wrote a book that came out about 2010 on narcissism among celebrities.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
We both are in trouble.
Get this guy out of here.
So Drew and I have been friends and kind of research partners for a long time, and he told me about the show, and I thought it'd be fun to come on and talk about the results of some surveys we gave you guys.
Yes. Okay.
Woo-woo.
So we took personality tests. Me and Trisha both took the personality test.
A month ago.
It was, they needed time to crunch the numbers.
Well, I'm just saying because we were like in a good space together. We're like, okay, everything's good and fun. So not that it would have changed the answers or outcome, but
No, but like the timing is so odd because we were meant to already do this today. We had a huge fight on the last episode. I'll be honest with you. I didn't think, in my mind, I was thinking, well, I'm going to have to wait and see till next year.
Yeah. You wanted a break, and I kind of pushed. I don't know if that's the right word, but I really wanted to do it more episodes. And then the Dr. Drew one specifically, because we had this plan, and I was like really wanting to do it again because I loved the last episode so much.
Yeah.
So you're like, how about? And then you were like, I'm going to just say by myself that we're taking a break. I'm like, well, can I at least come on with you?
And I said that's fair.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we had Dr. Drew and Dr. Young all scheduled, and we scheduled you. Can you guys confirm to me as PhDs and doctors? You come back.
Let me get into this. So thank you for having us back, by the way. It's
Thank
great
you
to
for
see
coming
Yeah,
back.
for real.
Your mics are ass, bro. Oh, my
I
God.
was obviously inundated with social media notifications of what had gone down with you guys.
Oh, really?
Holy shit! We're gonna have to postpone this thing we had scheduled. And Daniel will confirm. I pushed him to postpone it if Trisha wasn't going to be here because our original idea was we're going to measure this stuff and look at what's going on with you guys. Mostly because Trisha, you were so gracious and so forthcoming last time with all the information about the stuff you've been struggling with. And I feel like we really made sense of. We sort of were able to look at what was going on with you. I thought it helped Ethan understand who you are, what you struggle with. And obviously none of that worked because you guys had a huge blow up. So we'll have to find out what that was all about. But I feel like with each of these blow ups, you guys get, I wouldn't say closer together, but it helps you guys manage your relationship better. And the fact that you're back today, to me, says it all, Trisha. So thank you for coming back.
Yeah.
So,
Happy to be here.
well, it was interesting because after our first meeting,
Hold on. RL with the super chat, thank you so much. Says super chat to support the stream. I do have unrelated question. I know you aren't a political streamer, but do you see Musk giving his heart out? How did you see Musk giving his heart out? Conservatives blame his neurodivergence. I don't buy it. Also, cool hoodie. Thank you. I think Musk, and I said it on yesterday's stream, was 100% giving the Nazi salute. Even if it was a meme, that's what he did. And he knew he was doing it. And I think him pretending he wasn't as silly. I watched all the angles. I watched the one from behind. I watched the one from in front. He did it twice. And autistic or not, as an autistic woman, the best way to apologize is with your full chest. And instead he memed. So with peace and love, this man knew what he was doing, okay? And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of conservatives trying to gaslight everybody. I'm sick of everyone in the news media trying to gaslight everybody. I'm sick of liberals. I saw liberals trying to gaslight everybody and say that's not what he was doing. Oh, okay. If that wasn't what he was doing, I want to see him come out with a real apology. I'm sick of everyone downplaying Nazism. I'm sick of everyone downplaying fascism. I'm sick of everyone downplaying the Holocaust. I am tired. I just saw a clip of Asmin downplaying the Holocaust. He said in a clip, I'm 99.5% sure it happened or 99% sure it happened. What do you mean you're 99% sure it happened? It's not up for debate. It's not up for debate, Asmin. Like, none of these things are up for debate. And I'm sick of it. I'm so bored. I'm over it. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat.
my phone keeps vibrating.
Okay.
After the first meeting we had, I do feel like it deepened our connection. And we went for a long stretch of time, very amicably, very just like good, easy
Well,
sailing.
be careful. I don't want to ruin the show.
Well, no, it was good.
Yeah.
Well, it was a healthy dose of
It was a
frenemies,
healthy back and forth banter
Right,
until
good.
it became a little one-sided in my opinion, but that's jumping ahead of myself. I thought it was a little one-sided, the poking, that I wasn't allowed to poke back, but maybe I'll
Oh,
roll
okay,
with it.
well, how do you want to do this? Because there's basically two ways we can do this. Do you want to get into the personality test, or do you want to know about the meltdown?
I think everyone wants to hear about the meltdown
Okay.
because people were hanging on tenterhooks and they're going to want to see how he was.
Okay, so what happened was, and maybe,
And I want to know how you got Trisha back here too. I want to know that.
so what happened was, I think we were having a nice, normal episode. Everything was going great, and then Trisha mentioned something about now this is very complicated. Trisha is dating my wife's brother. Okay, we knew that last time, and so she brought up something about my wife, and I said, okay, hold on, you have to cut this because Hila doesn't want you talking about her.
There's a very big part that you're wrong on this, and it's very, very important
Go
that
ahead.
he brought up Hila. He said Hila watched the episode and said that there was powdered sugar on your lips last time. I'm like, yeah, that was the first thing. Show him the tape. Rewind it. That's
Okay,
what I
well,
pointed out.
whatever.
So
Okay.
he brought it up first. Hila
Whatever.
first.
It's fine. Okay, I said, I mean,
And so then I said, oh, we should have her on. Everyone thinks we hate each other. We don't. It'd be funny to have her on. He goes, nope, don't talk about Hila. And I was like, it wasn't said to me off camera to not talk about her, that she was off limits. They have I'm on their channel. Like we've always, so it just kind of.
They've all been very bad at that. This whole crew is always bad at having these conversations off camera first and then on camera. And that's true. I guarantee you they didn't have this conversation behind the scenes, right? Absolutely true. But it's like very frustrating, I think, all in all, to have to still have that vibe on the podcast regardless. Like for Trisha to do what she did regardless is like, yes, both parties have things they have to work on. But I do think one party is specifically trying to be as cruel and mean as possible and never feels a need to truly, truly mitigate that harm.
Caught me off guard, and that's when the pushing started, because then he started being like, nope, can't talk about her, she can't. And I'm like, why not? Like, you guys talk about me on your guys' podcast, I'm on the channel, like we've always talked about her. Like, this is kind of out of nowhere that I obviously can't talk about your wife who's a public figure. So that's what started the whole thing that spiraled. It obviously spiraled out of control on my part, but
it didn't spiral from that
did
point.
mention Hila first, just to know. I did not bring her up first.
I think first of all, I'm willing to admit my mistake. I should have definitely talked to you about this before we started recording. I should have said, hey,
Can I stop you right there? That does not feel like you mean it.
oh, it doesn't? I do mean it.
Wait, let's see.
I should have definitely talked to you about this before we started recording. I should have said, hey.
Can I stop you right there? That does not feel like you mean it.
Oh, doesn't? I do mean it.
Make it really clear that you mean it, because this will come back around to hurt you if she isn't convinced that you mean it.
I 1000%. I want bajillion. No, I genuinely regret not talking. That was not fair of me to spring that on you the way I did.
Okay.
But okay, so I was wrong on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I did text you and say that right afterwards.
This is what we did last time, you guys.
But hold on, you got to see what happened, Dr. Drew.
Uh-oh.
Well, this is just like we're on the Titanic, and you're like, oh, there's an iceberg. We didn't even hit it yet. We just spotted it. So there's a lot of tension between Moses, my brother-in-law, and Hila, my wife.
Neither of them are here.
Kat says, why doesn't he seem like he means it? I think Ethan said it like this. He's like, I definitely shouldn't have, I should have messaged you for sure. Like, I should have called you. I'm talking about tonality. Listen to the tone. Ethan, okay, so end scene. 1, 2, 3, end scene. Yeah, I should have called you. Like, that definitely was like, I fucked up. Like, I should have called you. Okay, end scene. New scene. I should have called you. I'm so fucking sorry. So inappropriate. And I'm sick of doing this to you. And I keep doing this to you as a friend. It's not good. And it's going to ruin our friendship. So from now on, I will 100% have these conversations with you in private, and then we can talk about it on stream if we want. But I am absolutely contributing to the way that this relationship has been rocky, and I'm so sorry. It's like Ethan talks high instead of down low, right? But everyone does that. All of us need to remember when we're having serious conversations to allow a little bit of our vulnerability out, a little bit of our emotions out. You know what I mean? So people can really see it in us. But I think a lot of us aren't prepared to be vulnerable, right? Like, we want to make sure it's on our voice. We want to make sure we're not just saying the right words. We want to make sure we're evoking the right emotion. And not because we're good actors who are trying to manipulate, but because we really understand that, hold the fuck on, this is serious. Our friendship is about to end if we don't have this conversation. And we can make it last. So we can have this conversation. So yeah, I think just in that moment, just in that small moment, and then he put like 5% more emotion into it and it sounded better.
Here right now,
which is good. Yeah. We did this by design.
And we can talk about everybody?
Yes.
Moses, your wife's brother.
Yes. Yes.
My boyfriend, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So here's where the problem comes in. Trisha comes on the show and she frequently repeats stuff that Moses tells her. So let me just finish my point, then you can respond.
Oh, okay. And hold on. For the chat saying that's just how Ethan talks. Not good enough. It will destroy your relationships. Learn to talk better. I know that just how we talk, but just how you talk isn't good enough. Learn to be better. Right? We're all just like who we are. We're all just human beings. We're like little fuckwats. We're like these little biological fuckwats, okay? And we grow up and we evolve and we change. Oh, that's just how Elon talks. He just loves giving Nazi salutes. That's just how he talks. It's his autism. It's not. Learn. Do better. Do better. Fucking grow up and do better with peace and love. Thank you. Papa bless. Okay? I know it's just how you talk. You're fucking up your life. Figure it out. Because at the end of the day, the only time you can be completely yourself is at home, where nobody's judging you / afraid of you. Okay, thank you. So I feel like a little bit here is we have to grow up a little bit. Okay, next, hold on. Chat said, what if maybe he's just monotone? Again, same thing. I feel you on that. Sometimes people are more monotone. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes I'm a little too passionate. Sometimes I sound angry when I'm not angry. And people are like, oh my God, are you angry? I'm like, do I fucking sound angry? I'm not even angry, but I'm not angry. That's not the feeling I'm having. So I have to learn that regardless of how that's just how I talk, it's fucking me over. Okay, it's fucking me over. So I either learn to talk better or I accept the backlash of people misunderstanding me because I'm signaling the wrong universal signal in this context, right? Okay, thank you.
So, for example, Trisha will say, and you did say in that episode, Moses doesn't even like you guys anyway. Or she says she's joking when she says stuff like this, but she goes, well, she says of Hila's mom, Moses' mom, he's not very close with her and she wouldn't be invited to our wedding, or you guys wouldn't be invited to our wedding, or you guys aren't close with Moses. She always says stuff like that I feel like is driving a wedge between Moses and his family.
Okay, so Trisha,
and by the way, and then there's more. There's more because
I don't need more.
There is more. This is important.
Break it down for this part, and then have him reply to what you said.
There's one more piece that I think is important.
All right, go ahead.
When Hila asks Moses about it, Moses says, "I didn't say that."
Yeah, that's actually not important. So,
But
Ethan, shush.
hey,
It's not important.
Relax. Tricia, do you know what splitting behaviors are?
Splitting.
You know what
No.
that? We talked a little.
Hold on. Chat says when you used to make YouTube videos with a softer tone in your voice like 10 years ago, what was the purpose for being well received by your audience? Wait, what was that for the purpose of being well received by your audience, or has your tone changed? I don't know what era of Brittany you're talking about, but I used to literally talk so fast and more obnoxiously than I ever talk now. If you go back, there was an era of my life when I was much more like, I was a little different and very like specific, but almost all of my time on YouTube, I've been horrible at communication. This is the best communication era of Brittany, and it shows because my views are up, but like literally all of my time on YouTube, people have hated the way that I've spoken. I don't remember an era of Brittany that spoke softer. I don't even know that Brittany. Which Brittany was that? Because when I go back and watch all my videos, I don't know. When I go back and watch my videos, I'm talking so much faster. I'm so aggressive. I'm so obnoxious. I'm so much more obnoxious than I am now. I don't know. Was Hi Brittany softer? Maybe. Definitely Hi Brittany was a lot softer. Maybe Hi Brittany. But that wasn't 10 years ago. I wasn't even smoking weed 10 years ago. Do you know that? I haven't even been smoking weed for 10 years. I started at 28. Yeah, I don't know.
A little bit about it last time. It's where it has many.
Oh, and yes, of course I've changed. Like I've changed over the years, right? Because everybody changed. Let's see. Chess says, does Dr. Drew seem low-key more on Trisha's side by default, though? I'm a Trish fan, but I don't know. He seems like biased, or is it just me? No, you're right. He is. Dr. Drew is 100% siding with Trisha in this moment because Trisha's the one with the mental health issue that we're trying to figure out. So I think he's trying not to trigger her again, mostly. But it does feel one-sided right now, but I think that's on purpose. So I'm gonna utilize it in that context. But I'm not sure if Dr. Drew and Ethan are good, because I know him and Trisha are good to this day. But Dr. Drew might have a more affection for Trisha since she works with people like her, right?
Different sort of features. One of it is presenting differently to different people, or presenting different aspects of the truth to different people, or splitting one person's point of view with another. Like if Ethan says, I like green, you go, well, Moses says you don't like green, and Moses likes blue. That's splitting people. Does that feel familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay. And you have talked about your personality issues. And one of those issues is you'll have a tendency to split. You just will.
Yeah.
And Ethan, your job is to not respond to splitting.
Yeah, but she's driving away. But I can't. If she's my wife,
I got to get on your case for this one. You are allowing the wedge to be put into place. She is doing what she does. She is doing her splitting thing, and your job is to go,
Doctor,
not to go, how dare you? How dare you?
Hila, I'm not the one.
See. What Dr. Drew is trying to give him is a tool of dealing with the mentally unwell. And this is exactly the skill I gave you yesterday. Didn't I say that? You disengage. You disengage. When people are going off, you disengage, or you don't engage. You don't try to have a conversation. You don't try to debate them. You know, if somebody's sitting here and telling me like, you're the fucking devil, you're a fucking bitch, like what is the engagement in that conversation going to look like? You don't engage. Okay, you disengage. That's what he's trying to give Ethan the tool. But if Trisha wasn't around, I would say she can't hear you. Now, maybe Dr. Drew will explain that to them, but like she can't hear you. So you trying to engage with her is it's hitting a wall, and she's just using it as like food. Trisha's gobbling it up for energy. She's like, ha, 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 and then she's just like, fuck you. Like she's not, but when you don't feed her, she doesn't know where to go for the stimulus. So Dr. Drew is giving him really good advice right now, but it's hard to hear it.
Being split. My wife is being driven apart from her brother and his own family and mom.
I know this. No one told me this prior to last week. I thought it was a jabs. Like he jabs me. Yes, it's splitting, and yes, I know I was jabbing him, but it was no one told me. Hila didn't tell me she had a problem with it. Ethan didn't tell me someone had a problem with it. Moses, no one told me that this was an actual severe problem. That's so severe.
Hila was always talking to Moses like, you have to not stop doing this.
How would I
Moses
ever know? You never told me. I did it on the show multiple times, and you cut out a joke about his mom one time and never even explained to me why you cut it out. You could have been like, hey, we're going to cut that, but don't say it in the future.
When you would do it, I would say there was times when you would say it, I say you have to stop doing
camera,
that.
Which I take all this as entertainment. Just like I say, stop it. That's uncomfortable. Like on camera, okay, if you tell me.
Trisha, nah. She can't do that. Because when Ethan makes a joke with her, she takes it seriously. Do you see what I'm saying? Trisha always gets to be the victim. She's always, when he's offensive to her, he's offensive. But when she does it back to him, she's like, we're on camera. It's a joke. How do I know you're serious? I can't tell when you're being serious. Now, to be fair, both of them are horrible at communication, but there's been enough times that she, as an adult, should have picked up on the fact that he was serious. Like the fourth or fifth time he mentioned it, at least. I think that's the issue, is like it happens over time. But again, this is a social skill set that neither of them have, funny enough.
Tell me off camera, hey, this is a real serious issue to stop. You never once said that. You've always said it on camera, and I always thought we were jesting back and forth. You come for me, I come for you. And I was like, oh, it's part of the show. It irks you. So I dug into it.
The problem is that Hila distrusts her brother because he's telling Trisha things.
Now you're kind of splitting. Now you're sort of doing splitting behavior. So
I'm not splitting. I'm not splitting shit.
Should that stuff should that be presented on this show? That issue?
I think it's out there.
Okay, so your wife.
But I think this is an important issue.
But they're not here right now.
Listen. What do you think?
See, Trisha's kind of being fucked up right now, pretending she agrees with Dr. Drew when she's the one who like brings shit up and goes 100% violent in 2.5 seconds. Like she's all like siding with Dr. Drew. Like, yeah, why do we even talk about it on the show? When Trisha literally goes crazy on the show, you know?
You can't tell where reality is. You can't tell where reality is when this stuff gets going. So you shouldn't take offense when you don't know what's what. You just can't take offense to stuff when people are just talking. Later, if you're able to substantiate these things and find out that Moses is not trustworthy or does feel the way that Trisha is telling you, well, then it's something to talk about. But in the meantime, it's just whatever. Don't react.
So you're saying. So let's say Moses says. So Trisha comes on. She says Moses says she doesn't even like you guys, and then Hila says, "Hey, why do you keep saying this shit to Trisha?"
She never said that. Hila never told me that. She never said, "Why do you keep saying this shit?" I've never talked to
Moses. To Moses,
but not to me. How am I supposed? Moses does not tell me everything. I did not know this.
Okay, okay, yeah. We all agree. Hila should have talked to you sooner, and when she did, I feel like you guys.
It was totally
good.
fine.
Yeah,
as soon as she talked to me, I was like, I am so sorry too. I didn't know it was crossing a line because it was on the show, and you're always like, stop it. But like,
I just don't believe her. I think she got what she wanted, which was attention from Hila, and she de-escalated in the moment, but I don't think she's embodying this real reality. I don't think she's embodying it. I don't think it's real to Trisha.
I always tell you to stop things, and that's like our thing. Is like you keep poking on stuff with me, and I do it with you.
So, well, there's different levels of poking, but like.
But no one told me that they were truly uncomfortable with it. That it was like upsetting their lives. I thought it was a jab because very little things bother you, so that was the thing that bothered you. So I kept going with it. I was like, obviously.
But she wasn't jabbing, bro. She was like, okay, but like Moses doesn't even like you. Yeah, you guys aren't even like close. Like she's not even saying it with any humor, and she's not like Moses doesn't even like you. Like there's nothing. There's just like Moses doesn't even like you. Like your mom's not invited to the wedding. Like. You guys are not close. It's like, what's the joke? What's the fucking joke? What's the joke? I don't get it.
This bothers him. The way you push on me, that stuff that bothers me.
Nothing.
So we're going to present to you guys very, very soon the data, right, about personality functioning and what's going on. And I want you to understand when we do that, these should not be used to pass judgment on somebody. Just the way we talked last time, Trisha. Remember we talked about just what is, right? It's just these are features that you have, and you got to.
Oh my God, yes! Discord says Trisha is reminding me of Hannah from Love Is Blind, constantly dishing it but can't take it. 1,000%. 1,000%.
The trauma and stuff, and so of course you're gonna have these features, but you have to be able to sort of manage that, Ethan. You have to kind of have to understand where it's coming from and what it is, and sort of.
I feel like whatever you throw at me, I can always deal with. The problem that's causing the friction is between Hila and her family as a result of things that Trisha's saying. If it were up to me, I would be here every week, and I feel like the things that you say don't really get under my skin. In fact, there's things like the last week when you got really upset, you started attacking my parenting and stuff. I can deal with this stuff.
I wasn't attacking your parenting. I said, do you want my opinion on this? I asked I did throw a jab. I said something like, I wouldn't have a nanny. Then you said, tell me then how I should do it. I said, do you want my opinion? You said when there's two.
Oh my God. See how she's downplaying it? Why are you acting like it was so casual? Bitch, it came out of nowhere to insult Ethan. What? We were just casually talking about being a No, it wasn't casual. It's like this. Like, basically, like, that's what. This is why I can't actually be a therapist, because I would just be like bitch slapping my clients for being such fucking liars. Just kidding. I love you. I'm not a therapist. But like, I couldn't. If Trisha was my client, I'd be like, bitch, I'm about to slap you with a fish. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
two working adults. I said, do you want my opinion? And you said yes. I did throw the first jab at it, but you continued it and pushed it. So tell me about my parenting. I'm like, you really want to know? And you're like, yeah. I was like, all right, this is what I would do when I had a single
That is definitely 100% not even fucking close to how it happened. Thank you.
mother that was working. My grandma watched me, not a nanny. I had a babysitter that abused me when I was 5. That was female.
We don't need to get into it.
But you just said it. How can you tell me not to get into it?
Because it's objectively true, and I feel like there's no point in debate.
Okay, wait, chat. I'm gonna dissect this because this is my job. It says, chat says true gaslighting behavior. Funny enough, not even gaslighting. Do you want to have a serious fucking conversation? She believes this story. She believes this story to some extent. Gaslighting is different. By definition, gaslighting is like a long-term, manipulative, focused, intentional desire to convince someone they're going crazy. Trisha just literally believes it, like her own lies. And that's what's so hard about these kinds of people is like, no matter what you say, they will not see it. And you see it right now on the internet as people crash out and people deny and people try to hold them accountable. That you can't hold someone accountable that refuses to see what they've done is wrong because they will always downplay it. Just like Trisha. Trisha, in this era of her life, will never, ever, ever allow you to hold her accountable because she will always find a way to tell you how the story went different than you remember it, because she can't allow herself to realize, she can't allow herself to actually acknowledge the shit she's done. Generally speaking, people actually have an incredibly hard time seeing themselves as the bad guy in the story. It's very hard for them. So when you actually, like Trump, I wouldn't have raped her, but if I raped her, she wouldn't have been the chosen one. I never saw this woman in my life. She wouldn't have been the chosen one. If I had chosen her, it wouldn't have been her. It would have been somebody else. Do you hear this fucking man? When accused of rape, this man says, I don't know this woman. I wouldn't have chosen her. She wouldn't have been the chosen one. We just asked you if you raped this woman and you said she wouldn't have been the chosen one. People cannot understand how they're the bad person when they've already given themselves Leo Skepi, Trump, Elon, other people. It's hard. So Trisha, nowhere near any of those horrible people, but honestly, kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if she would do a collab with Elon. You feel me? She does this thing where like she cannot imagine she's the bad person truly. So she can't be another person because she doesn't need to change because she's not a bad person. You know? So you as a friend have to make a decision. Can you help your friend, or do you help your friend the best by putting distance? I'm open with boundaries. Because like sometimes if you have a friend like this, like it is what it is.
It's not. If I ask you, do you really want this? Because you were pushing for me to give you responses.
We don't have the clip, so they couldn't possibly know the context. So there's no point of.
But we have a clip. It's very easy to show them. It's online.
She was at the peak of her anger, and she goes.
That wasn't the peak of my anger. The peak of my anger is at the end.
Okay, well, she was rising up to it.
I realized what he was doing. He was pushing for a reaction. I'm like, okay, do you really want?
You were pushing for a reaction. She goes, Ethan was pushing for a reaction. Trisha was the one pushing for a reaction. This is distortion. This is how interesting your brain is. I wonder if Trisha's ever watched it back. What I would love is for Trisha to watch it back and be mortified watching it back. Ethan was not pushing for a reaction. Trisha was. That's what's so fascinating about these kinds of brains. Oof.
My opinion on the situation.
No, I wasn't pushing for a reaction. I was trying to make you own what you said.
No, you kept asking me, oh, so now my mom's a bad grandma.
That sounds a little bit aggressive. What does that mean?
Because she says, we came to like a point where she's like, let's just move on. And I said, great, let's move on. And there's like a moment of silence. And then she says, I'll tell you one thing. If I was lucky enough to have a kid, I wouldn't have a nanny.
Mm-hmm. And that was a jab, and I admit that. But he pushed, so what should we do if Hila's working out? Give me your advice as a parent.
I said, what do you mean by that?
And I said, do you really want me to answer that? And he said, yes. Then he goes, oh, so now my mom's a bad mom for not watching theater. So he kept pushing and I'm fine with it. If you wanted a reaction, but what? Like, that's what you were pushing for, to me responding and giving you a reaction,
I was trying to figure out what you meant.
So I'm not allowed to respond? Me responding is attacking you?
Do you still think that do you think that having a nanny is... Tell me, what do you think about the truth about?
Okay, but you're asking me right now, and so
because you're not being honest.
Okay, but do you want me to reply? I will be honest, but I don't want you to be like, you're attacking my parenting. Do you want my honest opinion?
No, because you said, well, okay, you say, okay, well, your mom should be here then.
I do think I would have my mom watch over a nanny. I don't trust strangers with my personal experience. I don't think your nanny's the worst. I'm just saying my personal experience.
This is not the exact conversation that happened. I don't think it's productive to go over it now.
Well, you just asked me. Did you not just ask me to give?
See, like she's just. Yeah, I can't believe Ethan did like 20 more episodes of this. Yeah. I think in my 20s, I would have put up with this and tried to make it better with Trisha because I would have thought, like, she's my friend. I love her. I really want her to be better. But in my 30s, with peace and love, go to fucking therapy. Oh my God, go to therapy. Jesus fuck. Therapy really saved my life. Going to therapy really taught me to put down boundaries. Holy fuck. Shout out to fucking therapy, bro. What a great fucking tool.
Give you my opinion on this, and that's what I'm saying. Do you really want me to tell you? I will. I have no problem.
We already
with it.
talked about this.
Okay, but you just asked me to give you an opinion again about it.
I heard your opinion. I heard it.
I don't care to share it again. I'm just saying, like, if he wants me to
Because you're
reply,
like
I will.
sugarcoat. Like it's very obvious that she was in that moment digging as deep as possible.
I was not digging it. He was pushing
Oh,
it.
okay.
Okay.
So
There's
you
no
know,
point.
you know also, Trisha, that one of your things is unregulated aggression, hostility. Once
Yeah.
it gets going, it goes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Ethan somehow can't handle that when that happens. As
I can
opposed-
handle it.
Well, no, you escalate it as opposed to just containing it. And so
You
and
got to
I'm not-
watch the clip. You got to watch the clip to see what really happened.
Yeah, yeah. But I want to go back to something that I found curious. Why were you so embarrassed, Trisha? That sort of surprised me. Embarrassed by what you did on social media when you were in that state of unregulated aggression?
Yeah, I think because, like, I don't think that's ever been out there like that. I obviously, like, that very end of it, after all of that, when I realized, like, he's pushing me for a reaction, which I'm happy to give. I'm happy to be that person because, like, I know it can be entertaining or whatever, and I'm fine to be that way. It just was more embarrassing that I let it go so far where I called, like, his wife really bad names. I called her the C word, the B word. I just was cursing out a storm. Like, I honestly don't even remember that part. I remember the nanny part, I remember all that. That part, I don't remember. All of a sudden, my boyfriend comes in with the pizza. It seems like it's a big joke and people are, like, laughing. And that's this.
It's interesting because if Trisha literally can't remember things, I think she shouldn't be on the internet to some extent without it being heavily edited. Do you know what I'm saying? But if she's not, is she lying? And she's like, I do remember it, but I'm pretending I don't. Like, she could be not remembering. That's a real psychological phenomenon. Actually, one of the things that my first therapist tested me on for my borderline, and she asked me if I ever end up in places and I don't know how I got there. And I said, no. She's like, have you ever like basically disassociated enough to like forget something? And I was like, not to my memory. Like, no. My second therapist asked me if I disassociate in a different way though. And she said, do you ever feel like you're in a room, but you're not even really there? You're like away from your body and kind of watching yourself experience life. I said, oh yeah, sure. And she goes, okay. And I was like, okay, but I remember it. Like I'm there. Like I'm just not in, I'm not in control. Like, but yeah, you know? And I think that's what's interesting is like Trisha goes like, I don't remember. And it's like, okay, should you go to the doctor for that? Maybe? Are you like, you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't even imagine having that dangerous of a memory lapse and not taking it so fucking seriously. You know what I mean? Like, that's so interesting that she doesn't think of that's so serious. That's so serious. Nobody's taking it seriously. If my friend was literally blacking out and not remembering like parts of her day, I'd be like, hey, we need to fucking do something seriously. Like, this isn't a joke anymore. It just feels like nobody is understanding how serious this is. But also, they're so used to it. They're not. That's the problem is like when you get used to it, it feels less serious. But guys, just a reminder, it's still serious. Okay? Even if you're used to it, it's still serious.
This is my perception. It may not have been that way. And then all of a sudden I was thinking like, oh my God, this is it. So my final thing was to just end it. I thought, you know, every time I curse someone out or go too far with someone's wife or something, like my ex-boyfriend, I cursed out his wife and then he broke up with me and that was the final straw. I thought this will be the final straw, ex-wife. And so I thought like, okay, I'll just end it. Like I'm going to just go this way and make sure we never talk again and that's it. And that's fine. And people get what they want.
You and Ethan, or you and Ela, or you and everybody?
Me and Ethan, like when I went to the car, I was hysterical and like hyperventilating because yeah.
So you've described to me before when you get in these states, you sort of black out. Were you in one of these sort of blackout?
I think towards the end, because I don't remember. It was embarrassing to watch it. I saw it on TikTok, and like I don't remember saying all that. But I did feel immediately embarrassed when I heard that because I was like, wow, I literally went. Everyone in the comments said that too. Like you went too far. She's attacking your wife, and I agree. I'm in their house, and their kid was upstairs, and their child was upstairs, and I was like yelling and cursing all the way up the stairs, and it just was really embarrassing. Like that part wasn't. I mean, I was aware of it, but I just couldn't do anything. I
can't believe this isn't enough for her to just fucking say I'm sorry and I fucked up and I'm giving no excuse no matter what. I can't believe she can hold this thought of self-awareness and not introspect enough to say everything I said that day, erase it. It was all fucked up. None of it is okay. And if any part of me feels any way today, I will explain it today without referencing yesterday. Because the fact that she's still trying to justify the nanny conversation tells me she doesn't understand how fucked up it was. That's the part. It's like an alcoholic parent who's like, this is probably a bad example, but like they're not understanding Like, you can't just say, okay, I'll drink less tomorrow, or like, I'll be better. Like, you did something, you know, like something happened. And it's hard because it is mental health. It is there's a huge part of it, right? Like, but this is why I say, at least for me personally, self-awareness is great, but kind of useless without the introspection. And the introspection does for you from the attachment of that shame and guilt, and allows you to truly apologize with the bigness of your chest and move forward with your life. But introspection itself is hard. That's why I think most people are twos. Lots of twos can reach a healthy state of being, but lots of them utilize a lot of external validation to get there, versus fives should be internally motivated. They should be internally validating their framework realistically, because the whole idea of my levels is to try to get you to understand, like, you exist outside of other people. And at the end of the day, you impact those people. And you have to be aware of how you're impacting people. Even if you're never going to be perfect, it's okay to learn how to be a little less of an asshole every day, right? And it feels like Trisha at this stage in her life she's self-aware, but she's not introspecting. And to be fair, it's like, it's really fucking hard. You know, in a real way, it's like really difficult, actually. But I believe she could do it. I would love to see her do it now, but I see her mostly now, Trisha, I see her mostly taking this era of her life and putting it in a box and shoving it on a shelf where it's gathering cobwebs, but it's like, it's gonna break out. I don't think she's really faced it, right? I don't believe she's done the work, personally. But mostly I think that's because of the Rainn Wilson interview. I liked that she had boundaries with him, but it also indicated to me that she hasn't worked on it. So it is what it is.
Kept cursing all the way up the stairs. It was, I don't know.
Can I say something?
Well, just quickly, I want to commend both of you for being together, being in the studio. Let's really start from there. You know, you're trying to get your relationship back together, and it took a lot for you guys to be sitting here as you are today. Let's just acknowledge that, okay?
Yeah.
And so there's still a lot of, everyone's still kind of a hair trigger. You may need to clean up your side of the street with some of that stuff, right? You're aware you have to make amends, whatever, to really make things okay.
Mm-hmm.
But part of it is being willing to sit here and take that embarrassment or humiliation or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So here we are. That's great. Ethan, you just wanted to say something.
So I want to say that I don't know what it is exactly you feel when you get to that heightened state of emotion. But in my mind, I'm never thinking like, oh, she's out of my life forever. She's done. I'm feeling like, well, we can, like I said to you, let's talk later.
Mm-hmm.
It's never like, oh, you're out of my life forever. You know what I mean? Like she said something like, I'm going, I'm quitting, yada, yada, yada. She said all these bad words. And in my mind, it wasn't like.
Wait. Chad says, I don't know if it's because I have a Moses in my life, but I struggle to feel bad for him. I think he's choosing this and manipulating people to avoid honesty and accountability. I have a Trisha plus Moses in my life. I have somebody in my life that's like Trisha and Moses in one person. It's a lot. And it stresses every single human being on the planet a billion times over. This person is a very stressful human. They're very stressful. They literally stress everybody out. Just the idea of this person's name makes people break into a cold sweat. I'm telling you right now, I'm open, but with boundaries. I love you from a distance.
Bye forever. I said, why don't you leave and we'll talk later?
In my mind, that means bye forever because everyone says that and then it's bye forever. Like with every situation.
Chat says, wait. Chat says, how can one even be both? Discord shared this. I kind of have someone like Trisha in my family. They're either guiltless and self-righteous, or they will aggressively lean into the villain role and complain that they're horrible people. It's really frustrating. It's really fucking frustrating. That's what it is. It's dealing with somebody who's either 100% like black and white thinking, fine, I'll be the fucking villain. You want me to be the villain? I'll be the fucking villain. Or I'm not the villain. I'm the only one in this household who's actually doing the moral thing. You're all fucking villains. You're all fucking pedophiles. You're all fucking murderers. You're all fucking rapists. And it's like, what? And it's like, yeah, dude, I know this about all of you. You're all fucking pieces of shit. I know it. Back to, I was traumatized. I was abused as a child. I have reasons. I'm the victim. And it's like, oh my God, bro. Which one is it? And then they go behind people's back and whisper fucking shit and they start playing telephone with everybody. It's a lot, bro. And then they have the audacity to literally sit there. Girl, with peace and love. With peace and love, I'm open, but with boundaries. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're the calmest, most charismatic person you'll ever meet. but you get on their bad side for 2.5 seconds and all of a sudden, bitch, they'll come at you with a knife. This person is charismatic, well-read, very charming. But I swear to God, you are 2 seconds away from getting them to stick a knife in your back for the way you even look at them wrong. What are you looking at me like that for? You got fucking problem with me? But it's not even I'll fight you problem. Let me rephrase. Sorry, I'm giving them too much attitude. This is more like what it's like. You could be hanging out with them. You're like hanging out with them. You're like, hey, bro, it's so good to see you, Dab. Dab, okay. Hey, bro, nice to see you, bro. Oh my God, bro, those shorts be getting tight. You've been working out or something? You've been working out? Did you just call me fat? God, I hate coming here. Every time I come here, you guys just fucking pick at my body and pick at what I look like. It's just like, can we fucking get along without having to talk about our bodies? And it's like, my bad, bro. I was just saying you look like you fucking yoked out. You look like you work out. It's like, no, you know I don't work out. You know I'm at home all day. You know I'm fucking stressed. You know I'm not working out. It's like, okay, I did not know we're not working out, bro. It's like everything you say is like some fucking landmine you're walking over and you got to like, you know, and then you're sitting there thinking like you're giving them a compliment or chilling or it's good. Bro. Chad says, do you have any theories as to why they became that way? Trauma. Childhood trauma. And I think it's I think they have a predisposition that got triggered. I think it's trauma mixed in with like a self-awareness with no introspection. They obviously have something going on, but they are incredibly well-read and very educated and definitely smart enough to make a different decision. So there's something fucked up about their processing. Their processor's off, dude. Their processor's off. But you would never know it until you saw them in the mode. You would never know it until you get close enough to them or you see them triggered. They look like a perfectly functional human being. Well-liked most of their life until you piss them off. Then all of a sudden, they're fucking hitting you with lawsuits, calling your employers, threatening to sue you, fucking calling everyone a pedophile. Who was it? Was it Dr. Kane, Dr. Kirk? Who said it? That a lot of the narcissists or BPDs who come into their office tend to love filing lawsuits. Hey, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Ted says, does it only happen with close family members? Only with close family members, but they do struggle to hold down a job, of course, because they struggle to eventually find the motivation to socialize. They're also neurodivergent, and that does play a role. So look, if you're undiagnosed neurodivergent, I just like Philip DeFranco just covered this, how people with ADHD die faster and sooner than other people. So men die an average of 7 years faster and women 9 if you're ADHD, but it's not the ADHD. It's the functionality within society and it's your addictive probabilities. So I think this person's ADHD was so untreated their whole life. So that's the childhood trauma leading other things as well. But that was a huge part. And they never learned how to properly, like functionally hold a ritual, routine, expectation of behavior. They could never like hold down a job. They could never quite function. And they basically made it through life on their good looks and their charisma. And then eventually found somebody to take care of them and marry them and pay their bills because they were never going to be able to do it for themselves, which I think is a combination of their ADHD, untreated, and the abuse they handled as a child. And then probably a combination of like never, this is why mental health is so important. This is why I say like parents are bad at parenting. Everyone thinks they're a good parent until they have a kid that they don't understand how to raise. And like that kid, even as a child, people knew they were off and they never went to get them help. So it's also the child's like biological predisposition, because even people who say like, oh, even as a child, they were definitely off. And I was like, that's so interesting that you guys knew as a kid that this kid was off and you never got the medical interventions. But that's what happens when you grow up in a religious community that doesn't believe in medical intervention. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the problem. It's like ultimately this person is a victim and this person grew up to create victims. But he's still responsible for the victims he created. It doesn't matter ultimately that he was one himself. I mean, it does matter, by the way, but that's separate from the fact that he created his own. Right? All right.
situation that I've been in life, like David and Jason and all that, like it was bye forever. I did one mess up where I went and said went on a rampage, and then they said bye forever. They just cut me out after being a year and a half together every day with both of them, and it was just like bye forever, and that's how it always is. So
this might be the right time to get into the study, the test.
Yeah,
because some of the things you scored high on is associated with a lot of difficulty with shame and abandonment, and you'll blow things up as opposed to having somebody leave you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
For sure.
And so this all sort of is borne out in some of the data we collected, and I think we ought to get into that. And before we do, I want to point out these guys are not our patients; they are not human subjects. They've asked us to do these testing to sort of, just part of it is just to sort of objectify some of the stuff you guys talked about, and it's kind of interesting. You guys also, and the original conceit was we would get you two and measure your. And Dr. Young will explain the scale we're using. The scales, we actually used a couple of scales. And then somebody thought, well, why don't you test everybody on the air staff, which we did. And there's stuff in there we could talk about, but our focus initially.
So regarding that, because we tested everybody. So we are going to be going over, we thought it should just be me and Tricia today. Tomorrow on the podcast, we're going to go over everybody else's results.
Am I supposed to be?
You don't have to be there. No. Dan, you worked it out with.
Well, before you hopped on, Dr. Drew, and I'll cut this out. We can just before you hopped on, I was talking to Dr. Young, and he wasn't positive if he could, but I kind of explained the situation, and he offered very graciously.
I might be able to show up, but I have a colonoscopy tomorrow, so we'll see what can do.
By the way, you
understood.
If you think this is like a colonoscopy, I actually have a colonoscopy.
Dr. Drew, if you guys could just like send the data or send us the score sheet, like
right, and he offered to do that as well, but then he said I might be able to come tomorrow, and so we can settle that.
I wouldn't.
Ooh, interesting. Chet says when Trisha was friends with Shane, she was able to take some pretty harsh jokes about herself really well, and it seems like she's regressed. Actually, wait. There's a theory in neurodivergent bubbles that actually the more you progress, the more you regress, meaning that she was so much more fucked up around Shane that she could take the jokes. Maybe Trisha got just healed enough to actually get hurt by Ethan's jokes versus when she was with Shane, she was so fucked up on drugs and other things that she could take it better. And that's actually the toxic loop that is so ironic to me, that people think being able to take mean jokes is the sign of health, but actually we shouldn't be being mean. Nobody needs to be mean when poking fun. You don't have to be mean. There's a difference between poking at your friends and being fucking mean. Do you know what I mean? So we need to like recontextualize these things because, I do think there's a toxic bubble that says like everybody like, oh, I'm tough. I can handle the mean, Pat says I'm regressing right now as I'm just getting treated for my ADHD as an adult. And this was why I got diagnosed with autism. This is why I knew something was going on. The healthier I got, the less traumatized I was, the more I was noticing myself needing more help. And I was like, what's going on? I'm an independent bitch, but my toxicity is hyper independence. Like that's my problem. Brittany's, I'm a Taurus, of fucking course, you know what I'm saying? Like, of course, but that's my toxic trait that I have to do. I have to ask for help. That's Brittany's toxic trait is like, I have a hard time asking for help. Right. So that is so like that's so my life right now. So I wonder if Trisha was doing the same thing where she was getting healthier. So there was a part of her that was being more vulnerable and then she was needing more help, but she didn't know how to ask for it. So it's such a fascinating phenomenon. And I'm so grateful to neurodivergent communities who are discussing this because so many people in our 30s are literally declining in a sense. They're like, what the fuck? What's happening? Why can't I work as much? Why am I not socializing as much? Why am I tired all the time? And it's literally because we're healing. We're literally getting better. And because we're getting better, we're not numbing ourselves in order to work 80 hours a week. We're not numbing ourselves to party 7 days a week. We're not numbing ourselves to socialize and force ourselves to be extroverted. We're not numbing ourselves. We're actually doing what we want every day. And we came to realize, like, oh shit, like I don't necessarily want to go out to the club every week. Who knew, So yeah, I think there's a part of healing that puts you back in sort of a weird place for sure. A weird place for sure. Maiden says, same with the hyper independence and also lots of Taurus placing on my chart. Let's go, girl. Let's go, girl.
I wouldn't have dreamed
And Trisha's a Taurus too. She's a May Taurus. Our birthdays are like at the same time.
of assuming your guys' time tomorrow. And I'm very appreciative of you guys being here today.
We both want to help you guys out. We both might be able to do it. But as I said, Unlike the simulated colonoscopy,
Yes.
never actual colonoscopy.
Well, I'd love to ask you about that tomorrow. Is it your first? Is it your first time?
Oh no, I have something called Lynch syndrome, so I have to have them every year.
Oh, so you're a veteran.
Annual event.
I get them out of the way. It gets easier, kind of, but not really. It never really gets easier.
Well, let's see. I'm 35, so I guess in 10 years I will experience my first. Right? They say 45.
You might do just a quick aside here. I make all my patients get these genetic tests. You can get them at some. I'm not involved with this organization, but it's called Color.com, just like Color.
Oh, interesting. Chat says, have you mentioned what your rising and moon are? I don't know, but we should do like a tarot, maybe dedicated episode. The problem is, like, I don't want to give people like where my birth location is and stuff. Like, I don't really want to give people my information like that. You know what I mean? But I would love like maybe to Google it and put it into like an app or something that can tell me some stuff. And then maybe we can have like a tarot episode, but I don't know enough about tarot. Maybe I can collab with like a tarot content creator, but the drama, I don't want any drama. And sometimes astrology bubbles are so drama filled. The tea and astrology bubbles are crazy on TikTok, let me tell you. Anyways, but I would like to know those things too, because I don't know enough about astrology. I just think it's fun, but like I don't know enough. So
greencolor.com. And I see the menorah up there, and I'm guessing Ashkenazi is in your heritage.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of DNA repair abnormalities in that heritage, and I inherited it. And if you have Lynch syndrome, you might need colonoscopies every year.
Well, Dr. Drew, I'll tell you one thing about myself. I did a DNA test, and I'm 99.3% Ashkenazi Jew.
I strongly recommend you to go to color.com and do the spit test.
Okay, good idea.
Like BRCA genes, right? Well, there are genes like that for other cancers, and Ashkenazis carry a lot of them. So you might check it out.
That's a good idea. Thank you. I'll do that.
Trisha, anything for you?
Yeah.
No, I think I'm good. I mean, I don't know. I'm not good, but just other.
Different.
Yeah, different.
Okay, where were we?
We were going to
So
start.
I'll reset up that, like, so we all took the personality test.
That all be on I don't mind all that going on the podcast.
Yeah, we can put it all up too. I don't care.
that's
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, okay, the whole yeah. So where were we?
We're gonna try to set you guys. We can present your data.
Let's present the data.
Personality test.
So what kind of
Mark,
personality test did we take? Maybe you guys can start by explaining that.
Young, it's up to you. Now you're on.
Yeah, so guys, we gave you two personality tests. One is called the NPI, or the Narcissistic Personality Inventory, and that was 40 questions, 40 pairs of questions where you had to choose A or B, whether you agreed with point A or point B more.
here we go.
And then I was able to sum up your scores on that test and come up with an overall score. But the NPI, the 40 questions, are also broken down into 7 subcategories. And I'll go over those with you in just a minute, because it's very diagnostic. The second test that we gave you is called the Dark Triad.
Uh-oh.
And this is a test.
The Dark Triad. All these women want vampires and narcissists and sociopaths. They want to be chosen by their Dark Triad lovers. Peterson loves Dark Triad stuff, bro. Stop, ladies. Stop falling in love with the serial killers. It's crazy.
Test that's been around for almost 20 years. And what that test does, it also assesses narcissism, but it includes a measure of Machiavellianism
Oh shit.
and psychopathy.
Discord just said, imagining Jordan Peterson and Trisha. Trisha, don't trust Ethan. Trisha, listen to me. Trisha, they're going to come for you like they did come for Ethan. Except they're not going to come at all. There's no coming. Well, you would know, you do OnlyFans. Trisha, listen to me. Oh my God. If Peterson was in front of Trisha, he'd be like, he would, I think she might break him. I think Trisha Paytas would break Jordan Peterson. And he's already broken, you know?
Well,
What is
Machiavellism, that seems like, what would be a more, is that like sadism? I mean, what is that? That's like sociopathy? What is that?
No. So the term Machiavellianism comes from a 16th century.
Oh, wait, Discord, can you say toilet paper butthole in Jordan Peterson's voice? Listen, Trisha, I saw your toilet paper butthole, and I just want to say, sorry, not beautiful. Funniest Jordan Peterson lore. Sorry, not beautiful. Trisha, your butthole, not beautiful. May this man never stop tweeting, so I always have things to say.
Italian politician and diplomat called Niccolo Machiavelli. And so he wrote a very famous book in the 16th.
Chat, why do you keep asking if Trisha is a woman? Why does this feel like a very weird question to ask? Are you asking because Trisha goes by all the pronouns? Trisha goes by they, him, and her. But Trisha is a... Now, I don't know if you're asking me as a pronoun. Wait. Trisha is a woman. Trisha's gender fluid.
16th century called The Prince. And essentially what he did was he advised this prince on how to use guile and cunning to get what he wanted. So the term Machiavellianism is always associated with that book.
I always feel I have to defend Machiavelli because he also wrote The Republic. And he wrote that the Republic was the best form of government, but he wrote The Prince, in which I advocated for ruthlessness if you have a prince, while you figure out how to set up a republic.
So in a political sense, someone who's Machiavellian is someone who is kind of manipulative or cunning, or how would you say?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Cunning, engages in self-interest, often lacks emotion, can be duplicitous. These aren't good traits.
Can you be narcissistic, but also like an empath, like actually care about people? Like, can you be into yourself and also care about other people, or no?
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Because it's something that some of the old self-psychology theorists, they called it reverse narcissism. Which is that you are so concerned with other people, you're overly concerned with other people because they trigger feelings in you. It's still some people experience themselves first and then other people second. Some people experience other people as a way of experiencing themselves, and some people go back and forth. But if you're so focused on the other that your boundaries aren't able to be maintained, where somebody's having a feeling and you're sort of overtaken by it, your conscious sense of it can be, oh, I'm so attuned to that person. I have a special understanding of them. Really, you don't have a special understanding. It's just your pain that's sort of blending with their pain, and it's hard to tell the difference. We also call that codependency, right?
Interesting.
And so I have that. I have that in spades. I do, and I do have to get a lot of therapy to sort of sort out what was the other person.
Okay. Girl, are you transphobic in my chat? You're asking about Trisha like she has a pussy was my question. Why are you asking about Trisha's body? Like, I can't tell, are you transphobic? Like, I don't know what these questions, they're freaking me out a little bit because they're so inappropriate. You said, I don't know if she's biologically a woman, so I assumed, I don't know. Like, this is just like, so I'm just checking, just so you know, you've come into an LGBT space. Asking if Trisha has a vagina is just like so inappropriate. Like, there's just who cares what her genitals are? Okay. Like, what is the point of this conversation? I just have to say it because it's in my chat and it just feels weird. I'm not reading what the point of this is.
Experiencing versus mine. It's very challenging stuff. It's sort of, and I suspect, Trisha, you get too evoked by other people.
Yeah,
right?
I have a book I read called Codependent No More because that was literally me to a T last year. I couldn't survive without.
So what?
Called Codependent No More.
But you said you had that to what? Oh, to a T.
Last year. Yeah, to every relationship. Like, I cannot function. Like, if I don't have someone in my life to like manage me.
If you meant it genuinely and you're not trying to be rude, it's fine. I'm just letting you know it might be rude to ask about people's genitals in this context. So just like heads up, but we don't have to be, I'm just like, in case you didn't know.
Me and like to also just have someone. I can't function. I can't function without a boyfriend.
And so you have lots of layers.
I can't function without a boyfriend, she said. Okay. All right, Chad. I see you. Okay. Apology accepted. Just like, not that you need to apologize, but like, I hear you. Okay. Trisha, yeah, I can't survive. I can't. That's why she said in that recent podcast about Moses, where she's like, I just feel like I know people say I shouldn't need him, but I do.
There's that. You just mentioned another one is you use your intimate partner to help you stay together too, to be glued together, right?
Yeah.
And that's, again, so that's all, it's all, please don't think of these terms, when you use a term like Machiavelli, people automatically go sort of south on the judgmentalism. These are just, I try not to be judgmental in how you think about these things, right? We all have narcissism to varying degrees.
Not me. No, I'm kidding.
See, that's exactly what's true that people just don't understand. Everybody has narcissism to a degree. It's a part of our healthy ego, hopefully. But if you become so about it becomes the main character, well, now you're heading into a territory, right? And so I think people forget that, especially as YouTubers, entertainers, like, of course, we think we're good enough to be on stream, but also, there's a level of humility that just needs to exist for all of us to be able to function and be kind to one another, And so I'm glad he said that, because I think it must sound confusing to people, right? That, because that word can be so bad, but That's why we have to distinguish the categories.
We'll find out.
I'm scared.
I'm scared too.
Yeah.
I was scared answering these. It was like, do you like to look at yourself in the mirror?
You know
I'm
what?
like, yeah.
You're like, the thing is, like, the questions felt a little tricky, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, I feel like you phrased them differently in like 3 different ways to try to trick me into like catching myself. So, but
I should say this, that Drew and I didn't invent the NPI. This was invented probably close to 50 years ago.
Oh, I thought you guys came up with these questions. I was like, wow, they're smart.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No, it's been tested with tens of thousands of people.
Oh, okay.
And so the questions aren't really designed to trick you, but they're designed to kind of make you think and to force you into making a choice between these two pairs. Right?
You know, when she said, like, one of the questions was like, do you like looking at yourself in the mirror? I was like, only my kitchen windows, because my gains look the best in the kitchen windows. My kitchen windows are so fucked up because they make me look so good. They make me look fucking cut as fuck, but then it makes my muscles look huge. And I'm like, this is the only window I look at. It's my kitchen window. Oh, I don't even look in the mirror. The mirrors don't help. Mirrors just don't make me feel good about my gains. But that window, though, let's go.
Right.
And so going back to Trisha's question, narcissism really is not something that is what we call a monolithic construct. In other words, it's not just one thing. There are actually, in this scale, 7 different aspects of narcissism. Let me just read those off to you. Authority, superiority, self-sufficiency, exploitativeness, vanity, exhibitionism, and entitlement. So you can break the 40 questions down into scores on each of those 7 categories.
Interesting. So is it usual for a narcissist to like hit all of those categories, or is that what makes a narcissist, or do we all have different levels of those each category?
You all have different levels. And Drew and I often talk about the so-called good aspects of narcissism, which consist of authority, superiority, and self-sufficiency, and perhaps the not so good aspects, which consist of exploitativeness, vanity, exhibitionism, and entitlement.
And even when you think about those so-called less, adaptive sorts of scales, I mean, vanity.
So I'm just going to put some clarification on language here in the chat. Somebody said, I definitely have a high degree of codependent behavior. I'm realizing that's okay. You can work on it. Someone replied to that person and said, that's a good thing. I don't think everyone should be so independent from everyone. For the record, codependent is never good. You mean interdependent. Codependent means your like identity and sense of self is dependent on that person, which is not good ever, period, the end. But interdependent means we symbiotically and positively rely on each other, like in a good sense of community, which is what I think you mean to say. Codependent, never good. Interdependent, the goal. Okay? Codependent, never good.
And sort of, what was the last category? Not exploitativeness, before, after that.
Exhibitionism.
Exhibitionism. Vanity exhibitionism.
Ooh.
I mean, it didn't
Trisha
hurt
has
anybody.
that. Trisha got some exhibitionism going on. Trisha, I wish I was more of an, because I'm not very much of an exhibitionist. Even in the dungeons, I wasn't one. Voyeur, I love to watch, girl, the way I consume. But exhibitionism, like, man, I need to be 10% more exhibitionist. I think it would increase my wallet 10%. Trisha got it like 99%. Trisha, an exhibitionist. Hello, Trisha, listen, I saw you naked. I've decided 10 out of 10, but sorry, not beautiful. Tammy, I said she was a 10 out of 10, but I was lying. Tammy, don't spank me, Tammy. I'm just kidding. That was very bad, Brittany. 2025 Brittany is no longer making fun of Tammy and Peterson. That was inappropriate.
You know what I mean? It's like those are sort of neutral.
What do you mean by exhibitionism?
Like naked?
Like you like looking at yourself, or you like what does that mean? Because I mean, I know it means generally to be seen and to look at people, right? So what does it mean clinically? The same thing?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I understand it.
I understand it. That says when you talk about being okay if partners die, is that to not being codependent? When I say I'm okay with partners dying, I don't mean I won't be sad. I don't mean it won't be devastating. I mean it won't be the end of my life. No one dying will ever be the end of my life. And I hope that me dying will never be the end of anyone I love, their life. You know how mad I would be in the afterlife if I found out my sister destroyed her life because I died? I would haunt her for the rest of her life and be like, get off the couch, you dumb bitch. I love you. How dare you end your life because mine ended? I love my family way too much to let them end their lives because I died. At the end of the day, we should never want our family to be destroyed because we've died. We want them to grow and be healthy and remember us and live good fucking lives so they can remember us, right? That says, totally get you. Just curious if that's an example of not being codependent. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, we all have to remember we're separate and we all have separate times we exist and times we don't anymore, right? Like eventually we do die, and it's a part of recognizing that, you know, that's why you have to be so grateful for people. We have to be so grateful because there is a level of codependence that occurs that when people die, even their children, their life is destroyed, they die. And that's just like a level of codependence that is, you know what I mean? It's not healthy for anybody, right?
And then another question I have about the test, if you'll indulge me, is that on one of the tests, there was like a sliding scale of like agree, strongly disagree. And there was like, what I forget how many bubbles, but like.
Well, hold on. Ooh, he said bubble. Cat says, I need to learn that lesson better. My cat died and my little life wilted for like a year. Okay. Also, I just want to say it's totally okay to mourn people you love. When Indiana dies, I will be in mourning and I will be very sad for probably a while. Okay. When my parents die, I will be sad. Okay. I'm still going to go to work. I'm still going to function. I'm still going to be, but I will be sad. So let yourself be sad. Okay. Let yourself be sad. But don't let it destroy your life, you know?
What is it you're looking for? Because I felt like on a lot of them, I didn't have a strong opinion one way or the other, you know?
So that was, that scale was associated with the Dark Triad survey. So that was different from the narcissistic personality inventory.
Oh, it's not, it has nothing, that one had nothing to do with the narcissism.
Well, in the Dark Triad, there are these three components, and narcissism is also part of the Dark Triad. But
why is it called the Dark Triad? That's so spooky.
Well, it's called the Dark Triad in part because these three things, psychopathy, Machiavellianism, and narcissism, are meant to be things that characterize people as having
antisocial or something
that you know are cunning, callous, self-interested, and things like that. So people have put these things together into this scale to try to describe certain aspects of human behavior.
Now, let me just sort of explain it to you this way. The way I think about it is if you are a fighter pilot trying to make a landing on a aircraft carrier, you want that person to be as narcissistic as possible, right? You want him or her to feel invincible, grandiose, no anxiety. I mean, you want all that stuff in that person. For your intimate partner.
That says, why does Ethan seem so self-conscious when it comes to narcissism? I think everyone is. I've never met a person that didn't get instantly defensive over the word narcissism. Please remember that most of the world is not interested in psychology, and most of them are not autistically special interesty into it, right, guys? Like my special interest is literally people. So like I've read like 3 books on narcissism. How many books on narcissism have you guys read? 1 to 10 probably, right? Like Ethan's probably not read 1 book on it. Most people don't. Ethan is the representation of average people. Right? Most people get really defensive when you talk about narcissism. It's because it's so demonized in society. They don't know anything about it. Right? I mean, so yeah.
The problem is the person that is like that may also have difficulty with empathy and envy. And also in certain states, much like we were talking about with Trisha, when she blacks out, your feelings don't matter in certain states. And she can't appreciate them. She can't even remember that you have feelings. And that's part of the unregulated stuff that happens when you get upset, right?
Yeah.
Doctor, can we recall the Dark Triad? I feel like it's a little bit judgmental.
It is. It has been that way.
Maybe we could just call it the these people are fucked up triad or something like that.
I think the reason the Dark Triad comes is because it includes a scale of psychopathy. And psychopathy writ large can be pretty dark.
Okay.
But mild psychopathy is just a nuisance.
All right, let's do this. So let's start with the...
Is there a winner on these tests or no? Like, is there a right and wrong?
Tell me who's the narcissist.
Like, is there like someone that's coming out better than the other person with these tests, or just like not a comparison?
What are you asking? Is one of us more narcissistic than the other?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, actually, it's a very good question.
Thank you.
I wasn't sure quite what you were asking.
I love being at
I thought he was like,
that whole interaction was so funny. Tell me who's the narcissist. Thank you. That was way too funny, bro.
like I score.
No.
And a -1.
Stop.
I didn't know.
So just to put your scores in context, the national average out of 40 is about a 15.
Oh.
So
Wait, I need to rewind that. I need numbers. Hold on, guys. I can't. I need a chart, please.
average out of 40 is about to put your scores in context, the national average out of 40 is about a 15.
Oh.
So let me just kind of tell you what each of your scores are, and then we
15,
can break them
15.
down into categories.
And we want to score high, closest to 40, or we want to score low?
I think high is
It
bad.
depends on your perspective, I guess.
High is bad.
I think high
Okay.
is more
I just wanna-
narcissistic, right?
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yes. So
Aware.
the closer to 40, the more narcissistic. So
Got it.
let's start with Ethan. Ethan actually
no,
scored.
no.
You want to take a guess, Ethan, as to what you scored?
Is this part of the test?
No, they're just out of 40.
Let me ask you this: what's the highest you've ever seen? Have you ever seen a perfect 40?
No, but we have seen the 34.
Ooh.
Oh, so
Ooh.
34 is like,
Should we
wow,
talk
this
about
guy.
that, or-
And what do you do with the 34? You just put him away?
That's a famous score, guys.
Yeah, it's a famous person who actually got that score.
Ooh. Can
Did
you say it?
He's afraid to say it because it's been an issue up until
Johnny Depp. Just kidding. Allegedly.
this day.
Should I say it?
Wait, is it Robin Quivers?
Yes.
Wait.
Whoa! He guessed it.
Oh.
knew it. I can't believe Robin Quivers.
That's iconic.
She's the Howard Stern.
I know Robin
But
Quivers.
I remember seeing you guys do that test and you saying that she has the highest score ever. And I didn't know if that was shtick or not.
That's iconic.
Oh, no, really didn't happen. And the big mistake we made, and I've apologized to Robin a million times. She's not accepted my apology.
Well, she is a narcissist.
Which is that, and which Howard loves ribbing her about to this day, is that because it happened on the air publicly, we assumed there would be no issues when we wrote our book. We wrote a book about it. We went and studied hundreds of celebrities. And so we just in the book, here was our highest score, here was our lowest score. She took great issue to that, saying we should have given her permission.
Oh, really?
That's what really caused the problem. And she's right.
Because the stigma is so big, guys. Because the stigma is, and it doesn't mean anything, by the way. Like being NPD means you just like, okay, being NPD and being high on narcissistic traits, like these are different things. But I think, right, they're different things. That's what he's explaining. But having NPD, as Dr. Kirkando would explain it, is just basically saying you have childhood trauma, right? But also like narcissism is like seen as, you know, the scariest thing you've ever dealt with, right? So it's really difficult. It's really difficult to hear from people and to have that reputation, right? It could ruin your social reputation, you know?
Right. It didn't occur to us because it happened publicly. But you're right. I felt really bad about that. And so I'm still trying to make amends to her.
I would be honored if I was in your book. You could write about me anytime.
So I think Trisha's looking to get the highest scores. If she knew, she would have answered all the questions differently.
And those asking, did Ethan and Trisha told they were retaking a test on narcissism? They were told, yeah, they wanted to do a personality test, like a personality quiz. So they knew that. But I don't know how, when he said it's diagnostic, I don't know if they're not diagnosing them. They're just having fun taking the tests. But like Dr. Kirkando or other people might take more time with their client, get to know their client. All medical professionals are different, right? Like mine diagnosed me. Like guys, I could be wrong on this, but I distinctly remember having my first therapy session. And I remember her saying, oh, borderline PTSD, but only borderline is on my paperwork, which is interesting. Well, I have to call her and not call her, but call the office and see if they can get me my paperwork because I tried to look it up and I was curious. And remember, these are just people giving you tests. You can get re-diagnosed. You can get diagnosed again. You can get diagnosed. You can have 10 doctors say you have something and 10 doctors say you don't. And they're not even always doctors. My therapist wasn't a doctor, right? But my therapist wasn't a doctor. That's, you know, one time I called her doctor, she was not a doctor. I'm like, oh yeah, I keep forgetting because like, you know, so we have to remember that getting diagnosed is really a relationship between you and the person diagnosing you. You talk it out. You have long conversations. I mean, she saw me for a year, so I felt really confident about the work we did and I got so much better. So I really trusted her. I trusted the process with her. And all of this to say that I think we have to just keep an open mind and you know, try to look for what's true. And you know, we're humans. We're going to make mistakes, right? But I think Ethan and Trisha are more than aware that this is a personality test. I'm not sure how technically diagnostic it is, given that they're not their patients.
Really? Okay.
They generate another book.
Okay. On a narcissistic scale, you say the average is what?
Average is 15. The highest possible score is 40. So Ethan, what do you think you got?
Maybe a 15. Maybe.
I say 8.
Maybe average.
8 for Ethan.
Okay, well, Ethan actually got a 7.
Oh. Oh, that's
Trisha,
nice. I
I
think.
know he's very self-deprecating and has a low self-esteem. So overall, I
Wait, I missed it.
Oh, that's
Trisha,
nice.
for Ethan.
Okay, well, Ethan actually got a 7.
Oh, I believe
Oh,
it.
that's
Trisha.
nice. I
I
think.
know he's very self-deprecating and has a low self-esteem.
I
So
believe it.
overall, I knew you wouldn't be
Low
narcissistic.
self-esteem.
Low. I think we have issues. Without you too, we have similar self-esteem
So wait,
issues.
so okay, let me ask you this as Trisha insults me. Does a
Very.
low narcissism score doesn't mean that you don't have confidence as a human being, does it?
No.
Well, no, remember now, in a moment, we're going to get to the specific categories in which those 7 numbers fall.
Okay,
And so
good,
we're gonna
good.
Go back to that.
So that means that so I got a very good score. I think I'm a good human being now.
It's not about
No, yes it is. Yes it
you
is.
could be a narcissist and be a good human being.
No,
yes, you
not
can.
most of the time. I'm just
Trisha,
kidding. I'm just fucking with you. I'm kidding.
I want to be really careful about
I'm kidding. She knows I'm
Trisha
kidding.
is 100% correct. We'll
Thank
come in with
I'm
some other
kidding.
I love the Dr. Drew episodes.
But I
We'll
but
come in
I,
with another scale that Nathan will no doubt score off. The
there's a
chain
score.
on.
There's a scale somewhere I'm fucked up on. But let me say this. What does it mean? I feel like I'm kind of surprised and I'm kind of happy that my narcissism scale is low.
And by the way, let me also say that if your narcissism score is too low,
Yeah.
also associated with sort of not initiating and not being creative, and
true.
not coming to your own defense, and things you need to
So
be.
you're a bitch. You're calling me a bitch, Dr. Drew. Great.
I'm wondering, it makes me wonder, you react so quickly and strongly, and it's just my observation to some of the stuff Trisha says. I wonder if this figures into that in some way.
Oh, that
I
I'm
think so.
She called me a cuck when she stormed out.
Your cuckolded?
She said your wife is a C word, and she
Okay.
said, and you're a cuck. So maybe I am a
A
cuck.
cuck is someone who likes to watch his wife have sex with other men.
There you go.
Right.
Low.
Thank you, Trisha.
Which, by the way, I am not. I do not. That's not something I'm interested in.
I
Despite
do
my
think he
low.
likes to flex his power over me sometimes because he might feel
Sorry,
powerless in other aspects of
Sorry,
his life.
who's a 7 on the narcissism scale?
Exactly. So you want to flex the power over me because you don't have power in
A
other
7 on the
aspects of your life.
narcissism scale wouldn't do that.
You see a weak and you see
Keep
someone
going.
that's hated on the internet and you assert your power over me. But that's
Whatever. 7. What's
Okay.
yours? 10 billion. Next.
Listen to Dr. Young.
What do you guys think Trisha's is? I'm going to say 28. I don't know what Trisha's is.
Here we go.
So, Trisha, let's do the same with you.
Okay.
Out of national average 15, highest possible is 40. Where do you think you stand?
I would like to say I'm right in the middle at like 20 because I don't think I should lead the world, but I do like to look at myself naked. So I would say I'm a nice 20.
Let me guess before you say. So Robin Quivers comes in at 35. You
God.
said.
34.
See, it's interesting that the top uppermost scale isn't really reached.
40.
Yeah, 40. That's like you'd have to be like so. So you think you're a 20? Average is 15. I think you're higher than 20. I think you're probably a 25.
Wow.
Well, no, don't say wow. I mean, it's not. There's no wow in any of these.
High.
Don't sugarcoat it, Dr. Drew. You know,
we
it's
know
fucked
that
up.
you're going to score very high on vanity and exhibitionism,
Right.
right? You know that,
Yep.
right? And that tilts your scale way over right away. So go
Oh.
ahead.
All right. So the big reveal is that Trisha has scored a 30 out of 40.
Holy shit.
Oh, I missed it by 5 points.
Whoa,
Yes,
you're way up
yes.
there.
I mean, if
She missed it by 10 points. She said she was a nice 20 and he said 25. But okay. Yeah. Ooh.
I'm going to be up there, I might as well be over Robin. Like, I don't want to be
Can she
second
take it
place.
again? I know. Can she take it again? She wants that 35.
Shit.
So wait, how? So what?
Fuck.
So what percentage of people score that high? 35.
Well, a 30, actually, a 34 is what they call 3 standard deviations above the average, which means that you're higher than 99% of the population.
Wow.
Holy
But
shit.
doesn't that make so much? Guys, listen to me. Doesn't that make so much sense? Like, doesn't that make so much sense for her being the kind of entertainer she is? Like, I bet you Howard Stern is like 150. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, exactly the kind of person she is. Exactly. Shane Dawson, he's going to score 100%, right? Like, all these people, Jeffree Star, oh my God, they're going to score so high, right? So it kind of makes sense that Trisha scored this high. Kind of makes sense that Ethan scored that low, to be honest. And that's why there's no need for the judgment, because it gives you some idea of what they'd be willing to do, which, by the way, all of them are pretty fucking immoral except for Ethan. That's why he's low, right? So like it makes sense, but that's why I think they're all willing to do things that are so apprehensible a bit, because yeah. And I don't think Trisha's very good at empathy, by the way. She keeps saying like she likes to think of herself as an empathetic person, but like she does not have embodied empathy. Nothing about her says she understands what people are thinking at any point, right? Chet says, what do you think you would score? I think I would score, it's hard to say because I don't know the questions, but somewhere between Ethan and Trisha. I'd probably score a solid 14. 15-ish, somewhere in the teens, I think. You know, somewhere there, probably, because I definitely know I'm more, you know, I'm a Taurus, you know what I'm saying, girl? So like, if Ethan's a 7, I'm definitely higher than Ethan. You know what I mean? But yeah, a solid like teenage, like a 14, 15. Oh wait, 15 is normal? Oh, the average is 15. Oh, the average is 15. Actually, I don't know. I think I have more humility than the average person, and I think I have more arrogance than the average person. Make it make sense. I'm enlightened. Ethan, as an enlightened person, I'm somewhere right in the middle, but also better than you, but also worse than you. I'm worse, but I'm better. It's confusing. You know? I'm the most humblest person ever. You know? Who knows? Who knows?
I'm in the top 1%.
Well, that's a 30. A 30 is probably around 97, 98%.
No, I thought it would have been like 80% or something. So
But she's 35, though, you said.
No, I'm 30.
30.
I wanted to be 35.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. 30. So
Wow.
Yeah, let's break them down so you can see what's going on.
So let's go back to Ethan for a moment. So
Ethan the cuck. Go ahead. I was feeling pretty happy, and then Drew made me feel bad. When he said that, I'm like, fucking basically called me a beta.
Well, look, you know, remember there's 7 categories here. You have points in 3 of those categories. Authority, you get a 3 out of 8. Self-sufficiency, a 2 out of 6. And entitlement, a 2 out of 6.
Oh.
So remember, the authority and self-sufficiency factors are considered the healthier types of narcissism, right? So you have 5 of your 7 points are in those healthier categories.
Thank you. Dr. Young is my man. Dr. Drew.
Well, I would say that chat says, I wonder what the connection between autism and narcissism is. Well, first, there's the mistake people make of thinking autistic people are narcissistic. Because that's one of the issues that people have. But like, I don't think that's necessarily what's happening. And I think all of us go through the, am I a narcissist stage in your life? If you haven't asked yourself if you're a narcissist, you are not being self-reflective. I think anyone who's ever introspected has had to ask themselves, am I a narcissist? Because I really like watching Dr. House and Dexter and every show starring a man ever. Every show starring a man is basically narcissism, but like high ego. So if you watch any show where you like a man who's the main character, you should ask yourself at some point in your life, am I a narcissist? If you like Jack Sparrow from Pirates of the Caribbean, you should ask yourself if you're a narcissist. Not because you are, but we all have moments of thinking, I'm the main character. I'm the one. It's me, you know? But what was I going? Well, hold on. I lost my train of thought. Oh, autism and narcissism. I think people just don't know what anything is. And so they don't know how to define it or take it apart or understand it. And I think that's why I love reading the books. It's why I love categorizing people, because it allows me to properly not diagnose medically, but like diagnose the situation or what it is closest to the truth versus what we want to see when we see it. It's just like Trisha saying like, oh, the nanny conversation, you know, it was just, you know, the fact that she can't see the nanny conversation correctly. I just don't want to be that person. I really want to try to be the person who, when I watch it back, I can see what everyone else is seeing. But the correct answer, not the bad answer. Because remember, the mob is stupid. They crucified Jesus. You know what I mean? They're idiots. But maybe they should have, nope, Brittany, different tangent. I was going to say maybe they should have crucified the cult leader. Anyway, it's not the point. The point is like, I don't want to be Trisha. So then I have to ask myself, okay, how do I not be the person who can't see myself? But then to see yourself, you have to trust the data without allowing the mob who can't see you to also give you input. And as an autistic person, all of society is giving you input on your life. As an ADHD person, all of society is giving you input on your life and they don't understand you. You're lazy. You're just picky. Oh my gosh, I don't know why you can't just brush your teeth like a normal person. I don't understand why showering's so hard for you. Are you lazy? Are you just like being gross? It's like so on and so forth and so on and so forth. The idea is that you can't trust the mob to always, or the group of people to always observe you correctly, the bubble, but you also can try to see yourself because maybe they're seeing something you're not seeing. I'm always open to the fact that someone might be seeing something about me I'm not seeing, but I really am careful about who I listen to because people are biased, they're prejudiced, and they're just way too fucking unwilling to see themselves. So I can't trust them to see me, period. That's why I have very special people I go to be like, call me out. Am I doing it? Am I doing the shit thing? I'll apologize. But, you know, Chess says, isn't it pretty normal to want to be the main character in your own life? The problem is when people always need to make everything about themselves. Nope. I don't know what's normal. I don't think I've met so many people in my life who they do not want to be the main character. I see it every day. I want to be the main character in my life, but not everybody else's. And then there's 3 categories. People who want to be the main character in everyone's life. People who want to be the main character in their life, but nobody else's. That's my category. People who never see themselves as the main character and always see themselves as the side character. And I feel a lot more people I meet are the third one. I feel like a lot of people that I meet end up being the third one in my personal experience, but I don't know what's normal. I don't know what most people are experiencing. But yeah, every time I ask people that question, like, how do you feel about being the main character? Most people that I talk to, they just don't. I also think they're afraid it makes them sound narcissistic, funny enough. You know?
Sucks. I'm just kidding. Thank you, guys. I'm just trying to be entertaining here, but I do appreciate that, and I am not a cuck.
Interestingly, though, you have 2 out of 6 on entitlement.
Oh.
And nothing else in any other categories.
So when you say 2 out of 6, there were 6 questions regarding entitlement. I scored on 2 of them. So can you?
No wonder he likes seeing his wife has sex with somebody else.
Stop.
Hey, I think there's like a new chatter in chat, and like I'm not trying to like go for you, but I feel like I don't know what bubble you came from, but you sound like a centrist, and like you sound like a person who came from a bubble that listens to Asmongold and like, I don't know, Shoe on Head. So I don't know where you've come from, but this is a very autistic, neurodivergent, LGBTQ progressive space. So when the chatter says, any tips for showering? And you reply, you don't shower. Hi, welcome to autism space. Yes, showering is difficult. But if you have trouble showering, what I do, if you have a bathroom heater, is I turn on the heater. I put a towel on the floor and I turn off the water. I love to shower, by the way, but I hate being wet in the cold. So I love to shower, hate getting out of the water. My least, I don't want to get out of the shower. Who does? I turn it off. I wipe my arms down. I put my hair up already, jump out of the shower, wrap myself in a big towel. But the floor towel is the key, bro. Not a rug that's going to be wet. Gross. A floor towel. That's it, baby. No, that's the vibe. Okay. So I don't like a transition I don't want to take a shower if it's cold, but I love a shower, but I don't want to be cold, bro. So I find rugs suck. Bathroom rugs are the worst. I hate them, but floor towels that I dry every shower, I put it on the rack and I dry it overnight. And then I stand on the floor towel until I'm completely dry. You know, it's really nice. Chaz says, sorry, I didn't realize this was mostly autistic people here. I'm neurotypical. Apology accepted. As the queen of the autistics, I forgive you. But also, yes, this is a very safe space for the neurodivergents to manage existing. And so some of us struggle with the basics, okay? But somehow we make that bag. I might not love brushing my teeth, and I do it anyways, but I know how to make a bag, okay? And I might love to shower. Nobody likes getting out of a shower, though, let me tell you. Let me tell you. How about this one? Wet hair on the body. When my partner, I can see they have wet hair and it's on them, I'm like, and they're like, what? And I'm like, go dry your hair. Like, do something. Me, when I have wet hair, if it's underneath my thing, like if it's in my shirt, I might as well kill myself. You know what I mean? Hey, what are you going to do? Sensory issues.
I love Dr. Joe.
Yeah, Dr. Joe. Wait, can you do those again? Because I didn't quite understand. Read it again from the top.
Okay, so you got 3 out of 8 on authority.
Okay.
2 out of 6 on self-sufficiency.
Okay.
2 out of 6 on entitlement.
Okay.
I have to say that these are low scores across the board, really. It's just interesting to us that the categories that you fell into, authority and self-sufficiency in particular, are what we consider the more positive aspects of narcissism.
I think what we can really draw from this is that as far as narcissism scores go, this is probably one of the best and healthiest scores you guys have ever seen.
I wouldn't go that far.
Not prepared to say that.
They said too low is bad too.
Yeah, but they said I hit.
Right.
Okay, whatever. Thank you, guys. Oh,
I love Dr. Drew. Maybe if you fire me from the podcast, maybe me and Dr. Drew can have another podcast. He has like 8 of them, so I feel like I could join one with him if you let me go.
is that true, Dr. Drew? How many podcasts do you have? Let's do a plug. Plug your podcast. You
Speaking of Machiavellianism, she's uncovered my evil plan.
Yeah, Dr. Drew understands me. See, I just want someone to understand me, and this is why it's so nice.
Do you know how boring that show will be? It's just you at therapy.
No, we did a podcast together. It was very entertaining. Me, Adam, Dr. Drew.
How boring would it be, Dr. Drew? Go ahead.
It would be because I actually do very well with people with Trisha's profiles. I've actually sort of treated.
Oh, so you are pitched. So you are receptive.
Yes.
But it would be boring because it would just be me sort of holding things together. And that's boring.
That's what I need. Then I can be, because I felt vulnerable.
Yeah, but Dr. Drew has you said you have an issue with codependency. So
I do, and that's where that comes in, right? So I would be unable to put the show ahead of Trisha's needs, right?
We have
I need that though. No,
well, you know what?
Put the show.
Do me a favor.
Ahead of the show.
Do me a favor and go make a show with Dr. Drew.
I just appreciate someone putting my needs before a show.
Can I want to I do want to continue on.
Yes.
But by the end of this, I do want to complain to you, Dr. Drew, and maybe you can set her straight about this issue that keeps coming up about money. She's always complaining about money.
Okay, I'm not complaining about
because
it.
I don't want to hear about it anymore.
I'm not complaining about it.
We'll talk about it after.
I make a point.
This.
Okay.
So let's continue. Sorry for the side note.
Tricia, let's break down your 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the national average is 15.
Thank you. Thank you.
You've got a 6 out of 8 on authority.
Oh.
5 out of 6 on self-sufficiency.
What was it?
Self-sufficiency.
Was what number?
5 out of 6.
5 out of 6.
I'll take it.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm very self-sufficient.
Yeah, that one's good.
Yes.
And then 3 out of 6 on entitlement.
Yeah.
6 out of 7 on exhibition.
That makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
She works in porn, so
I'm top 1% on OnlyFans.
yeah.
Okay, then 3 out of 3 on vanity.
Whoa! Wait, stop! A perfect score on vanity, which makes sense because Trisha to this day still thinks that me, a happily married man, wants to fuck her. She's obsessed with that.
Yeah, that is a condition I have where I think literally everybody wants to obsess.
Just remember next time you think that I want to fuck you, you have a 3 or 3 on vanity.
I think I have sexual tension with everyone. It is a problem. I'm pretty sure not everybody wants to have sex with me, but I still think that in my head.
I'd love to see the questions. Can you read the vanity questions that she marked yes to? Is that possible?
You'd have to give me a moment. I'd have to go back through it.
Because I would love to read what you said yes to, because they were really extreme.
I do think very highly of myself for some reason. I mean, I hate my weight, but I think I'm very beautiful.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being most beautiful woman in the world, what would you give yourself?
It's so hard to say because I consider myself a complete package. So to look at me, I don't think I'm a 10, but the complete package is most definitely a 10.
Yeah, 3 out of 3 for sure, dude. I love it.
You're talking to a 0 out of 3 across from you.
Did I really have a 0-3 on vanity?
No.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, see? That's like,
oh yeah, he does have insecurities, right? Ethan is so secure with his orientation, with femininity, but he does have insecurities, and like Trisha does see that in him, right?
I could take at least 1 out of 3. You know what I mean?
I told you I had like low self-esteem. I know you do. I know you have this like complex because you were skinny at one point, and so you have a complex. We relate to it. I'm not trying to expose you, but you know what I mean?
I do feel, yeah.
Less than because of your weight. I sometimes do.
I feel like I have confidence, but maybe just not physical confidence. Like I don't think that I'm like as a person I have confidence, but I also think I'm a disgusting fat fuck.
No, Ethan.
I think we have confidence to see your wife with somebody else. No big deal.
Oh, come on.
That's our podcast. Ethan's a
this fucking guy.
Oh, God, I love him.
Ooh, great question. What is the relationship between narcissism and insecurity? I'm going to rant as a non-medical professional, but from what I've read, the irony of narcissism is that it's rooted in insecurity. It's a facade of the ultimate mask. Narcissists are like autistic masking times 1,000. Where like narcissists are so deeply insecure and just want to be so deeply loved, but they mask with the ego, but it's a fake ego, so it's fragile. So anytime it's challenged, it cracks and the mask cracks and their like insecure child comes out, and you're not fighting like some grown up, you're fighting like a child, right? And so it's like an insecure baby, and that's why they throw tantrums. And then you have to realize like you're not fighting an adult, but you are fighting an adult, so be careful, girl. You know what I mean? But like you're fighting like their child, their inner child that's never been healed. It's like if this was an anime character. Wait, where are my anime fans? What anime character is it where it's like a monster? Oh, is it JJK? But once they heal the monster, it's actually just like a little girl. Is that JJK? Is that how it worked in the movie? I don't remember. But you know all those animes where it shows like a monster attacking like everyone, and then you realize it's just like a kid underneath that hasn't healed? The dilemma is you still have to defeat the monster. You still have to defeat the monster. Even if there is a little girl at the core of it. You know what I mean? You still have to defeat the monster. And so that's what you're like, that's why I say your mental health isn't you. I really don't think like my mental health is me. I just think it's something that I have to like, that's my cross to bear. That's like my, that's my universal challenge, right? But I don't think it's me, you know?
So, yeah.
Actually, Ethan, I did find the questions.
Yes, please. Let's hear the vanity questions.
So here are the vanity questions. Remember, these are two questions. You have to choose A or B. And
Okay.
so one question says, I don't particularly like to show off my body. And the second choice is, I like to show off my body.
So I said, I don't like showing off my body. And you said I did.
Of course.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I always want to show you like my squirrel.
Also, I really, maybe Maiden and I can do it together. I really want to talk about autism and the overlap between feeling comfortable in your body, because I saw a TikTok about autism and polyamory and how autistic people can be often polyamorous because they're not too worried about social expectations. And there is an overlap, same with sex work, where I just cannot for the life of me, you will not make me feel bad for being naked on the internet. Like, I just feel none of the shame, like none of it. Like, yeah, you can't. I was thinking about it today when I was doing my yoga. I'm in my living room doing yoga and I'm stretching out my body and I'm just thinking, yeah, like, I don't know why I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to see if I'm lying to myself. Like, do I feel bad? I cannot feel bad to save my life. Like, you're not going to convince me being naked is a bad thing. I can't see it. I've just been naked for so long that I just can't. Yeah, I just don't believe anybody. But I know other people don't feel that way. But I wonder if it's autism. Like, I wonder if my autism allows me to literally have a better relationship with my body and not feel that shame. Like, there's so much, like, I just don't feel that need. I don't feel that desire to feel bad that I'm naked. But people will say, like, what about your family? What about them? My parents have seen me naked. They gave birth to me. You know what? They don't need to look at me naked when I'm doing my job, but also, you know what I mean? Kind of funny.
Squirting and stuff. I'm like, here, look, but like most
Okay,
won't
but that
let
makes
me.
sense.
Yeah.
That totally is. That one's okay. So what's next?
And the next one is, my body is nothing special, or I like to look at my body.
So for me, obviously,
Oh, I would say my body's nothing special versus I like to look at my body. I think my body's great, but I don't think it's special, but I don't think anything is special. You know?
my body's nothing special, and you like to look at.
I love my body. I had lipo. I had a butt transfer.
You like looking at your body? though?
I do think my body is very attractive.
Really? Because I hate. Okay. Because I don't like looking. Because I'm out of shape. It's bad.
I have a lot of good jiggle. Like, I have a slow motion on my ass jiggling. I have a lot of nice.
I mean, it's nice that
body.
you're confident about your
A lot
body.
of people like to look at my body.
That's
I make
true.
$1 million a month and have people look at my body.
That's
so.
true. So you have no reason not to.
Well, the last question is, I like to look at myself in the mirror, or I'm not particularly interested in looking at myself in the mirror.
You said
Only in the window in the kitchen, baby, to show off my gains, bro.
no. You're not interested.
No, I'm not particularly interested.
Really?
So wait, but like, see, that's
Shocking,
it.
Trisha. Shocking.
Wait, hold on, hold on.
I can't stop staring at myself in these monitors. I look at myself the entire episode.
Do
I
you
can't
really?
Stop. Yeah,
I didn't even
love
barely even
looking-
notice it. But like, see, I feel like my answers, it's like I'm not particularly interested in looking at myself in the mirror. That seems to me like a pretty like healthy attitude. No.
I mean, it's just a mirror. What's also wrong with looking in the mirror? Right? Like, there shouldn't be anything wrong with looking in the mirror, but there might be something wrong if you're literally like narcissist falling in love with yourself in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? I feel like there's a boundary. Like, a mirror is just a thing it's a tool. I utilize the mirror to see myself in case there's something on my face or I'm fixing my hair. But I don't spend time just like looking at myself in the mirror. Like, I'm busy. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I don't mind looking at myself. I remember when I took LSD, everybody said, don't look at yourself in the mirror. But I've already stared at myself in the mirror a lot because sometimes I meditate, like I practice like a meditation of looking at myself in the mirror to observe my body and to pull myself like out of my ego and into just observation mode. So sometimes I'll look at myself in the mirror until I look like a stranger. And I'm like, oh, I can see myself. Because you know how you can't see yourself the way you see a stranger? I meditate myself into the mirror and I try to see myself as if I saw her walking on the street and I didn't know her. One time when I was really, really high, I talked to my sister and she felt like a stranger to me. And I was like, oh my God, I don't feel like I'm your sister. And she goes, what? I was like, can I ask you questions about your life? And she's like, oh my God. And I would ask her questions and it felt like I was getting to know her for the first time. It was one of the coolest experiences I've ever had in my life. It's like watching an anime for the first time again. You know how you always say, oh, I wish I could watch this movie for the first time again? It was the most mind-blowing, coolest experience of my fucking life, being able to just talk to my sister like she was a stranger. It was cool, guys. It was really cool. And so I think there's there's like a kind of tool you can utilize in the same way with yourself by looking at yourself long enough where it's like, you know, maybe I could have this. And I think that's what's cool about drugs is that if you use them responsibly and meditatively, you can have an opportunity to kind of like have a perception, because all of our perception is just being processed through our brain. Like the us that is us is being processed through our brain. And so we understand life. So if we can rewire the brain, if we can reprocess, that's what healing from trauma is like. You're reprocessing, you're rewiring things, you're changing your brain literally, right? Rachel with the super chat, thank you so much, says genuine question. If 51% of the population are diagnosed autistic, will they then be neurotypical? Actually, great question. I actually think eventually we're going to get rid of these terms. Neurodivergent and neurotypical are not scientific terms, right? They're pop psych. So they're just like vernacular we use to explain something. But I genuinely think most of the population is neurodivergent, in my opinion. I would say if we actually got everyone diagnosed, I guarantee you most of them would be neurodivergent. And I think this language is going to be out of date eventually. I just think it's not going to matter. You know, I think it's going to be good for categorization, but it's not going to matter as much as it matters now. But then, of course, realistically, like even race seems to matter still, which is very frustrating. So maybe we'll always have parts of the population that are arguing about neurotypical versus neurodivergent, you know? But yeah, I'm not convinced. Like the joke is if you like my content and you watch it, you're probably neurodivergent. And there is a correlation between people finding each other. And I do think there's a reason why neurodivergent people can rub people the wrong way. I mean, there's a difference of communication. So like things can be different, but things can also overlap. It's not like I didn't get along with neurotypicals growing up, but there's like like my Discord always jokes about it. We joke about it. And then you find out like half my Discord or half my chat will get diagnosed. I'm like, welcome. And I got diagnosed. Hello. I myself got diagnosed. And I'm like, you know what? My life makes so much more sense now. Everything I've done in life, I'm like, yeah, everything makes a lot more sense with this diagnosis. But my whole life I was operating. I was just playing a different game than everyone else. And yet I was still killing it, bro. I was just fucking up a lot and I didn't know why, but I was killing it all the same, you know? I hope that answered your question. But yeah, I think the world's going to change. I don't think it will matter one day, you know? Yeah. It'll be great. It'll be great just to see people for who they are instead of it having to hold a bunch of negative or positive judgment. Just, oh yeah, that makes sense. I can see that. Or, oh yeah, cool. How does that change your life? Or, but man, people really get angry about everything. They get angry about neurodivergency. They get angry about what you eat. They get angry about veganism. They get angry about meat. I've been watching these vegan videos. And what's so funny is when vegans go back to eating meat eaters celebrate like they just fucking cured cancer or something. Isn't that so funny? Like, it's so funny. And I'm like, relax, bro. It's just like fucking philosophy and food. It's like the same thing when you come back to a religion. Everyone's like, oh my God. Meat eaters are like in a religion. And it's so funny. But I get it. It's humans. They want to be part of the group that's correct. And they want to assume that their group is correct, even though none of our groups are technically correct. We're all just we're all just having a relationship with parts of correctness. Gag, you know?
I guess. Well,
I don't think about these questions as
yeah. Come on, you've been calling me a cuck all episode. Now you're playing it all diplomatic.
These are forced answers that have predictive value. You got to think about it then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Drew.
Okay, interesting. Let's continue. I mean, I find I'm absolutely fascinated by all this.
Me too. I never even thought of vanity as being narcissist. I guess that is. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I would imagine it'd be well. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
I knew that. Yeah.
3 out of 3.
I'll take it.
That's 5 of the. We were going through.
Actually, new chatter, I'm going to say this. Are you sure you're not autistic? Because you argue like an autist. Your sense of justice and your debate bro skills are very high. Whose community did you come from? Be honest. How'd you find my content? Where'd you come from? You argue with everyone, but I can tell also with peace and love what bubbles you come from. You use terminologies very specifically. It's like very funny. I'm dying to know whose community did you come from? Andrew Wilson! My arch nemesis? Just kidding. I don't have an arch nemesis. No wonder, girl. Andrew Wilson, the misogynist. Girl, get away from that Bobo girl. The misogynist. He's not my arch enemy. I don't have any enemies, but I will just say this. Andrew Wilson is so easy to hate though, girl. Man, welcome, girl. I hope you stay. I hope I convert you into this lovely lesbian cult of ours. Stay, become a lesbian, join us. Man, whoo, girl. Girl.
Trisha's categories, yeah.
The last one is exploitativeness.
Uh-oh.
And Trisha, you got a 2 out of 5 on that.
That's good.
What's exploitativeness?
That's like taking advantage of
Taking advantage.
Oh, yeah. No.
What were the,
What were we
the-
too?
Yeah, tell me the 2 that she answered.
Jeez.
On exploitativeness.
Yeah, I love. See, that's the
I
interesting.
probably take advantage of you. I like to be on this podcast.
Think
and stuff.
of your history. You manipulate a little bit. And,
What
and
did
that
she
also,
say? She said, I definitely take advantage of you.
Tell me the 2 that she answered.
Jeez.
On exploitativeness.
Yeah, I love. See,
It's-
that's the
I
interesting.
probably take advantage of you. I like to be on this
Think
podcast.
of
and stuff.
your history. You manipulate a little bit. And that
Yeah.
also you should show up on the Machiavelli scale a little bit too then.
For sure. I've been called a manipulative person multiple times. So
Right. And I'm not sure you are aware of it when you're doing it.
I
Because
I
bet you feel bad about it when it's called into consciousness, but it's some defensive strategy you have.
Yeah, I don't ever know when I'm doing it. I will still to this day, like, I'm not manipulative, but people keep saying it. So I'm like, maybe I am, but I honestly don't intentionally try to be. I try and be as authentic as I can so people don't think that about me. But
Well, authenticity is not manipulative. You know what I mean?
Right.
You can be authentic and be manipulative.
Well, people think I manipulate the audience by talking about borderline in general because this is a recent diagnosis as of last year and going into therapy. And everyone's like, wow, she's manipulating the audience by saying she has borderline personality disorder. I'm like, well, I don't know. You guys call me crazy. And then I say I have a disorder. And then they're like, oh, she's manipulating. And I don't know what that is. Like, I don't know where the confusion lies.
I don't think that's manipulative, but I think what they're doing, people, I see this all the time with drug addicts too, which is people don't like them to have, I don't know how to say this, to have an out. You know what I mean? When you say you've got a brain disorder, then people have to be sympathetic to you.
Right.
And when they're angry with you for some behavior, they don't like being sympathetic. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, that's it.
And they don't want to be tricked. And I think that's the problem is people don't want to be tricked. And so they don't know if you're using it as an excuse or not. But that's the difference. I think like with Elon Musk as an example, he's using his autism as an excuse to throw up a Nazi salute, right? A person who's really remorseful should know how to explain themselves without excusing themselves. But yes, some people won't believe you. But I do think it's a skill to say, like, first, the problem is you have to start off on a same footing of like good faith. And I think that's what's really missing is like if you don't have good faith with somebody, then you're not going to trust them even when they get better. This actually happens with parents of drug addict children. Parents who have children who are drug addicts might be unable to believe that their child is actually better or not doing, like not stealing, not doing things because of the person they used to be. And this happens, actually, I only use that as an example because I recently watched a video on it. But you know what? Scratch that. Parents will do this of any child because it's hard for them to imagine you're different than the 15-year-old kid they raised. My parents do this where I'm like, just a reminder, I'm not 15 anymore. I'm 35. Like I'm old now. Like I'm not that person. But it's hard for people to update you in their mind. So I think that that's the problem is like there's not enough good faith. It's hard to see the change. And also it's hard to change. Look at Trisha, who's had so many opportunities. I can't blame people for still being hesitant around her, right? Because the kind of change I expect out of people is the one they can give. But the one they can give isn't always safe enough to then always take them at good faith, right? And so that's the conundrum we all run into, right?
Because they called me crazy for so many years, never got diagnosed until I was 31. And then they're just like, wow, now she's being manipulative. We should all just walk around eggshells around church. I'm like, well,
It's hard when people don't know you in real life and they just see you online. And it's like this and this and this and this.
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
well,
hard.
that's where I'm trying to be authentic so people can kind of see more of me, but it's hard.
So guys, I found the 2 questions for Trisha on exploitativeness. Option 1 is I can read people like a book, or people are sometimes hard to understand.
Oh, I feel like I can read people very well.
Like a book.
No.
Because that's the thing. Well, some of those questions, like, because like for me, I'm like, I feel like sometimes I can get a read on people, but to
Like a
say,
book.
but like to make a statement like I can read you like a book is like, no, I can't read people like a book.
No, but I think I can read people. Yeah.
That is part of borderline.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
with borderline, they like have antennas up to people's emotional states.
Actually, I take that back. I think Trisha reads people really well and really incorrectly at the same time. Oh, yeah. That's the problem with Trisha's. But she could be so smart if she used this to her advantage. You either use this to your advantage or you use it to your disadvantage. And Trisha uses it to her disadvantage. She is reading the tension. She's reading something, but she doesn't know what it is. So because she doesn't know what it is, she takes all the possible answers and throws it up against the wall. And then whatever sticks, she goes, that must be it. But that's not necessarily true. So if she could just actually, this is my, you want to talk about special interest? My obsession is making sure that I'm accurately understanding a situation, because I know how easy it is to not understand a situation, but also I think everyone's really bad at understanding a situation. Like, I think people are just bad at it. People are bad with their inconsistencies of values. People don't know why they do anything they do. People will say literally like, people are just contradictory in nature. We're all contradictory in nature. So I think Trisha is very good at picking up something that's going on, but she's not very good at deciphering the exact details. She needs to make it like an actual special interest, like fascinating. She needs to like, just like, you got to love it. That's why I sit here. I'm like, hold on. Is this what we're observing? Why are we reviewing frenemies? To make sure that we understood it the first time around. Look at us 4 years later, revisiting a 40 episode series to make sure that our opinions and our observations were correct. How many people do that? How many people are willing to sit through a whole series to make sure that they saw it correctly, let alone the people involved, right?
Both because they've been traumatized and they're always ready to sort of react to that. But some of the borderline process, did we talk about this last time? Did we talk about projective identification last time?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay. So what happens, and this is what you guys were getting into in your last meltdown, which is that when borderlines experience feelings that are awful, they kind of disavow them and put them in the other person and make you feel awful.
Mm-hmm.
They're literally able to sort of inject feelings into you. Mm-hmm. Think about what babies do when they want to get fed. They make all kinds of noise that makes you feel a certain way, that makes you come to go take care of them. Mm-hmm. People with borderline disorders use that same mechanism, and it can be crazy making in the person nearby because you don't know why you're feeling all the things you're feeling. And borderlines are hyper acutely aware of what's going on in you.
Like a book.
And
then what was the other one?
All right. So the second question is, I will never be satisfied until I get all that I deserve, or I will take my satisfactions as they come.
Wait, what was the first? Say the first one more time.
I will never be satisfied.
I will never be satisfied until I get all that I deserve.
Oh my God.
That's so pretty wild, dude.
That's so intense. I don't remember checking that, but I guess between the two, I should get all I deserve in life.
So my thought process when I read that was like, well, I don't think people necessarily deserve. I don't think that I necessarily deserve. It's the way it's written. It's so sharp. It's like, yeah, it'd be nice to be satisfied with certain things, but I don't necessarily think that I deserve like.
Nobody deserves anything. Philosophy Brittany has spoken.
Everything I want, you know what I mean?
I think I deserve everything I want. I do, but I feel like everybody should think that. I think everyone should think they deserve everything in this life.
To me, that seems like a really dark way to go about the world of like, I deserve. How can everybody possibly deserve everything they want?
Because we're all humans. We're all created from God. Like we all deserve like his.
God, man, I really hate when I hate when people talk about God. You don't believe in God, girl. Sit down. Which God do you believe in? Oh, maybe she believes in the fucking gods, like the Mormon, like the Zeus and all that. They be fucking, bro. They be fucking. Also, shout out to what we do in the shadows. I love TV shows that casually bring pansexuality into the conversation without making it like it's so wonderful to see it. Okay, I love it. Shout out. You know what I mean? Love that show so much. Like so much pansexuality happening in that show. Same with Chaos. So much pansexuality. I love to see it. But yeah, maybe not bring up God. Trisha, listen to me, Trisha. I saw your butthole full of tissue and it did not look like the face of Jesus Christ. I know, much like the toast, we thought it could be Jesus, but I've looked at it, not Jesus. Whoa. Not Jesus.
His blessings on earth. Like I believe that. And everyone should feel that way.
Okay,
Antichrist.
I'd love to know how God scores on a narcissism scale. He would probably be a perfect score.
God would be a perfect score.
All right, well, this was great. So we have another test to go over.
Yes.
Which I'm assuming Trisha failed spectacularly as well.
I have more to say about this test.
Oh, sorry.
Just before we leave that, I mean, the discussion that you guys just had about those questions is an indication of how differently people feel about their lives and their perceptions, right? You guys see things, the same question differently, which is what these types of surveys.
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
Because to be totally fair, when I was reading some of these questions, I could tell that it was like, oh, I was like, who would mark yes on this? I mean, not to but I was like, I can't even imagine making such a strong statement as like, I deserve everything in the world.
Well, I think that's more manifesting. I didn't want to say I don't deserve everything. So I'm like, I'd rather say I deserve everything and have it
The question
come.
doesn't say you don't deserve it. It said, you will not be happy until you get everything you deserve.
Yeah, that's better than the alternative option is how I looked at it.
The alternative option isn't that you don't get things that you want. It was just so extreme that I was like, no, of course I can't. I can't mark yes to that.
I saw it differently, but
And, I mean, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Right, doctors?
That is the point. That is the point. You literally see it differently. You literally think about it from a different perspective. Yeah, that's what's happening here.
All right, so let's turn to the dark triad. And
why don't you just call it the axis of evil?
the dark triad.
Yeah, why don't we just call it the
That should be our podcast, the dark triad.
I like that. Well, we need a third person if we're going to be a triad. Dr. Drew? Yeah, exactly.
Well, guys, I can tell you that the dark triad has really kind of entered popular culture too, because, every now and then I watch this TV show called SWAT. And last night, I think somewhere they were rerunning an episode where they were chasing this criminal. And amazingly, they said this criminal has these three characteristics: Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy. And they actually used the words, the dark triad. So this is something that we're going to see a lot more of.
Interesting.
As time goes on. Let's get to it. So with the dark triad, a high score in Machiavellianism is a 3.86 out of 5.
Well, I'm sorry. What is this? Pi? 3.86? 5? 3.8? Why the decimal?
Just because of the thousands of people that they've tested.
I see. I misunderstood. So the average is a 3.8. Sorry, say that again.
3.86 because
out of 5 is the average. Okay, people seem pretty evil out there.
You asked about the number of bubbles, like the strongly disagreeing.
Right, I got it.
That's a 5-point scale. So
got it.
3.6 out of 5. Okay.
Got it.
Narcissism, a high score is 3.68 and above.
Got it.
And then psychopathy is a 3.4 and above.
And psychopathy is sociopathy, I'm assuming.
Again, this is a debatable point, and people get very theoretical about this. I make a distinction between sociopathy and psychopathy. Sociopaths are people that are manipulative and really don't care or don't really appreciate that you have feelings. You're just there to serve their needs, right? Mm-hmm. A psychopath doesn't have feelings. So I think they're really kind of assessing in this scale sort of people's ability to appreciate emotions. I think that's what they're talking about.
Are there any good psychopaths?
It's a good question. There's such a thing as pro-social psychopaths,
right?
And there are. I have friends that work in this field, and this is. I don't want to get destroyed for this one. This is not my opinion. This is an opinion of a couple friends of mine who work in the field of psychopathy. They feel that Bill Clinton was a pro-social psychopath.
Oh,
he was interested in doing things that were good and good legislation and helping people, but he had no trouble exploiting this young intern and didn't think anything of it. That's a pro-social psychopath.
I could see it.
But is fucking an intern really because I feel like a lot of powerful men do that. They're just like, yeah, fuck the intern.
Yeah, they're fucking sociopaths. Oh my God. Just because there's 100 other people you could name doing the same piece of shit action doesn't mean it's not fucking bad. Hello?
Obviously.
Did you see the Clinton Affair, the documentary?
No, I haven't. I should watch it. Yeah.
It's much more profound.
Really? So where can I?
Really? Chat says, growing up with a narcissistic parent, I cannot help but clock Ethan as the more narcissistic one. The constant need to put her down and elevate himself. This is just an ego feeding sesh for him. There's something there. I would say Ethan, they're both insecure in different ways. I don't see Ethan as NPD, obviously. I don't see Trisha as NPD either, by the way. But on the narcissistic scale, I think it just exhibits differently in different people, right? So okay, who's more narcissistic? Me, Ethan, or Trisha? Go ahead. I'll wait. Answer the question. Is it me, Ethan, or Trisha? Who is it? Is it me, Ethan, or Trisha? Who's more narcissistic? What does that even mean in this context? Who's most insecure? Who's most egotistical? Who's most what? What does that even mean in this context, right? Because Ethan making jokes and belittling Trisha is just also a part of people's humor, or it's the way that some people I think it's funny, but I also think it's funny because that's the kind of humor I would have with my siblings. Like, I legit think Ethan is making so many funny jokes right now. And I'm like, nobody's laughing at Ethan's jokes, but that's because they're probably not like, none of them joke like Ethan does. I feel like, I really do. I think most of the time Ethan's pretty funny, but again, too far. He goes too far. But also, I'm actually confident enough to like go toe to toe with him in a way. Trisha isn't, so it feels like he's punching down because Trisha's a pussy. But also, Trisha's a pussy because she's damaged. But also, she's so damaged, she'll go for him like cutthroat. She'll take a joke and make it cutthroat. You know, you guys are saying Trisha's the more narcissistic one. Okay. Also, my Discord is taking the test for narcissistic personality inventory. I want to take it. My God, I should take it. Okay, maybe we'll take it after this, or I'll take it and post my results to the Discord. I want to take the test. Yeah, it's hard to know like what this means, you know. All right.
Can I watch that just to
give you the link? I'll put the link in the chat.
not to promote it? I just genuinely curious.
I think it's on Netflix.
Oh, how did I not? How did that?
I know, never
How did
saw
that
it.
not show up on my Netflix page? I'm watching that
Maybe
tonight.
it's on Amazon. I can't. I'll look it up here right now. But it was.
I'll find it. It's called The Clinton Affair.
I
Okay.
was shocked at what he did to that.
I
Really?
have a
Wow.
question, just real quick.
For years.
Oh my God, it was so bad. Bill Clinton's a piece of shit, bro.
Really was something else.
When
wow.
I was younger, I like envied Monica Lewinsky. Like I thought, oh, she's getting all this fame for fucking the president. Like
Chad says he really believes he's better than Hassan and all the pro-Palestinian creators. Very narcissistic of him. Yeah, I would say that he lacks humility. Yeah, I would say in that context, Ethan. Yeah, I would say he does not. You know what it is? He has the insecurity that appears like humility, but not the introspection to be in his humility. But that's a lot of people. I think Ethan reminds me of most people. I'll be real. I see Ethan and I think most people. I do. I think most people are Ethan. I just think he feels insecure and very relatable and very likable, but also refuses to ever give up that he's wrong. You know, like most people I meet. Because like it's really scary to like, you know, but he's much more, I'd rather be around an Ethan than a Trisha. Like I'd rather be around most people than a Trisha. Because Trisha isn't like most people, funny enough. Trisha is not like most people. She's harder to deal with in that sense. But I like Ethan more. But if I had to choose, I would choose neither of them and choose a very different kind of person to be around, much more than them. You know what I mean? They're like, if I had to choose between them, but if I had to choose not them and somebody else, I'd choose somebody else. You know what I mean? And Jellybean?
I wanted to be her so bad. I thought she was like lucky. Like, what is that? Because
Good
even
question.
like, you know, like I wanted to like be with like Michael Jackson. I wanted to be with Jerry Lee Lewis, like all these people who like dated like minors and stuff. And then the intern, I was like, she's so famous. She had to fuck the president. Like, I want to be at this level where
It was
SNL is parodying me. Like, what is that? Because I still like, obviously I know it's wrong.
Wow, what Monica Lewinsky considered like psychological abuse her whole life. Trisha's like, I want that. Monica Lewinsky had to literally leave America and go get her master's degree in a completely different world, a different literally country, to escape the amount of America bullying her. Like the fact that she's like, I would love SNL to parody me and to like make me a character. Yeah, until you are the person being parodied. You know what I mean? She wants to be laughed at on SNL, but can't take Ethan's jokes. Sis, Monica Lewinsky got mercilessly bullied for decades. Trisha would literally crumble. Trisha can't even handle Ethan calling her fat. And she wants to handle the world, the literal world. Like, ma'am.
And gross now, but like I still was like I romanticized that. I thought that was so cool. I was like, I wish that was me. Like I still wish it could be me with the president, you know?
Interesting.
A couple things. I mean, that's sort of Machiavellianism, right? Anything to get the job done is sort of Machiavellianism. And then that one question you answered where, you know, I'll do anything to get all my needs met or whatever.
And yes, that is trauma, obviously.
That's kind of that, isn't it?
You want the fame, and you saw that they achieved it easily.
Oh, I was like, that's all you have to do to be
was
famous?
suck the president's dick.
That was and she was like sexual. The president wanted her, and I was like, oh, I want that. Like the president wants to fuck you. That's so cool. Like I thought that was.
Oh. Yeah, I think also the thing about MPD that's important and borderline and all these things is like, and it's about childhood, even autism. One of the things that my autism diagnosis included was like, it has to be apparent in childhood. Now, can you get borderline or narcissism later in life? No, right? Doesn't it have to start in childhood? Or is that wrong? I don't know. And so that's the question, is like, when we talk about who's NPD, who's not, like, we have to go back to their childhood, their literal adolescence, right? From my understanding. But, and Trisha, you can go back to her adolescence. She'll talk to you about it, right? Like, can you get it? Chet says, I caught BPD from my ex. Is that a joke? You said, what do you define trauma as? Everyone has trauma, first of all. Everyone, even you. It's on a spectrum, right? So trauma is a reoccurring pattern after a significant event or events that lead you to having to deconstruct or handle some aftermath with the situation. Trauma. Okay, it's a joke. It's a joke. That's what trauma is, and everybody has it. Everybody has something they have to deconstruct and work on that has impacted them because of their environment or the way they were raised or the way that their brain functions. Okay, let's see. Maiden says no, borderline is given to you from my understanding. Autism is yeah. I know that. No. Sorry. No. Maiden, do you know what I'm not saying? Borderline is like, yes, but like, can you get borderline as a 40-year-old? Because I know borderline isn't autism where like you're born autistic, but borderline, does the trauma have to start in adolescence? See, this is why we need a therapist I can call on hand. Or it can borderline start in your 40s. Like, can you get abandonment issues in your 40s? Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know about that. Because that would change things, right? I don't think you can, because that would also help us stop calling everybody a narcissist or borderline unless we understood what your childhood was like, because the childhood part is so important. Chat says BPD isn't exclusively trauma based. I don't even know what that means. Can you elaborate on that? What does that mean? What do you mean? That's not. What do you mean? Not like a singular trauma based, but like, how would you get borderline without trauma? When I was doing therapy, I was told some people who are diagnosed with BPD don't have any explicit trauma or history of trauma. Then what is it from? Are we just defining trauma differently? How do you get borderline without trauma? It's rooted in abandonment. That's like the trauma. The trauma is the feeling of the abandonment. Are you saying it doesn't need an explicit event? I agree with that. But not having the event is sort of traumatic, right? That's called complex trauma. Yeah, like CPTSD. Because then that would make sense. That's still trauma, right? Or is that different? Oh, no, I don't know. Maybe I should go to school just to know these things. I don't want to work in it. I don't want to be a therapist or psychologist. I just want to know about it. This is why I want school to be free, so we can all go study these things without needing to make it our life. You know what I mean? Discourse said personality disorders can happen later in life, but it's less research. Damn, okay. We just need the research. Okay, well, I guess nobody here is in the field enough to, isn't it free in Europe? It's about 9K, I think, or 9K euro a year in Croatia. So it's not free, but it's basically free. Chad says, you can go study and not be your profession. Yeah, but not for free. I'm not paying $80,000 to $100,000 just to go for funsies. That's why we read curriculum. You read the syllabus, but then you don't get the social cred. It's nicer to have the social cred. Okay. As well as the education, Avi. Yeah, Maiden says, it's my understanding that BPD is related to trauma. All of these heuristics overlap, and I'm convinced that they are all different language for the same pattern. Possibly. Yeah, possibly. Okay, well. Wow, chat. Sorry, girl, I'm in Argentina. Here I can go to free public universities. Okay, well, just brag some more. Good for you, girl. I love that. See, that's how we have to be, girl. We got to be like you. That's beautiful, bro. All right.
It's like an honor.
Huh.
I still would love to have sex with Bill Clinton.
You know what's funny? I had the same thoughts.
What?
about Monica Lewinsky. I'm just kidding.
I think it's on Netflix.
I'm gonna watch the shit out of that, man.
I should
It's a
watch.
great documentary. I'm like, the scales fell from my eyes. Boy, it was. Ooh.
I'm super interested. I wonder what it means about Hillary too, because she stayed with him. She knows what the kind of guy he is. I mean, it's very, it is very, House
And
of
you should
Cards,
know-
right?
You should be aware of this, Tricia. People with borderline disorders tend to be very attracted to sociopaths.
Oh, I know that.
And sociopaths to them. So it's just whenever
Why is that?
nobody really knows that I know of, but whenever we would get a sociopath and a borderline on a drug unit together, we'd have to go to great lengths to keep them apart and prevent them from having sex.
Huh?
Because
That's-
it would screw
I
up the
believe it.
treatment.
I wonder if it's because the sociopath knows how to manipulate them and has no qualms doing it.
Maybe. And the borderline sort of believes it, you know what I mean, and wants to go with it. And they're very entertaining and makes them feel good.
Oh,
I've never broken up with a boyfriend. They've always done.
Yeah, notice the people who collect the cluster bees. Notice the person who collects and surrounds themselves with people with personality disorders. And notice how they take advantage of them. Notice how they pick them up and drop them off. Notice how they always blame them on their mental health. Notice a pattern of behavior where every single person they're with is this specific kind of personality category. And notice the way that they pick them, abandon them, blame them, ask them to come back. I hate you. You're awful. Come back. I miss you. Notice how they paint them as crazy, but behind the scenes they're like, I love you. You're great. You're the best. They just don't understand us the way, like, I just got to do it because it's Yep.
Me, I've never broken up with someone. True story.
Interesting.
Yeah. I just don't want to lose anybody. I'm just like,
I like how Trisha says I've never broken up with anyone, and I've only ever broken up with people. I'm the breaker-upper in relationships, but I think that's the other side of the borderline where I'm like, bye, hyper-independent bitch. I don't need nobody. That's the thing is Trisha's borderline is codependent, and my borderline is hyper-independent. What's up?
I just stay. Even if they cheat, giving STDs, I'm like, whatever. It's fine.
STDs.
Yeah, I mean, I
Holy
definitely
shit.
stay with people on that. Yeah.
What's
That trauma
bro?
bonds
Look at
you.
your hand. the tone of your hand
Oh my God.
versus your face.
I'm a little
cracks me up.
tan in the face. Okay, it doesn't matter. Let's go.
I
See, he just has jabs at me. It's totally fine.
I know. It's
the
fun.
minute I say one thing about him, it's like
That's
crossing
not
the
what
line.
happened.
It's not even what we're talking about.
I just noticed.
Do I say, oh, you have baby hands, put it next to your face, your huge head with your baby hands? No, I don't say that because that's rude.
It's just
How dare Trisha ever say, because that's rude. Trisha's the rudest person I've ever seen in my life.
makeup. I don't have baby hands.
Put it next to your
Looks like
face.
It's on Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime. Everybody-
All right, Amazon Prime. Let's move on.
Okay.
Some people
All right.
have accused Trisha of being a blackfish. You know what that is?
That's not.
It's someone who tries to look black, who's
Okay,
white.
well, I am 18%
we have,
Moroccan.
we have
so.
two doctors here. What
right.
do you make about blackfishing?
I'd never heard of it.
No
till this
comment. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, let's
Because
continue.
it's stupid.
Poor Dr. Young is in way over his head.
moment. I at least knew what I was getting into.
Yeah. Willingly came back.
All right.
So, looking at the dark triad, let's just go through Ethan's scores. On Machiavellianism, you got a 2.33. And remember, a high score is 3.86. So
Wow.
you're below that level, quite significant.
So wait, a 3.8 is, I thought you said that was the average or that's the high?
That's considered high.
And what's average?
They don't really report
Oh,
the average, but anything above 3.86 is considered a high number. And you're a 2.33.
Below average yet again.
So, okay, nice. I mean, that's good. I feel happy about that.
On narcissism, you're a 2.44. And remember, the high score was 3.68. So you're below on narcissism.
Feel great about that too.
And then
Now, is that consistent with my previous narcissism score? Because it seems higher.
No.
It's consistent.
I think it's consistent. The scales are a little bit different.
Mhm.
You're a little bit higher in narcissism on this scale than you are on the other one, but not significantly so.
I see.
And then on psychopathy, you're a 1.77.
Dude, I'm like the least psychopath.
3.4.
So what does that mean about me as a person, doctors, if you would analyze me based on that?
Well-
You have to give this again.
You want to call me a cuck again, Dr. Drew? That's not why I brought you here.
Bring it up again.
Just tell me I'm a great person.
I just think Ethan, if I had to categorize him, I would say Ethan, like many people, they okay, everyone exists in a bubble. You are in a bubble, I'm in a bubble. We're all in bubbles and we have perceptions of the bubble and how people work. And we believe what we know about people is correct. And Ethan is like many people that I meet where they're in a category of people who don't think. Like, it's almost because Ethan doesn't think, it allows him not to be a narcissist or a sociopath. Does that make sense? Like, Dr. House is like that sociopathic narcissist or whatever he is, because he thinks all the fucking time. He's always reading people and he's paranoid. And he's like, Ethan's not. Ethan's like, na 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 na. Like, what's going on in Ethan's head is just like, da na 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 na. Hassan. Hassan. I love my wife. I'm a dad. Zach soundbite. Hassan. Like, Ethan isn't thinking. He's not going home and reacting. Ethan literally Zionist. Zionist. It's like Ethan admits he doesn't read books. He doesn't watch documentaries. He doesn't have time to consume YouTube. He doesn't do research. Like, he doesn't know. He knows what he sees. So he knows what he reads on Twitter. He knows what's in his DMs. He knows what people put in front of him. But Ethan's not a curious person in that sense. He wants to be curious, but his curiosity is more like, does your butthole smell? I feel like buttholes smell. Does your butthole smell? I'm like, what are you, 5? Like, his curiosity is limited. It's not like he's asking true, even in this. His curiosity is like, so am I like on content? And I mean that in the greatest way possible. Uh-oh. Am I here? Am I here? Did my thing cut off? Am I still here? I'm reading chat, so funny. Am I still here, chat? Can you hear me? Can I still... Can you... I'm back? Okay, I'm back. Anyways. So yeah, he's just simple. He's a simple boy. He's a simple boy, you know? He's just a simple boy. And that's okay. But like, simple people tend to think they're a lot smarter than they are, which is why he always gets in trouble. He's too simple. You know what I'm saying? He needs to... But then, you know, there should be a price for... There should literally be a cost for owning, like, having a podcast, I swear to God. But at the same time, it's funny. So yeah, Ethan's just a simple boy. That's why he can't be he's too busy being simple to, like, you know what I mean? Chet said Ethan isn't dumb. I didn't say he was dumb. I said he was simple. You can be smart and simple. You know? I didn't say he's dumb. I said he's simple. He's definitely not introspective, and he's definitely not curious, though. You know?
Perfect. Okay, I'm just kidding. We all know Trisha's...
Hold on. Chet says, Britt, I don't like to speculate, but some people believe that Ethan's on something. If you compare this Ethan with nowadays, his behavior has changed. Even his Tourette's tics have increased. I haven't noticed that. I don't think so. I mean, he's on medication because he has depression, right? But like I watched a clip of him today talk about Asmon because I was curious what was happening, and he looked pretty calm and normal. He wasn't in a heightened state of being. It's not like Ethan. You know when Ethan's mad at Hassan and he's molding? He isn't like that 24/7, for the record. Like, he's like that when he's upset. You know, he's like that when he's stressed, when he hasn't slept. But Ethan isn't like that every single stream. He's just like that when he's upset. And the question is, what are you holding on to that's making you so upset in this direction? But I don't know. I watched him. If you go back and you watch him, if you actually take, again, just like we're going back and watching this, Trisha's so much more unlikable this time around. I bet if we watch back, it would be like Ethan is angry when he's angry, but he's not angry when he's not angry. You know? So it depends. I stopped watching Ethan on the daily, so I don't know what's going on the daily, but I just checked into a random part of his stream and he seemed fine. You know what I mean? Like, he did seem fine. I assume because he wasn't talking about anything that's going to make him upset. Right?
This is the shit show here, so...
Well, first of all, thank you. I like being the titles and the headlines. Like, I like the attention for sure.
Why do you complain about it?
Maybe this has to saying, like, maybe...
Why do you complain to me?
A little more.
Why do you complain
about
to
what?
me?
I say I love doing the show. I'm the one that
no,
not quit the show.
Look how it escalated. Look how it escalated so fast. Right? Look how this escalated so fast. Chat says, okay, I don't watch anymore, but some clips when he talks about Hassan, Palestine, and Biden makes sense that topic stresses him out. Yeah, I bet I would. if I was to judge Ethan for real, I would make sure that I would watch him talk about different subjects to see which ones make him upset. And it would make upset that he was stressed about the things that stresses him out. And it would make sense that his tics would increase because of that stress, which makes total sense. What I wish he would do is not get stressed about these things, but that's between him and his therapist and his, ability to see people's perspectives, right? But I don't think Ethan is always upset. But I do think Ethan's inability to see Hassan or Hassan's opinions or Palestinians, the fact that he went on a tirade against Twitch and Hassan is what I think is like, either you've made the decision to be just fully ignorant or not ignorant, fully Zionist, or you just are genuinely refusing to see Hassan's perspective, or you're just like a centrist. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to explain it, but like either like people get passionate about things that are important to them, right? But I do think Ethan's level of anger towards the thing he thinks is important is bad. You know what Ethan reminds me of? He reminds me of that gif of the woman when Trump won and she's like, no, it's not good. Whether you're progressive or a conservative or a centrist, that is a therapy moment. I'm not saying you're wrong for feeling the way you feel. I'm saying we want to be regulated even when faced with great odds against us. We want to be regulated as much as we can be while appropriately mourning,
You text me, you go, stop putting me in the headlines, stop putting me in the highlights.
Because he wanted to continue the show without me today to get the revenue on this without me. I said, let me be on it together.
It's not all about revenue. It's about...
It is. You saying Trisha...
Wait, I wasn't going to do it without you.
Yes, you said you were... Anyways, you said you were going to do the show without me by saying we talked.
No, I wasn't going to do the show without you. I was just going to explain what happened.
By using me in the title. He says, Ethan talks to Trisha. I said, don't use my name in the title if you don't need it, because that's like, I'm not getting the monetary value off our drama.
Okay, whatever.
Okay, well, anyways, that's all I said.
You're the narcissist. You're the dark triad over here. I'm just kidding. The doctor's like, don't do that. I'm just kidding.
Thank you. Honestly, we can only do the show with them. I feel safe with them here. They actually...
See, that's the problem is like, it's a little bit true, but it's also a joke. But also, why did Trisha escalate? Why did it just escalate right now?
You know what they're talking about. You just honestly go
look,
off at me for no reason.
Look, you feel...
See, you go off on me for no reason, as if Trisha doesn't do that every stream.
Safe with them. I don't know what's their score on the dark triad. I'm low.
Well, I'm too scared of you for being too low on the dark triad. Like, why aren't you a little a little life in you?
A little life in me. Does it mean that I'm lifeless, that I'm low on the dark triad?
No, but I worry about you coming to your own defense and being able to...
Really?
I wonder about good boundaries, which is, again, why I think...
Yes, good boundaries.
Gets you going. Gets
Dan, Dan, you know me. You know me fairly well at this point. What do you think about the narcissism and the dark triad? Low scores.
I think that it tracks. I would say the only one that surprises me a little bit is what was it? Was it the Machiavellian that he was like?
Ooh, okay, wait. Chad says he's probably less happy in the moment, stressed out, but nothing seems off or crashing out like people say. I will say, when Ethan is very upset at Hassan, when I reviewed Hassan last, Ethan was crashing out. But I also think that looks like aligning yourself with bad people on the internet. Crashing out can also look like being success. Okay, I don't know what crashing out means in your bubbles, actually. Crashing out to me means like kind of hitting rock bottom, but it can be hyperbolic. Like it can be like kind of literal, or it can be like momentarily. So I think Ethan momentarily was hitting rock bottom with his processing, but I don't think he literally hit rock bottom, right? And I think it shows with like who he's aligning himself with and like the path he's going and like what direction he decided to go in. And I do think like he's crashing out, but I also think it's because he's not educated. I think if he was educated, it wouldn't have been as stressful and he would have been able to say, I disagree with you and I'm sorry we have this disagreement. I wish you the best, but like I disagree with you. I think you're wrong. I think you're just wrong, Hassan. But he didn't say that. He was Hassan offered to talk to him and Ethan didn't know how to communicate with Hassan. Like there was like a mental health element happen. There was something mental happening and I'm not sure what it was. Like, I don't know. But there was something about it where he just couldn't engage. And so instead of engaging, he just went to the group of people who embraced him. And so for me, that's not somebody who's standing on their principles. It's somebody who's like lost it for a second. But I think he's back, right? Like I think he's doing okay, but I think he just can't handle this particular thing. Like he's just, I get it though. His family in Israel or whatever, but something like that.
Like a 1 point something on?
That was a psychopathy.
Oh, psychopathy. Okay. Because you can be pretty cunning when it comes to you're a shrewd. Well, no, you're a shrewd businessman, and you make smart moves. And
he's not really. When I address the highlights, he goes, "I have no control over the highlights." I'm like, "It's your channel and your employees. You have all the control over the highlights. What are you talking about?"
But I guess Machiavelli.
Chad says, I thought Hassan wouldn't talk to Ethan. Initially, Ethan wouldn't talk to Hassan, and then Hassan stopped talking to Ethan. From my memory, I mean, we covered it on stream, but like from my understanding, that's what happened.
It really means.
Well, hold on. Those are two different things,
right? It means it's more manipulative and
because to me, when I do something, it's not like I'm not. I feel like I'm not being deceptive. Like making good decisions about business or relationships. I feel that honesty is a large part of how I maneuver myself in business and in relationships. You know, but like when you say psychopathy, that. Again, just to clarify, that's Mark.
What are you guys talking about in chat about content nude? Is Ethan claiming he has content on Hassan or something? I want the tea. What is it? I'm not watching Hassan or Ethan right now. Please tell me what's going on. Are you saying that Ethan's like dropping a big video on Hassan? Because we'll probably watch that if that's true. But I cannot imagine it's anything. I'll be real. I doubt it's anything. I'm very confident just because he's about to drop a 2-hour-long video on Hassan. We're going to watch that, but I really doubt. Okay, I really doubt it's good. I'm not going to lie, because he got so much wrong about the Houthi and everything else. It's so annoying, but we'll watch it. We'll watch it. You know what I mean? Yeah, we'll watch it when it comes out for sure.
Marked by a lack of emotion? Is that what that means? Or what?
If you're way up on that scale, it's
a lack of emotion. Okay, I see.
So you have emotions. You're like,
actually, literally true, Maiden, though it's not technically true, but it is true. To me, he strikes me as not intelligent enough to be considered shrewd. I agree with you, but I know that non-intelligent people can be shrewd, obviously. But Ethan, that's exactly the feeling I get too. But I know it's not technically real, but I do think Ethan just doesn't feel malicious. I don't get any malicious energy from Ethan. He's not mean, even though he's mean and rude. He's not malicious, but he is unthoughtful. No, what's the word? He's thoughtless. What's the word? He's inconsiderate. Maybe that's the word, you know? Yeah, I don't see him as malicious though. That's not the right word. He's inconsiderate for sure. But he really thinks he's correct. But he really thinks like he's trying to be a good person in a very particular way. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, he's not. Let me just say it like this. When people are being malicious, I feel like there's a lot of maliciousness to them. There is a lot. I feel like Ethan, he feels like he's standing up. I think it's a sense of justice with him, maybe. I don't know. Something like that. Like there's something about Ethan I can't quite see malicious, but yeah, he's inconsiderate out of ignorance, not malice. I agree, Discord. He's inconsiderate out of ignorance, not malice. But, and this is the real question we all have to ask ourselves, at what point in your life is your ignorance now malicious because you refuse to get educated? That's really the question. That's what I mean when he goes after Hassan. At some point, your ignorance is going to be maliciousness because you refuse to educate yourself. You know? That's the dilemma. And I'm going to say, I think it's past with Ethan. So maybe current day Ethan, you know what I mean? Is at this point, ignorance is like, it's not bliss, it's deliberate malice at some point, you know?
Like a human, which is good.
I'm human. Yeah. I'm very human. I'm extremely human.
You know, but Ethan, I think overall, if you have a low score in the Dark Triad, basically we're saying that, you know, you tend to not be a manipulative person. You're not particularly callous. You're not particularly selfish.
Right.
You know, those are the kind of things that a low score would indicate.
Right.
I think it's good to have a low score on this one.
So let's talk about.
I agree. I feel happy about that.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. All right. Well, that's
both be narcissists.
Yeah, that would be a disaster. Well, that's nice to know.
So Trisha, on Machiavellianism, you got a 2.67, and remember the high is 3.86.
Seems good.
Yeah.
So again, you're relatively low in Machiavellianism.
Nice.
On narcissism, you got a 3.55.
Oh.
Remember that a higher score is 3.86. So that's consistent with your NPI narcissism score.
Mm-hmm.
little bit high, but nothing out of control.
Not high, average probably, because I'm below the high.
No, you're almost to the high.
Right, but I'm not high at that level.
And then in psychopathy, you're a 3.0, and kind of a high number is 3.4.
So she's fine.
Yeah.
So like, if I could summarize, she's not a saint like me, but she's like a plebeian.
I'm not a psychopath. I'm not fucking my intern.
No,
you're not a psychopath. But even that score kind of surprised me because I think you're hyper emotional, right?
Yeah.
I didn't understand that score. It didn't fit for me for you.
Oh. Right. I feel like I am. Because that means you have no emotion. Psychopaths have no emotion, right? So the high. That is weird.
You're sort of hyper emotional. I wonder if that's I don't know.
Can we hear some of the questions she tracked on, or that she rated low on? Let's revisit.
Yeah,
Let's revisit.
Can I be honest?
What?
I don't know if I should say this.
So of course now say it.
You got tired of the test?
Yeah. I don't know if I can mix the two. I had a Xanax and then I took a Percocet. Does that affect the outcome?
Guys, if you're taking a test about the intensity of your emotions,
I forgot about this. Trisha.
And you're all fucked up on Xanax.
I had anxiety about the test and I couldn't download it. But then I had back pain, so I took the Percocet.
Oh my God.
I did not drink alcohol on it.
What does that mean?
Two very important things. So that's good because that explains perhaps why the psychopathy test didn't make sense to me.
Trisha!
And the drugs absolutely will adulterate the test. Absolutely. So,
yeah, because you're feeling way more sedated.
It was on the second test because it was too many strong disagree, and I was getting them all confused. I was like, this is too many boxes.
I swear she's autistic, bro. I don't even mean to just say that, but when I took my autism assessment, first of all, it was 9 fucking tests. That's a lot for me, okay? That was exhausting. 9 tests and a fucking essay, and I was like, Jesus Christ. Okay, it was a lot, and they were really good about giving me breaks and stuff. But every question, I was getting more and more flustered, which was also helping them diagnose me. Because I was like, and I was like, well, what do you mean by this? 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 And that's the part where I swear to God, what if she's just an autistic theater kid? You know what I mean? I don't know, bro. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Trisha is coming out of her drug use era, her pill use era. No.
Yep. I think that explains why that one I was like, no, I didn't make sense. But number 2, do not ever take opiates and benzodiazepines together. That's how people die. Those are terrible together. Terrible. You can take your Percocet or you can take your Xanax, but do not take both together. All those celebrity deaths you've seen, always that combination.
Really?
Wow.
I thought it was alcohol and painkillers or Xanax.
No, they can. But nothing like opiate and benzo. Look at France.
Wow.
Fentanyl.
Be careful, Trisha.
Didn't kill, but you throw the Xanax on, boom, stops breathing.
Okay, how far apart can you take them?
4 hours opiate.
I think it was an hour apart for real.
Not good. That's not good. Doctors prescribe that shit all the time like that, and it drives me crazy.
See, she changed her story 1,000 times to make it better. When someone's just trying to help her, she's like, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. But I know Trisha did everything for pills at this era.
So
I have a prescription for both.
Give it for Percocet?
I have a Percocet prescription.
For what's your pain?
I was in a car accident.
How long ago?
A while ago, but I have chronic back pain from
Yeah, I don't know.
From it.
That seems like a bad doctor to prescribe Percocet for so long, right, Dr. Drew?
It's not a great idea.
Yeah,
well, that's why I get the surgeries, plastic surgeries. They'll prescribe you Percocets.
That's why.
Trisha! What little fucking pills?
That's not why I get them, but I get them from the surgeries.
Holy shit.
The way this girl tells on herself, she's so funny. I don't know. She's so funny, bro. She obviously has a problem with stuff. I get it. It's not funny.
Will do is they get Michael Jackson, I'm convinced, was getting plastic surgeries to get the opiates.
Really?
I've seen that many times. And
Whoa!
It's just sort of an added bonus to the surgeries.
Oh my goodness! But you would think Michael Jackson, of all people, could get anything he wanted. He wouldn't have to.
Obviously, he did.
It's hard to get him illegally.
Well, Michael Jackson eventually succumbed to some I forget what it was that killed him, but it was some extraordinarily strong.
Propofol, which is I'd never heard of it administered outside of a hospital. When I heard propofol killed him, it was a shocking.
Well, like I said, it was just for this last part of the test because the first part I did a different day, and this was the last.
Well, as somebody who has a perfect score in the dark triad,
oh my God,
I'm worried, and I want you to please not mix.
It was
with
one
medicine.
time. It was one time. Well, I've done it.
Be honest, it's not one time.
Okay, but one time that it counted where it matters where I'm bringing it up.
Let me bring up something that maybe you guys can address. I know that you romanticize people who die young and their legacy.
I do love that, and I
This
would like
is not
to die
good.
young.
So
I don't want to die. Oh my God, please don't 5150 me. I don't want to die.
no, I know you're not suicidal, but
Shit.
I know.
That happened to me 3 times.
No, but I know you romanticize,
I romanticize it,
and you're
yeah.
also obsessed with your legacy.
Yeah, I do think dying young, you become more famous and more notorious. People will miss me more when I'm dead. They're like, she was an icon, even though now they're like,
But don't
hey,
you see this as a
Trish.
problem? She's taking Percocet, she's taking Xanax,
Not
she's
extreme.
obsessed.
One.
Okay, I don't think you're a drug addict, but I'm just saying I smell trouble.
It's the exact same thing as being jealous of Monica Lewinsky. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Because I'm jealous of somebody that gets extraordinary fame by sometimes horrible means. And, so what's his name from The Doors? He's forever an icon because he died at 28.
Right.
Jim Morrison.
Jim Morrison. Yeah, it's a jealousy. And be careful. Jealousy and envy for narcissists, people with narcissistic features, can really be a problem. So you have to envy is a very problematic feeling. Be careful.
It was more like when Anna Nicole was alive, everyone was like making fun of her and laughing at her. And then when she died, it's like, oh, she had such a sad life. And then there was like empathy for her. And I was like, well, that's me. Like, and Marilyn Monroe, she had schizophrenia right before she died, but everyone tried to like make fun of her and shit. And then when she died, like, well, she was like a paranoid schizophrenia.
So you think that the only way you'll ever be understood is by dying early?
That's the only way I'll get anyone on my side. Like,
That's
everyone
not
just
true. A lot of people are.
no. Now even people who advocate so much for mental health is like, oh, like that's too far. Oh, she needs to get out of control. When that's the whole.
Yes, advocating for mental health means even advocating for those who are the most fucked up amongst us. It does not mean we give them leeway to be bad people, though. And I think I've seen this happen with so many people. Well, there's, where they don't know how to draw boundaries with people that are the most fucked up. And this is why I say values over loyalty. I love my family, but if any of them had such bad mental health that they were shooting up schools, I would call the police. You know what I'm saying? I would love the prison system to be reformed. I would hate to see my family member in prison because I think prisons are just torture chambers. And I would love to see them being taken care of. But I also can't allow my family member to be on the streets killing people. Like, that's not okay, right? Or God forbid somebody else. Like, what if I allowed, what if God forbid one of my siblings was violent and I let them, I didn't call the cops and they kill one of my nieces or nephews? Like, that feels horrible, right? So obviously, thank God, like no one's in that position. But like, let's say it happened. It's one of those things where you can defend mental health and get people advocacy without making excuses for their behavior. Patricia wants the excuses. That's what she wants.
The point is I can't get it under control. Like, it's so hard.
No,
for
but
me.
people do support you.
See, that's the thing. Do you hear, Trisha?
Anyone on my side, like
That's
everyone
not
just
true. A lot of people are.
no. Now even people who advocate so much for mental health is like, oh, like that's too far. Oh, she needs to get out of control. When that's the whole point is I can't get it under control. Like, it's so hard.
No,
for
but
me.
people do support.
If it's that hard for you, you should do the right thing and stop fucking being on the internet. That's the problem, is if it's that hard of a thing and you're causing that much harm, you should do anything you can to not cause that harm. Maybe taking a break from the internet, maybe only posting super edited content. Trisha, it's okay that it's hard for Trisha. It's not okay that she makes it hard for everybody else.
Support you. You're wrong to think
That's so not true. Why do you think I made all those videos? All the comments on the last one, which you knew, were all against me. They were all just like, wow, like how could Ethan let her do that and like all that shit.
I mean, I don't know how to convince you, but you have a lot of supporters, especially since we've been doing this show
Anyway, I
together.
don't want to die. Do not 5150 me. I'm not trying to kill myself.
I know you don't want to die.
I love myself. I'm a narcissist.
I know you don't want to die. I'm just saying the fact that you romanticize
I wouldn't
that.
mind. I'll just say that way. Like, if it happens, I don't mind when my time is coming. I'm a Catholic. I don't believe in suicide. I believe I need to get to heaven.
Trisha, I know you say you're a Catholic, but I've seen your booty hole. Not very Christ-like. I don't think Jesus would approve. Maybe Mother Mary bends over and shows her butthole, but I highly doubt it. I'm pretty sure that's like against the fucking rules. Signed, love, Jordan Peterson. Ethan, watch out for Machiavellian mothers.
Like, I'm also Jewish too, but Catholic.
She's not Jewish.
I'm converting.
Not that I care, but she's not.
Okay, well, I'm on my
And
way
she's not Catholic. Not that I care, but she's not.
to convert. My boyfriend's an Israeli Jew.
You don't have the you wouldn't even make it
Oh my
a 100th of the way through Jewish conversion. Those motherfuckers, they don't fuck around. It's not like dunk, you're Jewish. Like the Christians go dunk your ass, you're Christian now. It's not like that.
Anyways, I don't really mix on. Honestly, I didn't know you weren't supposed to be completely clear.
Well,
Even when
good.
I had I got my stomach pumped one time, and they never told me that. They weren't like, they weren't like, don't mix the two. They said just don't do it with alcohol. So like no one ever told me don't mix a painkiller with a.
I'm sure they didn't. That drives me crazy that people give both those medicines together and don't give you a warning.
So
Yeah.
The problem is, if
We do not want you to die. We do care about you. We do not want you to die.
I don't want you.
I don't want to die.
And by the way, you are having, I think, a deeper impact by getting your conditions treated and then talking about
Yes.
it than dying.
Yes.
Right? I think it just becomes this weird sort of mythological thing. You're being very realistic and forthcoming about
Yes.
what are relatively common conditions.
Cosign.
You have cultivated all the love and hate in the world, right?
Yeah.
You've done it. That's been your thing for a long time. So it's going to take a while for that to settle down.
Hopefully.
What is it about? So if you take the opioids and the benzos, it slows your heart rate. That's the problem. And your heart is just like, I'm sober. I'm done. I can't beat anymore.
No, it's the
Hey guys, I'm reading the chat. If I hear one more debate term in my fucking chat, I'm gonna put you in timeout. If I read fucking fallacy, ad hominem, non sequitur, this is not a debate space. This is a philosophy space that believes in discourse and conversation. You are not in a debate bro bubble. You want to be in a debate bro bubble, you can go hang out with the sexual perverts and the pedophiles and the predators over there. Because we don't have none of that here. Okay? You can go hang out with all the sex offenders in the debate bubble. Okay? Thank you.
opiates suppress your respiratory center.
Oh, you stop breathing.
And when you put the benzo on top of it, it really puts rocket fuel on that, and you just stop breathing.
Oh, shit.
Oh my gosh. I'm scared because like everyone noticed like my neck, and then I went to go get my thing checked out on my neck, and they sent me to an EKG, get an EKG.
Oh, yeah, because someone said you
And I had
yeah.
shortness of breath, but I don't have COVID. Oh my God, what if I'm dying?
What happened? Well, no, you're not, unless you're on a bunch of drugs. He's
No,
saying you have to
I'm
be
not.
super high, and then you stop breathing.
Oh, yeah, no.
It's like you black out.
What do they see in your neck? A
Yeah,
vein or
someone saw something on
So,
your neck.
you remember you told me?
Yeah.
He's the one that pointed it out. So I went to a entomologist. I don't know, someone who specializes in neck, and I have like this goiter thing, and I got the blood work. I got like a scan, and then they sent me to a cardiologist, and I was like, "What? I know. It was all last week. It was very intense."
There was comments saying Trisha has something on her neck. She should get it checked
I don't know
out.
if you can see. I mean, it's
I
hard
don't
to see now.
I actually don't see it even
He
sitting next
felt
to you.
it. I went on Friday to a guy
How
in
did they
the
see
city.
that?
He looked like Gene
Crazy.
Wilder. I don't know. I couldn't see it either, and I'm scared about it. I was like, "What?"
Why the
Did
fuck?
you have one?
What?
Was it your thyroid?
Well, I just went like literally Thursday to get all my tests. I went to like the Quest lab place to get my blood work, and then I did my EKG. So I haven't gotten anything back. This was all like last week because they told me 2 weeks ago, and then I was like, I should get it checked out, I guess, which makes sense because I have like, anyways, this is a whole other thing, but I can't lose weight, and I've been like eating healthy and like working out, and then my acne. So I don't know. There may be something wrong with me, but
Okay.
Well, we've
Everybody-
established today that there is.
just add it to the list.
Well, so you guys said, just a sneak peek, Trisha gets so mad when I do this. Watch.
What?
So just as a
Watch.
sneak
You see, you're trying to trigger me. Trisha gets so mad. Watch
no,
this.
because I know that you will. Because when I'm not talking
Okay.
about you, you get upset.
No, that's not true.
Just watch. You're gonna get mad when I
Oh.
talk about this.
Teddy Fresh.
No,
Okay.
but good call.
Okay.
So on our episode that we're filming tomorrow, as a teaser, you guys said there are some interesting results there.
Yes, Trisha is not alone,
Mm.
nor is she the leader of the pack.
Wow.
Whoa,
Wow.
Holy shit! You hear that? Holy shit!
I know who it is. I know who it is, but I can't say her name.
Her.
I think you guys.
You can guess. I
very
mean, you can
surprised.
guess. You think it's Ela?
I think it's she who must not be named.
You can say her name.
I'm scared to say it.
Did we test any females, Mark?
Yeah,
female?
two.
Yes, but I think you guys are going to be very, very surprised tomorrow.
Oh my god! I am so excited. So, well, we'll talk to you guys if you can make it or not. I totally understand if you can, and if not, we'll. Dan is the only one that knows the real answer, so he'll officiate in your guys' stead.
Wow.
I'll play doctor for the day.
But first of all, Dr. Drew, he's everywhere. That's just
Everywhere.
he's on YouTube. He's on Periscope, even of all places. I didn't even know people were on Periscope.
Facebook.
Instagram. He's on your mom's house, Dr. Drew After Dark, Dr. Drew Live, Dr. Drew, Dr. Drew, Dr. Drew. Just Google Dr. Drew. Dr. Young, you teach at USC.
I do in the Marshall School of Business.
Well, your business? You're a business
A business
professor?
school professor.
Oh, so what are you doing here?
Well, I work in the entertainment business. I teach
Oh.
classes in
He
entertainment.
does, he does the human behavior part of economics and accounting.
Oh, how interesting.
Mm.
Well, thank you thank you so much for taking time out of your day to do this. It really means a lot that you would come on and do this for us.
What's
it was
the final
fascinating.
thoughts? So final thoughts on what? Should we do anything to change it,
Was
or
this
is it
Jerry
just for
Springer?
fun?
Well, okay, what is our final
Mark, you
thoughts?
first. I've got ideas. Mark, you first.
No, I think that, well, at least we hope that these tests have provided you with some insight into personality dimensions and perhaps a better way for you guys to understand each other as you understand the scores that we've talked about. But just because you have these numbers doesn't really mean anything about having a disorder per se. We're just trying to point out the different traits that you have evinced by taking these instruments.
I completely agree with that. That is virtually my thought.
We will take none of that to heart, but thank you.
I would only. Well, that's my next thought. My only concern is your guys' relationship. And
well, here's what I think is going to happen. I think you are going to use my low scores somehow to continually insult me.
Am I allowed to continue to insult you? It's just,
Yes, no,
okay.
no, it's fine.
It's not about family.
It's fine.
Then yes, you're right.
But you will continually use the fact that I'm a saint.
Below average.
And by the way, the fact that I score so low on these tests is probably the only reason that I could sit here and do this show with you.
I think that's more patience rather than narcissism. I think you could use a little more.
Do you agree with that, Doctor?
I would agree that it's the reason you can sit there and do the show and make it entertaining. See, if I were there, it would not be entertaining.
I think it would be, Dr. Drew.
Okay, you guys want to get in touch and do a show? By all means.
I think, Trisha, if you and I were to do it, we'd have to be focused on somebody else. We'd have to be taking phone calls, that kind of thing, and that would be different and entertaining. Because we'd have.
Are you pitching a show to my co-host?
We're good together.
That show wouldn't last. That show.
Oh my! It's Dr. Drew. He did Loveline. Like, what are you talking
it's
about?
not him.
Can we do Loveline? Let's do it again. I'll be your co-host.
Dr. Drew. And first of all, who are you to give people advice on anything?
That's the whole point. Is I'm not your typical like doctor or you. I'm like a little.
That's where the conflict would come in, right?
All right, you guys. Okay. God bless. You guys have my blessings. This is the last episode of Frenemies.
The two of us talking would not be interesting because I'd be.
You know what you are, Dr. Drew? You're the best friend that comes in and fucks the wife.
So Ethan's joking. This is like very funny to me, where it's like he's playing into it. I thought about this while I was having my coffee earlier, where I was like, when I play into jokes online, I assume you guys get it because you know my humor at this point, though sometimes I obviously have to explain it, which is, But I was wondering about that because Ethan's obviously making a joke where he's pretending to be like, no, Trisha, don't leave me for Dr. Drew. But like also like it's funnier because it could be true. Like Trisha could leave him for Dr. Drew, which makes it even slightly funnier. Like, you better not leave me for Dr. Drew. But it's like even funnier to me. I don't know.
And ruins the fucking marriage. That's you right now.
I would love that. And I think most wives would love that if Dr. Drew was that person.
Oh my God, stop.
Yeah, okay, well.
If you're going to cheat, it would be with Dr. Drew, for sure.
Let's not forget about that.
Dr. Drew, you do look very buff in your jacket, by the way.
You're married, right, Dr. Drew?
I'm married 30 years. And
30
now,
years,
that this is something up front, Ethan is going to be too threatened to have me ever back on the show again.
That's not true. See, that's not true. The fact that I scored...
Unless he can watch, then he's in.
By the way, the fact that I got this low score is such bullshit because I feel like I am a confident person. I would gladly have you back. I don't care if you insult any...
Look, see, you get on the defensive over that. You get on the defensive.
No, because I know you're going to fuck... I know that you're going to keep using this, even though you're the psycho and I'm the saint.
And you always use that. Why can't I have one thing like to dig at you for? Jesus.
Because I'm a perfect human being and you shouldn't be able to say anything bad about
it. You can use any of this against me. I'm not insecure.
No, I'm kidding. I'm not insecure either.
See, I don't know.
So that's the part I'm concerned with, which is I love you both, but because it's entertaining, it's kind of unstable, this relationship, and there will be blow-ups in the future. There will be.
Yeah.
And
what should I do? That's another question. So if I see her eyes like turning red and she's like going, which I saw there, and I don't know what to do. So what do I just walk away? I mean, what do I do?
You can. If
just
you
be
can.
like, walk away.
They say disengage.
Wouldn't you?
You're maybe in the middle of a show and you have dual, sort of.
Yeah, we're on camera.
You're trying to make a show and you want to not trigger her so much, but you have to get used to de-escalating things. And that's
I don't know how to de-escalate when she goes into.
Stop pushing. So the nanny thing, it was a jab. Why don't you just be like, next topic instead of, tell me why I'm a bad parent. Tell me why my mom should be watching my kids. Like, you just kept going for it. And then you could have just ended it. I did it as an off jab. You could have just been like, all right, let's get, you know what I mean? Like, it was a jab, but.
That's what makes the show interesting.
Yeah,
but
I can't let that go.
You have to learn where that line is. You have to really learn it and just stop. You have to just go, okay.
But I felt like at that point there was no saving it. I could tell. It was all just
No,
off
it wasn't
the rails.
until the Moses came in and everyone was making jokes and all of a sudden I'm like, wait, was that all a joke? Was that all just like
when No, she went even harder after Moses came back with the pizza. When Moses came back with the pizza, she went even harder and cried and stamped her way. She never even for a minute thought it was a joke. Come on,
it's like a very serious thing to me. And then I was just like, that's when I started snapping. I was like, oh my God, I'm being made to look like stupid.
I was just trying to make light of it because
she doesn't want people to make her look stupid. Kind of like the way I'm about to make this chatter look stupid. Chatter, I know you're new and I welcome you into the cult, but listen to me when I say this, okay? You're kind of like joining the group and you're like, and we're all talking about how landing on the moon was like an amazing experience for the US. And you're like, actually, we didn't even land on the moon. And everyone's just looking at you. You feel like the kind of person in the room that's like, actually, I think the earth might be flat. And I know this because I've read books, but I haven't gone to college. You know what I'm saying? Like, you give that energy. I knew you were from a debate sphere because the debate people don't know nothing about anything. They've never read a book in their life. So like you give off that energy where you came to the vegan potluck and you refused to understand that it was vegan and you brought like KFC. So like you can stay at the get together, but you know what I mean? Like, okay. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what it feels like a little bit. You know, that's why there's tension in the chat, you know?
Moses walks in with, he goes away to get pizza. We have a total meltdown. He comes back with, we were all happy when he left. And when he comes back, it's like nuclear, right? And so I was trying to make light of the fact that Moses came with the pizzas.
And by the way, the new chatter isn't a troll. I see you asking that. That's the debate sphere. That's how they talk to each other. And that's why I got you out of that space. I'm sorry I brought you into that space a few years ago when I got into it. And I apologize to my audience to this day. I feel so bad I brought my audience even slightly in relation to the debate sphere. But thank God we got out of it and I steered the ship straight out of that fucking predator bubble because Jesus Christ, is it going down in flames and I love to see it burn. Because there's nothing I love more than a bunch of predators getting fucking taken. You know what I'm saying, girl? Liam Neeson taken. You feel me? So I am so sorry that I was ever in that space and that space has any association with me. Because, girl, that is not the space for us. Okay? We want nothing to do with that space, girl. Absolutely not. So if you want to join the community, like the community, you can. But you better ditch all these people. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not the energy we're going to have here. Okay? Chad says, I can understand the vibes, Brittany. I would never started anything. I was disagreeing and wasn't going to be pushed around for something I know to be true. You were wrong. I was reading that debate. You are factually incorrect. You are the flat earther in my chat right now. You're wrong. Cyrus was right. Cyrus or Citrus? Who was it? Who was arguing with you? Citrus. Yeah, you were wrong. I was reading that debate. You were wrong. But go ahead and say it with your full chest.
And I was like, hey, Moses, the pizzas are here. And apparently
it just made me feel like made it look stupid on the show. Like I'm just supposed to be embarrassed. Like bring up the Hila thing, not on camera, but that's what started it all. And I was like, wow, you're just trying to make me look stupid and look bad in front of people, like for no reason.
Well, I was
because of all that.
And I would urge you, Trisha, when you start feeling that way, bring that up because I don't think he knew you were experiencing that.
Yeah.
So you start to experience shame, humiliation, all that stuff that you're kind of talking about. You have to say, I'm being triggered. These are feelings.
Yeah, right. I would respect that. But
I feel like Dr. Drew is actually giving her some pretty helpful tips, or they both are. Or that he's giving both of them helpful tips, but like you gotta, you know, you gotta hear it. Chet says you were wrong. Dang, guess I must be wrong with all that evidence. Ooh, now we've reached the point. I hope you have the most fantastic life. I hope you do well. I hope you just have the most joyful existence. Bye-bye, Habibi. Bye-bye, Habibi. Bye-bye. I tried, girls. I tried to be welcoming, okay? You know this is my curse in life, to be welcoming. Okay? I tried to be welcoming. I let them stay for a very long time. Okay? I let them stay for a very long time. And you heard what community they came from. Andrew Wilson. Please, girl. Please. You know? This is the bubble. I hate the debate bubble. They're so brain dead. The debate bubble is just so fucking brain dead. What a useless bubble. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love.
But also to say, like, when I said that thing about let's not talk about Hila, I was going to cut that. So I'm sorry if I embarrassed you in that moment, but my intention wasn't to broadcast that to everybody either when I said
the good news is now when you say, look, I apologize, I really believe that as compared to where you guys were at the beginning of the show. So whatever we've done, you guys are sort of in certainly a better, more connected place right now.
Yeah, by the way, we did talk we talked a bit before we came on and kind of buried that.
And I talked to Hila already too. Like I think that was like the big thing for me because I was more embarrassed about what I said about Hila. You, it's like whatever.
Yeah, it's fine.
Just kidding.
I really don't take offense to anything. You could say anything.
I know you don't. Yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is
I hate that they both say that. I hate that both of them say, I don't take offense. It's okay. You can say anything to me. Why do they both? That's such a, nobody say that. It's like the person who's like, I just tell it how it is. You just don't like me because I tell it how it is. It's not human. You're being a fucking robot. No human being is perfect. We can't just say it how it is. No human being isn't offended at something. We're all offended at something. You can offend me and I will be annoyed. Okay? Like we acting like we're all robots who like, I can handle anything. You can say anything to me. You're just giving you're giving robot, bro.
There will be future fights, so I guess I will be back.
Yay, we love Dr. Drew.
Well, which is funny because of the timing was unbelievable.
It was crazy, yeah.
Yep,
maybe we just subconsciously were like, maybe it's time to just go wild because we know he's coming next week.
Hey guys, there's one last thing to think about, and that is if you think about a lot of celebrity marriages where you have two celebrities together, often they don't survive. And the reason is because if you have two high-level narcissists in a relationship, it just explodes. So maybe what we've discovered here is that if one person is high narcissism and the other is not, that's why the show works.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah.
That's true.
Thank you for the observation, doctor. And basically,
Yeah, they're both this is like the perfect storm, Ethan and Trisha, which I love, but they're both insecure and narcissistic. They actually are they really are kind of a mirror. They're so different. But they are a little bit of a mirror, huh? Sid, welcome to memberships. Guys, next week I start BoJack Horseman, but I actually technically started today because I was in the mood. So I've seen the first 3 episodes of season 2. I'll have it out for members next week. Let's go, girls. It's happening, girls.
basically, I think my opinion really is that I'm always willing to make it work, and there's nothing you can say or do, or you can say and storm out or whatever it is that's going to make me abandon you.
Okay.
Oh,
But Trisha believes you will.
Yeah.
And he will do stuff.
You don't believe me?
Because he even wanted to take a break. He didn't even want me to be on for this show. Like originally, you said
I
don't come
wasn't
on.
going to do the show without you.
But you wanted him to take a break. You wanted me to take a break when I didn't want to, and I was like, oh, so that's like pushing me. That's how I said. But
well, he wanted you to take a break because you fucking called his wife a cunt and left in a huffy storm when there was pizza. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's acting like he didn't say, like, are you sure you don't want a break? Or like, do you want a break? She's seeing it as like an attack. Like, you don't want me here? Bitch, you just went off. You sure you don't want a break? You know what I mean?
I keep trying to explain to you, but
I know.
it's the problem is between Hila and Moses. Okay, they have a family issue.
But you kept saying, I don't think you can continue the show.
Exacerbated.
I don't think the show is like worth it anymore. That's what you said on History Live.
Oh well,
So the problem is that Trisha really has issues with abandonment. And when you go down that path, it's very evocative for her.
I will not abandon you.
And what will happen is she will abandon you before you have a chance to abandon her.
And that's what I try to do. I try to be like, you know what? You can't fire me. I quit. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to quit. Because he kept saying on H3 Live, this show's not worth it. It's not worth the family drama. And I was like, well, in that case, then I don't care about you either. And I will quit the show.
Right, that's not good.
And by the way, I don't take that seriously because I feel like I know who and how and what you feel in your heart. And so when you go to those places, I don't take it personally. But the problem again,
she means it though. She means when it's real to her, it's real.
It is real. That's what I'm saying. This
but
whole
I
thing
know
was
she
so
comes
real.
around. I know you come around.
Well, you got to be really careful with that because it can be a problem.
Well, okay, listen. The issue
Interesting.
is
Interesting. Because that's the important part I think families also need to hear is like, when you come around and you're yourself again, let's have that conversation, but let's deconstruct what you say when you're mad. But also, like, this is the part that I would love for family, for friends, for all of us to know about our family members. Because remember, a diagnosis isn't just for you, it's also for your family. I think we forget that the people in our lives who love us, they're also looking for a reason why. Why would my child do this? Why would my loved one do this? Why would my parent do this? Why is this happening? Like, we're not just seeking, diagnoses for ourselves. The moment I got diagnosed autistic, I called my brother and I told him, hey, look out for your kids, bro. He's already open-minded to it. He's already, interested to see if any of the kids might be. And that would be very different than my parents who didn't pay attention to their kids who were neurodivergent, who didn't really believe in it. And it might be the difference between my nieces and nephews being able to like cope with those diagnoses and my siblings who weren't able to be given the tools. Like, it might be the difference between a generational curse continuing or being ended, right? It's a big deal.
it's external. It's not between me and you necessarily. It's about what happens. It's about what sometimes you say. We've talked about boundaries before. It's about what you say about Hila's family and the subsequent.
We never had this conversation off camera. It was always on camera where I just assumed it was like for the show. You don't mind me poking at it. It's like reality show where you just say stuff to poke people. And you never told me off camera,
I'm
like, hey, really
that
stop
there are
talking about it.
natural boundaries, but I was wrong.
There's
and
no
we should talk about
natural boundaries on our show. Like, you literally like say so much shit.
To say that somebody's brother hates them and their mom's not invited to the wedding.
Oh my God. And it was so clearly a joke where I'm like, Dan and
it
this
was
girl.
not a joke.
When I said you guys
Dan
weren't
wasn't a
invited.
joke. I mean, just be honest. Everybody perceived that as not being a joke. Go ahead, Dan.
No, I mean, Trisha's right. You guys talk shit all the time. I don't know. I don't think you should have been as offended as you were. At least without having the conversation off the air.
The conversation.
Really? I disagree. I thought she was being very serious about them not being invited to the wedding. I didn't read that as a joke at all. Oh, interesting. Because she said it too many times. A joke isn't something you say all the fucking time. And the mom is out of the loop. So if the mom is out of the loop and the mom is confused about why she's not invited, then it's not a joke. If the mom is If the mom is calling Moses and saying, I saw a TikTok saying I'm not invited to the wedding, what is this? Hila saw a TikTok, then it's not a joke at that point. It's only a joke if everyone's in on it, right?
Off the air, I agree. But I wasn't offended. I just said we can't talk about this. But I said Hila doesn't want to talk about the family
We're talking
stuff.
about two different things now, though.
Yeah, you just want.
But I'm not offended. I'm not offended by anything you ever
About
told
saying you're
me.
not invited to the wedding. I joked him and Eli. I was like, you know what? Dan and his
Yeah,
girlfriend are
that
invited, but
one
you're
was-
not invited. You really think I'm going to invite Dan and
That situation about Dan and stuff might have been a joke, but I think it was mixed in with some truth, maybe.
his girlfriend over
No,
you
no,
and
that
Eli?
was a joke. That was
and
a
that's
joke.
the same
Yeah.
sentence that I
But
said,
that's
and
what
his
she
mom
was asking
too.
about. Yeah.
There was a different comment where you said
It was in that same.
There was a different comment about the mom. I know what part she's talking about, but there was a different situation with the mom.
Circumstances, like, and not his mom either. Clearly,
It's-
and if it's not a joke, it's not a joke. You missed it, whatever. But it's like that said, it was one time you guys cut it out, and you never addressed why you cut it out. You never said, "Hey, don't do that. That's not cool." Never. You just cut it out, and then I was like, "Oh, okay." They just cut it out, like not a big deal. They just didn't like it or whatever. But you never once said this is a serious problem. Hila's like family's intention of it. No one told me anything. Moses didn't tell me. You didn't. How was I supposed to know? It was an offhanded joke.
Moses
that I
should have
made.
told you because Hila kept talking.
But Ethan told us. Ethan said his mom and Trish or Hila keeps saying these TikToks saying she's not invited to the wedding and it's hurting his mom's feelings. Why would I know that? Don't I know that because of the show? And then that's the part that I'm trying to figure out. Is that a joke or not? Someone call Moses' mom and reassure her.
Talking to him about how
But
he
Hila should talk to me. That was
I
the whole
agree.
point.
Yes.
How am I supposed to know something I'm saying is that offensive to people? I took it as lighthearted. Like, who cares? We talk
But
about your
it
family.
wasn't one incident, and Dan, you have to back me up here. But don't, unless you agree with me, is that continually throughout episodes, you're always making comments about Moses not being close to his family
because it bothers
not
you guys, so I
liking
kept
his
doing
family.
it, and you never
But
once
that
told me off
doesn't-
camera that it's not that you don't like that. Stop doing it.
Yeah, but like read the room. Like, why are you saying it? He did tell her on camera though. Like, that's what I mean. I get it. I think Dr. Drew's right. There's not enough boundaries. It's too messy. They can't tell when they're kidding. And we covered this the first 5 episodes when we reviewed the show. We said that they can't hear each other's tonality. They can't tell when the joke switches, but they can kind of tell enough. But then it goes too far, right?
You said always said on camera. You just like it's the way you poke me about everything in my life. You do it too.
To me, that seems like an obvious boundary. And on the show, I'd be like, you have to stop saying that. But you're right. I agree with you.
I'm getting confused where the boundaries are. You guys need to talk about that.
That's it for me. That's the only boundary.
And
No, don't
speaking
say
of
that.
boundaries-
Don't say that's the only boundary. That's not how you set a boundary. You have to have a very serious conversation and lay it out and make sure you're on the same page and you understand the boundary. Because you got to understand it. If you don't understand it, they will cross it. And if they keep crossing it, you got to wait till they get it. Just from my own lived experience, like, it's very confusing. Like, when I tell my parents, like, don't send me conservative news links. Don't send me my belief stuff. They'll go, okay, Betsy, okay. Then they'll not send me something. And then 6 months later, they'll send me something. And I'm like, I told you, don't send me stuff. And they're like, well, I didn't think you meant now, because to them, it's been so long. There's like a reset. And for me, it doesn't go away. So I have to remind them, don't send me your news links. And they're just like, I didn't know you didn't want me to send those to you. And I was like, it's like they forget because time has gone by. I don't think, once a boundary is set, it's set. You can revisit the boundary. You can talk about it. But I really do think people think like, oh, well, time has passed by. That boundary's not there anymore. You have to renegotiate the boundary, I guess. But yeah, every so often I have to have these conversations with my parents where I'm like, remember not to send me that. And I really do think in their head, they think it's been long enough. So setting a boundary is difficult with people because you're still dealing with humans who have, memories and other things. Plus, what if one of my parents has Alzheimer's or dementia and they keep sending me conservative links every day and I think they're just being an asshole, but they've actually just literally forgotten I said not to do that. That's something else I'm looking for because my parents are older now and I'm waiting to see if I have to pay attention to like my parents acting like, hey, did you forget I told you this? I have to make sure they didn't forget because of dementia. I really hope they don't get it. Fingers crossed.
Weren't we heading towards the exit about 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, you guys have what do you guys got something to do?
They're like, bye.
Yes, I have something to do.
Sorry.
What, a couple of doctors? You got nothing better to do?
Sorry.
Okay,
Thank you,
Dr.
Wyatt.
Drew, Dr. Young, thank you so much for your time. We love and appreciate you guys so much and wish you all the best. So thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Well, I love those guys.
I love them too. I love Dr. Drew, like in a
He's
weird
really nice.
way.
And I think he's handsome, so that makes you want
Yeah,
to talk Dr. Drew.
It's a little uncomfortable because I have the condition where when wants to fuck me, I'm like, oh, should we do a podcast and be in this room together?
You're trying to already, Dr. Drew doesn't want to fuck you. But you have that 3 out of 3 on vanity.
Right.
So
You
whenever
never know. You
But-
never know.
Okay, that's true. But like, you have to temper your feelings about
Right.
whenever you think, oh, that dude definitely wants to fuck me. Just remember, I do have a 3 out of 3 on vanity.
I do. Okay. Personally, I do find this humor kind of funny, but I also ran into some awkward social situations where I realized like some people definitely do not like this humor and it's very weird and people also take it deeply seriously. So I was thinking about this today, how I made a new rule for myself. No flirty jokes, sex jokes with anyone who isn't completely verified, vetted, and has said they're comfortable with it, because some people can be very uncomfortable with it. Like very uncomfortable with it. And that's so fair. I think that's so valid. But they'll, they can get really like uncomfortable. So like, this is kind of like spicy in a sense, but
Which means they do want to fuck me or what?
No, it means that your filter is fucked up.
Sure. I guess I just never been turned down by like someone I wanted to have sex with. So I just always assume everyone wants to have sex with me. But yeah, you're probably right. I'm not going to lie.
You've never been turned down. Well, what does it look like when you try to fuck someone? Because like,
I never initiate it. I always have the person initiate it.
so that seems like a confirmation bias.
Wait, what do you mean?
If they're
Obviously.
trying to fuck you, they're interested in you.
Yeah, but like every guy I've been with, obviously
I'm not
not
trying
people,
to fuck you.
obviously not you or people that are married or relationship. I'm saying in general. Like I won't
Here's
say
what I'll tell you.
oh,
Here, I'll place this down. I'll place this gauntlet down.
Okay.
If you fuck Dr. Drew, then I will agree with you. I'll
I mean,
go,
I'm
you know
in a
what?
relationship
You
right
are the sex goddess. I bow down to you. Yeah, well, what does Moses carry? He's out. You know what I mean? It's all part of it. It's for the it's for love of the game. It's not about him.
what are you
about-
talking
I don't
about?
know.
Oh my god. Yeah.
That was really good.
Mhm.
How did you feel about the results?
It was good. I guess like it was good.
No surprises?
No, I also don't think like narcissism's like that bad of a thing. Like I
I
think
mean,
people
it can be.
people throw around like narcissists, like sociopath. They throw those words around so much, manipulative. I hate when people just like throw things around like they're freaking like they're doctors that know everything. I'm like, okay, let's like calm down on
Well, I
calling
think,
people
like,
sociopaths.
In a really, extreme high spectrum, it can be very damaging. But it seems like obviously you scored pretty high on some stuff, but like not crazy. I think the vanity and the exhibitionism was the 2 parts where you're like scored really high.
Which they said is like not hurting anybody ever. So like doing that.
Yeah, you're not necessarily exploiting other people because you think you're hot.
Although it did get you an unfollow. It got me an unfollow from you when I sent you my
Yeah,
pussy.
yeah.
Like
Mm.
unfollow.
I did unfollow. It did cost you that
It
one.
did. I was like, oh
Yeah.
shit.
I would follow you back immediately if you stop posting.
It's
nudes
all
Twitter.
porn on my
yeah,
Twitter.
so that's
Yeah, I understand.
I follow you on Instagram and I always like your posts.
You do? I've only seen it a few times, but thank you. I appreciate
Well,
that.
whenever they're on my feed, I don't know how Instagram does that shit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
You don't post that much, but I do like yours when you post too.
Thank you so much.
Should we
I have to say, I'm kind of surprised by how low I didn't think that I was gonna hit very high, but I'm kind of surprised by how
I
low.
guessed it. I said 8 and it was a 7. I knew. Because I just like you're not a narcissist. I mean, there's a lot of things to say about you, like you're a hypocrite and stuff, but like a
Oh, I'm a
narcissist.
hypocrite? Fuck.
I think that's your only flaw. Can I say this? I mean this as a compliment. Like there's really not a lot
Wait.
of
What
bad
am I a
things to say about you.
hypocrite about?
oh my God.
I think you are somewhat hypocritical of like things like the contradictions where you say, "Oh, it's not the same thing when it is." Like you guys can like not to go back and forth, but you really don't think you're
I don't
wrong.
think hypocrisy was even on that scale, Trisha.
I'm not saying it was.
So let's
but
get the doc.
I mean, Ethan doesn't really think he's wrong, but neither does Trisha. Trisha just says she's wrong, but she doesn't actually think she's wrong. I don't believe for a second either of these people ever think they're really wrong.
I
It
also don't
evolves.
think you like admit you're wrong. That's your only fault. It's like you really don't think you're wrong most of the time. Like you're like, what did we do wrong? Like you can't even admit that you're like 5% wrong in that situation.
Wait, I fully admitted I was wrong. I should have talked to you.
yeah, I
off.
think now you come around to it, but it takes you a minute.
Yeah, but I mean, I agree. I fully should have told you about that boundary before we went on 100%. And there was something else that I
mean, it's crystal clear now, obviously, that boundary, like, obviously, I'm like, oh, shit, like, it was such a shitstorm. But I think overall, like, I get it.
I'm excited for tomorrow's episode. Y'all better not miss that.
I
It's the
definitely won't be
podcast.
tuning in, but
Why? You don't care?
I just can't. I try so hard because you're my friend and I try so hard to, like, watch it.
Yeah.
I think I know you love them, but I just think
It's okay. I try so hard to watch Trisha's podcast and I can't. It's so boring. I do. I try so hard and I cannot. I can't even make it my dumb person podcast. It's so boring. It's like small talk personified for 2 fucking hours. No offense.
overall
they're
everyone
boring?
else is so boring. I just can't. And like I get
love
it. You guys are popping and popular. So I'm not. So that's like me saying I don't like David Dobrik when everyone loves him and everyone loves you guys. So it's not a jab or anything. It's just
Well,
like,
anyway,
yeah.
I'm just really curious about who's off the charts.
Am I being fired? Like, because
No,
if
no,
not,
oh.
Dr. Drew has offered me a spot.
You go do your show with Dr. Drew. You know what I mean? God bless you guys. But you guys have time to figure that out because this is officially our last episode of Frenemies. Not forever. We're taking a 2-week break. At the end of the year, we always take a 2-week break because we like to let the guys take time off because we all work really hard.
I took it personally when you said to take a break and you're like, we're going to take a break. And I was like, oh shit.
Oh, no, it wasn't you. Everybody.
Okay,
we do this every year.
Thank God. That
We take a week, we take a break at the end of every year to give these guys who work so hard time off so that they can relax.
Nice.
a
2
little
weeks
bit.
is great.
So this is our last week and we'll be back in January. When is our first back on, Dan? If you have a calendar in front of you? It'd be the Monday or, whatever. You guys will see it. It'll pop up.
Probably the week of the 11th or the 12th.
Oh, really?
Well, we usually post on Tuesday, so I mean, potentially the 12th of January.
Oh my God, that's so far away.
Wait, yeah. What about the first week of January?
What about it? That's one of the weeks that we're taking off.
Oh.
Is it not?
I said the last 2 weeks of December. Dan's trying to get himself another week off.
Oh, okay. So then the 4th or the 5th.
The 4th or the 5th of January.
That sounds better. Right? That sounds.
Dan's like, we'll be back the 15th of February.
Oh shit, I'm gonna be sad. And I think can we also say that I talked to Hila and like, can I say that or no?
Yes, you can talk about it.
Okay, I think we did talk yesterday on the phone, and we texted, but we did talk yesterday. And like, I will say, like, one of the cool, well, people might not agree with it, but I thought it was like the coolest thing when I like, obviously, the thing I was most embarrassed about was calling like Hila the words that I said. Yeah, it was gross and cringy and whatever. And when I apologized to Hila, she goes, "Oh, that doesn't bother me," and I was like, "Okay, like it should," but it made me feel better. Like, you know what I mean? She like understood where I was coming from. Not that it's right. I'm not excusing me, but it did feel like I thought, oh, that's pretty fucking cool. Like that she's kind of like, it's fine. Like I get it.
That's what I'm trying. You can.
Because most people wouldn't.
I hate when people say it's fine. It's not fine. Don't do it the fuck again. It's not fine. That's crazy. Nobody has boundaries in this fucking family. Not one single person has any fucking boundaries in this family. It's not fine. You can't call me a cunt when you're angry. Like, okay, Jesus.
That stuff doesn't bother us at all. You can say anything you want. That's what I'm trying to say. Is the boundaries is
Well, I
simply
won't. I don't
just
want
the
to say
family
those.
stuff. I know, but
I
I'm saying
know.
like
Okay.
that to
I don't
me.
think
That's
that.
like we get over.
If Trisha was a part of a mafia, we'd be like, Trisha, the family. And she'd be like, oh my God, yeah, I love being part of the family. Like, we killed somebody last week. It was so fun. We like buried their body in like a cemetery. Oh my God, the cemetery was so pretty. It was like really big. And there was like no one there. It was like a middle of the night. And like Fredo came before he's been killed, of course, because this is prior his death. And Michael's going to take over the family. It's going to be like really great. And like the Godfather is like so vibes. I think he wants to fuck me. But like also he's like my uncle. So like whatever. Anyways, so we killed this guy and it was very cool. We like used a shovel. Anyways, it was crazy, honestly. I'm probably going to get demonetized. I shouldn't talk about this. Trisha thinks it's like a game. Like, she doesn't understand. Keep your mouth shut. Don't be telling people the family secrets. Okay?
Over that, that's fine. It's the family stuff. That's all.
Most people can't. I feel like if someone were to call me that, like, that's why my ex-boyfriend broke up with me. I called his ex-wife that.
Really?
Yeah. And he literally was like, because he's a cuck. Like, he actually is one. He
Whoa.
probably scored 0 on that scale. Like, he was like anything. She's like, oh, I was doing Patreon at the time. And he's just, oh, anyway, I should go into this whole detail, but she was threatening to take the kids away. She was crazy. And he's just like a little cuck.
I'm not.
But
I'm
I
not
know, me
engaging.
either.
I'm not touching that. I don't fucking know.
Anyways, that's a dirty word. It's a nasty word. I don't like calling people that. Like, I don't think
I'm
that
not
about
touching
Hila.
that shit.
And I want to reiterate, I never once ever said she was rude or disrespectful. Just to reiterate for everyone, I actually never said that about her ever. Like,
Here comes the compilations.
no,
Yes, chat. Thank you so much. When somebody does, like when Hila and Trisha are having that conversation and Trisha apologizes, instead of saying it's fine, say thank you. Acknowledge the apology and acknowledge that's what it was because it wasn't fine. Thank you for apologizing. Okay? Saying it's fine is an instinct in my bubble. When people say it's fine, they're trying to say, I'm not going to hold this against you and I love you. But what it also does is it doesn't allow the person to truly apologize and get that acceptance and for you to really move on. Say thank you, acknowledge it. And by the way, just because you say thank you doesn't mean you also have to technically forgive them. That's for you. Forgiveness is letting it go from your perspective, right? They should still apologize though, right? So saying thank you is a really good way to respond to that. Because if it's, obviously you want to thank them for making the effort. Doesn't mean you have to move on. Doesn't mean you have to apologize, but
please, I challenge someone to find me saying that she was rude or unwelcoming when I've always said the opposite. Maybe I said we're awkward, like
Whatever.
Moses
It's
doesn't
water
like you,
under the bridge.
but
Water under the bridge.
I am awkward in general. By the way, I'm wearing Teddy Fresh. Is this an Hila design or is this an Ethan design or is this a team design? What is this?
Well, we have a huge team that works on graphics, and I mean, everything we do is a team.
This is
effort.
really cute. It's got teddy bears with little
Yeah, I
Christmas
like that
lights.
one too.
I mean, maybe
You yelled at me and said, "Don't."
yeah, exactly, chat. Saying it's fine takes away some accountability from them, even if it's not intended by either or both parties. I agree. Yeah. I think that's important. And again, like sometimes someone will apologize or I'll apologize to somebody and I'll say like, thank you. They'll say thank you. But they say like, I'm still pretty angry about this though. So I'm going to need time to move past it. It's like, okay, for sure. Right? Because what I want to do is I don't want to say I forgive you unless it's true. And it might not be true in that moment. And we might need some time to process. But thank you for the apology. I'm going to need some time to process, maybe months, maybe years. But I will work on processing it so I can really let this go. You know, I think that forgiving people is just so personal. It's not really about them. It's about you being honest with you and whether or not you're harboring that feeling against a person, right? So you might need time to let it go, truly.
Don't wear Teddy Fresh anymore. So I wore a Supreme shirt today, and you showed up in a Teddy Fresh.
Well, I was trying to do my peace offering. I was like, look, I'm going to wear Teddy Fresh. I got my H3 mugs. These will be available soon. Vintage mugs.
That's not true. We're not selling them.
I'll sell them. Come to me.
You only have 2.
Actually, I have 4 now because you gave me 2 when I was on the show. So now I have a collection, which I really
You're going to open a shop. Trisha's going to be able to open her own merch shop.
Of H3 and
Yeah,
vintage
of
H3
H3
stuff.
stuff.
Honestly,
Where the fuck do you get that chocolate milk? You just pulled a chocolate milk out after a 2-hour podcast?
I feel like my sugar is a little low because I feel like I'm about to pass out. So I'm just going to drink
Shouldn't that be refrigerated? Can a chocolate milk go 2 hours out of the fridge? Is it still cold?
I mean, I just got it at 7-Eleven on my way here. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, it's probably fine.
I get sick.
Just surprised you pulled it out of nowhere. I was like, chocolate milk.
Not out of nowhere.
Should we get
out of my
another
Birkin
piece?
bag.
I wish we could get another peace offering pizza because I'd eat that with you right
You
now.
want to eat a pizza?
But we'd all have
You
to
don't have
wait
time.
for
Dan's
so
like, no,
long.
thank you.
We should have thought about it before.
I
ate the fuck out
can't
of
believe
it.
you ate it.
Why was I going to throw it out?
I couldn't even eat after. I was so sick to my stomach. And then like I just
Chat says, I agree with forgiveness being your own internal experience. What do you think about people who beg for forgiveness? They're not sorry. People who beg for forgiveness are not sorry. Or they think they need your forgiveness to move on. I would tell them to go to therapy. Sounds codependent. Needing my forgiveness to move on is not what you're looking for. But that's the thing is like in different bubbles, you're taught that. Like bubbles raise you. Like I remember being really young, like really young. And I remember you would fight with your siblings and they'd say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Say, okay, thank you. I love you. I forgive you. I love you. I forgive you. It's like we're taught to just respond instead of like deconstruct it. Please expand. If you've got a person, okay. You've got 2 siblings and one of the siblings, no, I'll use a relationship because that's more visceral. You're in a relationship and your partner keeps cheating on you. And every time they cheat on you, they come home and say, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. It was a mistake. I really love you. I don't know what it is. I have a problem. I'm so sorry. And you go, okay, I forgive you. Let's work on it. Let's go to therapy. And you go to therapy and you're working on it and you find out they did it again. And they come back to you. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. Okay, well, obviously you know that they're not really sorry. They keep doing it. But let's say, second scenario, you're in a relationship. Someone cheats on you once. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Okay, I need to work through this, you say to them. Let's go to counseling. Let me think about it. I'm not ready to forgive you. 6 months goes by. You're still working on it. Have you forgiven me yet? Please forgive me. I'm so frustrated you haven't forgave me. How am I supposed to function? Chat, great example. Carrie Bradshaw. You have to forgive me. You have to. To Aiden. You have to forgive me. I don't care that you cheated on me once, but the fact that you keep begging me to forgive you when I'm not ready tells me you're not sorry. That you don't understand what you've done. Now, what's really important is that the person who's holding on to that forgiveness doesn't hold on to it out of spite. I'm not going to forgive this person because this person hurt me and I'm going to hold on to it just to hurt them. Well, that's not good for your hair or your skin, girl. So we need to make sure that we meditate on our own thoughts and we tell people it is not within my values to torture you for being cruel to me. My desire is to do that because I'm so angry with you, but I'm going to make sure that I don't treat you badly just because you treated me badly. And that might include needing to get a divorce because I cannot unsee what I know about you. I can't unlearn what I know about you. And it's going to take me longer to forgive you than this marriage is going to last. And so I want you to move on with your life. I want you to accept this thing that you did, but I cannot forgive you. I'm not ready to let go of that anger. Right? And this is why, first, don't cheat on your fucking spouse, you dummy. And second of all, this is why lying and trust and bitterness, all these things if they're not good, your relationships aren't going to last, whether it's friends or romantic relationships, right? So you have to remember that the situation is contextual, but this is why I say you are responsible for your side. You have to decide how to operate. No matter how cruel the world is to you, you have to decide how cruel back you have to be to it. And hopefully none. I hope you don't choose cruelty. I hope you choose necessary self-protection, but I hope that you do not be cruel because I hope you do not allow the world to make you cruel. That's really what we're fighting, right? We're fighting against the world trying to make us cruel. And what does BoJack Horseman's devil of a mother say to him? She talks about cruelty. Girls, season 2 is off to a great start. His mother is the devil himself. I cannot wait to review this with you. You just wait until I get this episode up for you. Oh my God, girls. She is the devil. She is the literal devil. And BoJack is fighting to become that devil, but right now he's Satan's little spawn. BoJack is Satan's little spawn. Let me tell you. So, okay. All in due time, would really let it go. Like, let it go. Don't hold on to bitterness. I say I have no enemies because I've let go. I have forgiven. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm disappointed, but I'm not really. Humans are going to human. You know what I'm saying? Like, humans are going to human. But do it authentically. No? That says my Trisha hurts me with words every 4 months or so. I always forgive her because I think she is sorry, even though I assume she'll do it again. Am I wrong? Well, you're not wrong. That's not the way I would look at it. I would deconstruct this. My Trisha hurts me with words every 4 months or so. I always forgive her because I think she's sorry, even though I assume she'll do it again. How can you be sorry and you do it again? Is that logically sound? So I would deconstruct that. How can one be sorry and do it again? How can you be sorry and repeat an offense? How could one truly understand what they've done wrong and repeat an action? That's the question we all have to ask ourselves. And this is why I say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we have to give people space to make mistakes. We have to. Or not. But at the same time, what does it mean when they keep doing it? It just means that's who they are. At the end of the day, you are what you are. And repeating the action is an indication of that, right? Diet Water, welcome to memberships. Now, of course, there are circumstances in which you might be dealing with somebody who, and it depends on how they hurt you. So an example is you've got a friend who keeps asking you for money, and every 4 months they ask you for money, you give it to them and they never pay you back. Now you're enabling. Now that's your responsibility. You got to stop giving people money. Okay? But if you have a friend who literally texts you out of the blue every 4 months, you fucking cunt, and I hate you, I hope you kill yourself. Well, now you've got somebody who's dealing with an intense mental illness or something is severely wrong with them. And they're either people you never talk to again, or they're people that when they talk to you that way, you never respond and never engage. And you only engage. So you cannot, if they are bad to you, you cannot engage with them, which means that you can't give them opportunities to be bad to you, which means you might never see them again. What I learned with my person is that because every time we engage, they treated me horribly, I only engage with them when they don't treat me horribly. And now I haven't seen them since 2019. Because they cannot help but treat people poorly when they're around them. And I am not the only one. Many people have had to cut this person off from their life because every time we try to give them a chance, they are deeply cruel to everybody. And even though it is trauma-based, and even though it's their pain, they don't get to take it out on people. And then have the audacity to think they're right, So they can come back when they engage without hurting people and they acknowledge what they did was wrong. I assume I will never see this person again. I assume at most I might see them in 20 years. But I am assuming I will never really see this person again. I might see them in 30 years. I might see their kids before that, but I'll probably never really see them again. It'd be nice though. There's a real good person inside that person. And if that goodness can come out, I would love to see that person again. What are you going to do? Okay. Now. Chad says, speaking of therapy, why do certain channels say Britney dissuades people from going to therapy? I've heard the exact opposite, because they're brain dead, if you want to be honest. People do. People get on the internet. It's the haters girl. They literally think I tell people not to go to therapy because I do philosophy, but I am the biggest fangirl of therapy. Therapy literally saved my life. They just don't watch my content. They think because I do philosophy, I'm dissuading them from going to therapy. Therapy's a tool. I'm big into therapy, big into science, big into doctors, big into data. I'm big into facts. And therapy can be very helpful. And I love it. Okay.
Just was so sad about it because it was my idea. And then Moses paid for it. I'm like, Moses, why didn't you grab the pizzas on the way out? I was so annoyed that he left them. I thought that's why he was down here getting the pizzas.
Oh, dude, that would have been so douchey. He's like, fuck you guys. I'm taking the pizza. Actually, all of us were standing around having a really sad pizza party.
And then I heard Dan say it wasn't even good, which is bullshit because pizza is the best pizza
Well,
ever.
Again, I can see when I'm wrong. They gave the thick crust, and I think it made it way too heavy. And we all got sick. It was like way
Exactly.
too
You
much
should have
crust.
had just the regular.
Yeah, I can see it once again.
The treat box, everyone thinks it got sponsored by that. The Pizza Hut treat box was
I
like
wish.
everywhere. Everyone ordered it.
Wow.
Anyways, we're all good. I don't want to separate Moses from his family. I apologize. Like, I want him to be with his
Aw.
family.
And we all.
I want you all to come to the wedding. I want like
Okay,
the
and
Let's go, chat says, Brittany literally convinced me to go to therapy. Indoctrination 101, baby. I love it. Ooh, call me a leftist indoctrinating Machiavellian mothers sending their children to therapy to be butchered.
Wow.
and we and
H3
we all wish the best for you guys. I mean, genuinely, you know.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll be back. Oh, and by the way, Trisha got me the best present ever. She got me a PlayStation 5, which
Wow.
I know. Well, I didn't know if we were gonna have that
I'll
episode
send
next
someone to
week.
your house to pick it up. AB.
I can't come drop it off. I won't stay. I'm not that person.
Oh, I just didn't want to put you out of your way. Yeah, come.
I mean,
no.
I would like to give you
So
it.
should we get a pizza and eat it together,
Okay.
and then pass off the PS5?
Yeah.
We can film it.
Well, I thought you might have already had it. So
Why
I was
don't we
like,
do?
oh.
Why don't we do like we can make like a TikTok or something of like the Christmas miracle, the PS5 pizza party.
And no, the real miracle is I got it at retail value. I did not pay extra for
So
it.
when she's told me, she said, I got you a Christmas present. It's a PS5. The first thing I asked is, did you buy it on StockX? Because I do not support those motherfuckers who sell that shit markup.
Okay, chat. Now you're bullying me, chat. Chat says the streams would be like an hour shorter if we cut every time Britt says go to therapy. Wait, that's like so true though. Go to therapy.
And I've refused to buy it from them. And the perfect aspect is that she got it at retail.
I know. I
from
need
someone-
to make merch. I'm gonna get on the merch ASAP. I'm gonna get t-shirts and then I'm gonna get go to therapy shirts. I got it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
at Best Buy.
Yeah,
Which
that
was
is
like,
just for a shout out and the price. But hey, I'll take it.
I love the shit. Hey, I mean, shout out's worth way more than what.
Well, the reason I told you is because you were looking at your phone talking about like trying to get it. And I was like, shit, I feel like he's going to like get someone. And because I already got it and I have no use for it, I was like, wait, I should just tell him so no one like tries to scramble to get it on StockX or something. Because
Well, all these guys, everybody's been trying to get PS5s. None of us have got one.
I had the PS5 hookup. I mean, yeah.
Literally, like AB, Ian, Zach, Dan. I don't think you
I
care.
have my own team.
And then AB even has his own team in the Discord. He says none of us can get it. I don't
Wow.
understand who the fuck is able to buy these.
People who know general managers of Best Buy.
Well, they're just
Wow.
bots though. It's so fucked up.
This is so like, oh my God, are they gonna talk for another 20 minutes?
My dream is that all these bots buying the PS5s, that Sony gets their shit together and floods the market, and they all just have to like sell it under retail because nobody
Well,
wants.
now
it.
you have one. I didn't get you any games or anything. 'Cause I didn't know what
I
you
don't
would
need
like.
it.
Okay.
I'm gonna download them.
Okay.
my God, let's go, guys.
Because I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't need games.
Yeah.
That's honestly such a thoughtful gift. Thank you so
Well,
much.
I was so excited because we talked about it during Goat Yoga, and I was like, "That's the gift. That's what I'm going to get him." And then I was so excited about it, and then I was like,
I've been thinking a lot about what to get you. And
"No, I don't. I really don't want anything. When I say I don't want anything, I like really mean it because I
No, she said in the last podcast, she actually says that. She's like, please don't get anything, but actually it hurts her feelings when people don't get her stuff. See, my butthole just went, ooh, my butthole just went, Trisha, ooh. Like, no, that's not what you told me before. See, now I feel gaslit. Not gaslit. It's a trap. It's a trap, chat. Like, no. You said it hurts your feelings when people don't get you gifts. See, you know when you're the kind of friend, okay, I'm the kind of friend that if I do hear my friend say something offhand, I will remember it and get it. Like one of my friends one time offhand said one thing she always wanted as a kid was a bake oven, a bake oven. What's it called? And she never got one as a kid because her mom never bought it for her and she always missed out. She felt like she always missed out. Easy bake oven. And she said it in passing one time, just like totally in passing. And I just internalized it. Then Christmas was coming up And I got her an Easy Bake Oven. It was like literally months later. She goes, I can't believe you got me an Easy Bake Oven. I was like, well, you said your mom never got you an Easy Bake Oven. So let's make a fucking cake, bitch. And like she's one of my inner circle. I love her. We've been friends for like a billion years now. And I was like, let's go, bitch. And like, we were roommates for a time. Like, she's really one of the best people who's ever existed on the planet. She really saved me when I was at my lowest, let me tell you. And shout out to my girlies who really have been there at my lowest, let me tell you. So anyway, so we did it. We like had a shitty apartment in Seattle together. It was so funny. And we had this Easy Bake Oven for Christmas and our shitty little Christmas tree. And it was a blast. That is when I feel like I kill it with gifts. But I cannot give consistent gifts. Like if you wanted me to get you a gift every year, I'd be so bad at getting you gifts. But if I can just like really hone in on a cute gift and a perfect gift and a specific for you kind of gift, I will get it for you. But if I'm like forced to get people gifts, like I'm bad at getting gifts. I don't know what to get people. But when it counts, I show up, girl. Okay.
No,
Really
but
do
then
buy
you,
myself
but you
everything.
also told me when I get someone a gift and they don't reciprocate, I get angry.
I don't get angry.
You get disappointed.
Maybe. But I really don't expect it because I do get myself everything. Like I'm seeing Shane tonight and he does the best gift. So I'm like, I need to get something great for him.
What
You know
did
what I
Shane
mean?
get you?
We'll see him tonight. I don't know. But like last year he got me Cartier bracelet, like the year before. Like
Ooh, hold on, chat. Great question. How does an almost high risk person get decent therapy? My partner is often suicidal but not planning and doesn't want to die. Her new therapist sends her to asylums and doesn't get help, behavior, or push meds. Okay. I will tell you this. First of all, you are hiring the medical professional. Or if you're in the US, you are hiring the medical professional. They are you are the client. I emailed over 80 fucking therapists. I gave them the down low. I said, here are my things. Okay, I'm queer. I'm in BDSM. I'm poly. I'm doing all these things because this was the era of my life I was in. I need a therapist that is educated and well-rounded and isn't going to write off my lifestyles as a part of my mental health. I need somebody who absolutely wants to know what's wrong with me. My first therapist sucked. Fired her. Okay, I had 6 sessions with her. 6! Fired her. Second therapist, amazing. Well, knowledgeable, very up to date, very hip, very good. You have to shop for a therapist the way you shop for a car. You got to be careful about all these people just wanting you as a client. You got to find somebody who's passionate about mental health, and you got to find somebody that will listen to you. My first therapist was like, we have got to put you on meds if you're suicidal. I was like, okay, well, relax. Like, who doesn't want to kill themselves? She did not like that. My second therapist was like, oh, it makes sense. You want to kill yourself. You're lost. Like, let's find you. Let's figure out who you are. And I was like, fire, bro. Never put me on meds. Fucking got me better. And within a year, vibing. So you got to find a therapist that actually sees you. And that's really fucking hard because you know what? You're dealing with people. And look, I'm not anti-meds. I need some meds right now, girl. I'm looking at antidepressants for my fibro. I'm looking at antidepressants in general. I think that shit would help me. But at the time, I didn't want to just be put on pills. I didn't want to just be, fucking dick pulled for fucking 20 years on therapy. I wanted the right person who was interested in actually helping me. And my second therapist, girl, this woman, chef's kiss, okay? Wonderful. She really fucking killed it, okay? She did great. And she did great because I genuinely think she was just interested in helping. I think she was really interested. So if you're having a hard time finding the right person, right? I totally get it. I would treat it like a car. Like that's how I do it. You know what I mean? Email all your details as a genius. Is that email protected under HIPAA? That's a great question. You know what you could do? You could email them with a generic email and not share your name until you become a client. Because I don't think so. Probably not. But that's what I would do. Choose a generic email that doesn't have your name on it. Make one up if you have to. And email them with your details and just, use your middle name or something. Or just say like, you don't have to, if you're worried about the email being connected to you for some reason for work or something, you can look into it. I'm not sure. You know what I mean? But yeah, I recommend emailing, asking ahead. Cause you know what you don't want to do? You don't want to interview your therapist mid-session for $145 fucking dollars. I didn't want to have to go into therapy and interview each of my therapists for my first sessions. I was like, how about I just email you? And you know what? Most of those therapists, not most, let's say half, I don't remember. half got back to me and said, hey, Brittany, it doesn't sound like I'd be a good fit for you. I actually specialize in this, but here's somebody you can talk to. Here's someone that might work with you. I worked with my insurance. I told my insurance, hey, look, I need a specific kind of person. And they sent me, my insurance hooked me up with my therapist. But they sent me a list of therapists that they recommended, and we tried to get it down to the person that might help me the most. And it was kind of cool. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I did it, and it worked. Now that was in 2018. So things might have changed, but that's what I found my therapist in 2018.
He gets me. He's like all out. Not saying you. I'm just saying he's the ultimate. We're both the same with gift giving. So then I was like, and he's hard to buy for because he's a guy. You know what I mean? So it's hard. But
I'm trying to think. Yeah, because like I know you like jewelry and all this bling and stuff, and I'm not.
No, you don't. You don't have to get me anything.
But I was trying to think of something really thoughtful like this menorah. Like, how do you have someone that just blings? Like, like put me in touch with your bling person.
I got you something from them too. I should have brought that. I had that ready
I wish
today.
I had a bling person because I have good ideas for that. But like,
I got you another thing bling, but I didn't want to be overwhelmingly weird and being like, here's.
Which is funny because Ethan's so good at getting candles that smell like farts made. He can't figure out how to get a menorah bedazzled.
That's because I love gifts. I love giving gifts.
will you tell me what you've got me blinged? Or
I feel like I could wait until the new year. I feel like because it actually kind of has to do with our set a little bit too.
Can you put me in touch with your bling person so I can bling you out something?
I have all the bling things I need. I have so many bling. I have a bling Birkin. I have a bling everything. You know what? Honestly, can I say, and I'm not just saying this, like these cups are honestly like the most thoughtful thing. Like the fact that whoever remembered that I wanted these and gave them to me, and
it was me.
Oh, well then that to me means like a lot. And I really mean that. Like that's cool. Like for instance, like, okay, I really wanted a pig backpack from Shane and it's sold out or whatever, but he gave me like a white one that wasn't even for sale yet for my birthday. He gave me other things. But that to me was the most thoughtful gift because I was like, oh shit, like, no one else has this.
We set aside, I don't know if you got it yet, but you asked for some Teddy Fresh that's all sold out that we sent you. I don't know if it's right yet.
I got it the day I went home and stormed off, and then there was like a Teddy Fresh box. I'm like, do I unbox this?
Is it open?
I did open it, but I was gonna do it on camera, but it felt like inauthentic. It felt like not real to do it.
So that was nice.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
I remember I made a special note. I said, Trisha, this.
No, you do. You are good. That's what I'm saying. That stuff means more to me.
No, but I need to surprise you with something.
This was a surprise. I saw these and I did get really excited. I was like, oh my God, that's really nice.
You do have a weird, you do love those mugs.
I love these mugs and I stole them. Well, I didn't steal them. You gave them to me each time I did the podcast. I thought, how cool. And you don't even make them anymore.
We have none left. They're all Trisha's.
I have 4. So if you ever want to use them, come to my house. I'll have a set for everybody. And I do try to hang out with you guys. You guys said that I never try to like hang out socially with you guys. And we did try to plan one time. You said after theater goes bed at 6:00, but then it was the weekend of the election and I got chaos and COVID and all that stuff like that. But I do try and hang out with you.
I think it's the COVID thing.
I know, but I want to socialize. I want you guys I want to be a part of the family. I want you guys a part of, like, I want everyone to be together. So I try it. I know it's COVID, but just to make that clear, I want to be in.
But I think it was once, and you made it sound like you're asking us every week.
No. And then we won't talk about it, but you said something like, that could be fun. We could do that this weekend. And then I never heard from you. And I'm like, hey, I thought we were supposed to hang out this weekend. And you're like, oh, we got busy. And I was like, okay, this was like the first episode of the show.
Mm-hmm.
And my point is, I want to be a part of your guys' life.
True. Chad says that Ethan has a hard time being serious. It feels like he's using his humor as a defense. Ethan is the like fat funny guy that like uses humor to deflect. That's why he gets along with comedians. All comedians are traumatized. It's literally such an MO in the industry. All comedians are little kids try to make their parents laugh. And Ethan's one of them. That's why Ethan's kind of funny. Because he's a traumatized comedian. You know, he's not a traditional stage comedian, but, you know?
And vice versa. I thought, like, truly, like when I first started dating like Moses, I thought it would be like a good idea because I was like, oh, then I can get close to you guys. Like I really wanted to, and not in like a user way, but I was like, oh, that's so cool because like I was like, I liked you guys. I was like, this is a good like in. Obviously, I'm like in love with Moses. Is that? I don't know what Machiavellian is. All that. But either way, I really like you guys, and I wanted to be part of this. It's why like from the beginning, I wanted to come to like your house and be a part of your lives and everything, the successes of this channel that I jokingly mock.
But you always say how uncomfortable you are here and that you hate coming
I'm very
here.
awkward. Yeah, I need to get over that though. I'm just not.
But well, anyway, we won't be here soon. I understand. This is my home turf, right? So
either way, it's your home turf because it's your channel, your employees.
Yeah, but and a studio's a much more neutral.
Think about if we were like on the Real Housewives of on Bravo, right? And like we had this fight. Like Bravo employees aren't going to give a shit that we had this. They will like egg it on more personal attacks. But because it's you and your family,
guys.
Do you know what I mean? Well, even your family and stuff, everything. But if it was on a TV show where no one had anything invested, they'd be like, yeah, Trish, get them, like get the personal stuff going.
Yeah, that's true.
So it is. If I get it, I'm learning.
But for the most part, they just sit here silently unless I ask. But you're right. These are my guys.
Right.
And they would never go against the family.
That's not true. Dan, Dan
kind of fucks me over sometimes. I'll tell you. Dan throws me under the bus.
No,
sometimes.
I was shook because I think me and Dan always had a rough start. He didn't want me on the show from the very beginning.
Yeah, on Friday, he threw my ass under the bus.
No, he wasn't throwing your ass.
And everyone's like, yeah.
He was bringing awareness like, oh, I think because not to throw AB out of the bus, but he summarized the video wrong, saying that I was
Yeah,
mad because
AB
the
kind of screwed me.
chat-
I think AB screwed me.
Because he's like, she's mad that the chat's on Hila's side. I'm like, what chat? What are you talking about? I was just like watching something on my phone.
No,
and
but
Yeah, Chez has her desire for family dynamics. The issue she wants to replicate her own trauma, family dynamic within that. Trisha obviously wants a family. Like Trisha obviously wants to be a part of a family. That's why she group hopped, and I get that 100%. You want to know how like that overlap with? I think it's I do think that might be borderline or even autistic. To be honest with you, like that's that fantasy of a group of friends that grow old together, that family unit that's always together, people who have each other's back, that millennial dream we all grew up with because all of our sitcoms had that, without ever taking into consideration that all of it was fantasy and none of it was even close to reality. You know, I do think we all had that. And I do think it took me a really long time to realize, oh, I'm never going to get that. I had to realize that. That was a huge bubble pop for me. It fundamentally changed my life for the better, realizing like, oh, people don't get that. I mean, there are people who get it, but people like me don't get that because people like me, I have to say it in a way that doesn't sound, okay, let me say it like this. You know who I think gets that? People that share enough culture and values and overlap to be consistently together and come back together in a way that makes sense to them. Like I noticed my parents, their besties are like their cousins who share religion. So even if it gets a little tense sometimes, they always can come back to their religion together. And they're good communicators and they really get along. But if you have very different belief systems than your friends, if you're raising your kids differently, it's going to be very tense to like raise your kids together or to be in a friend group for a long time, for 80 years, where the values go in different directions. Do you know what I'm saying? So I feel like my values are so specific to me. It'd be very hard for my friends and family to grow old next to each other without it making issues. Like our family is healthier because we don't live together or near each other. But when we get together, it's a who and a half. It's great. Do you know what I mean? So I think Trisha wants this thing that it's hard to have, especially since her and Moses are so specific that it's hard to have that thing without understanding that when it gets messy, you have to come back together. When it gets messy, you have to work on making it less messy over time. Do you know what I'm saying? It's always it's not that it's not messy. It's that it's less messy over time, depending on all of the factors. And I think people take it for granted how rare it might be to actually like be able to grow old with your friends and family. You know, where you're seeing each other and, you know, walking into each other's house, like on the sitcoms. You know, it sounds cute until it actually happens. Like with Peace and Love, I don't want my in-laws to be just walking through our front door. I actually thought that was so fun. And in Arizona, I did let my brothers come in and out of my apartment as much as they wanted because we were all living together. Like some of us were living together, some of us weren't. So if visiting brothers wanted to come in, they could just come in. But that's because none of us were in a relationship and none of us were like fucking on the kitchen counter. Right? But like once you grow up and have your own family, you could be fucking on the kitchen counter. I don't want people just to come in. What if I'm just relaxing and I don't want to socialize today? You know what I mean? It changes when your life changes. You know how people say, oh, like once my friends got into a relationship, they changed. Hey, girl, they have better change. Not in a bad way, but in a good way. You're in a couple now. You're busy. You're fucking. You're doing stuff. You know, you're being romantic. Don't come interrupt my like 3 a.m. slow dance in the kitchen. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think like there's something to be said about how people, Chad said Brittany's fixation on fucking in the kitchen counter is worrying me. I just like saying it. It's not convenient. It's actually so uncomfortable fucking on a kitchen counter. It's actually the worst experience ever. I just like saying it. I just like saying it. It's actually a horrible experience. I just want to say that out loud. The couch, on the other hand, the floor, on the other hand, but like fucking on a kitchen counter is literally the worst. But you guys, I'm ranting now. You get what I'm saying.
Also, AB summarized your video
poorly. It was not
And
what the
he made it
intention
sound like it was like trashing us. The
was.
whole
I was like
time.
praising, like I was like, I want to be
And
a
so
part
I think
of this.
AV screwed me on that one.
Oh,
But he did say in
please.
his after I was already charged up and angry at you and ready to talk about it.
Wow, Ethan's so fucked up. He didn't even watch the video Trisha made. He made AB watch it instead and then move off of that. That's why I hate Ethan. Because he lets his team watch the video instead of him watching it himself. Watch it yourself. I hate that. I hate those content creators. I hate all of you. All the content creators that watch stuff barely, watch the full thing and understand the context. I hate that shit.
on live. He goes, maybe it's not as bad as I made it sound.
So why wouldn't you watch it? As Dan says, why
Because,
spend 40
yeah,
minutes talking about a video
because
you
we
didn't
were-
watch?
Well, I did. Well, to be fair, I didn't talk that much. I didn't really
It was
talk.
40 minutes.
Yeah,
It was 40
I
minutes.
I didn't have 40 minutes in the morning. We were working.
No, you guys
Excuse me, chat. Showers. The shower is the worst. Counter's not bad. Shower is good, but it can be the worst. It depends. It's not. I think the counter is more convenient than the shower, but I think the shower hurts less than the counter. Because the counters can be just uncomfortable if you're in the bottom. It depends on the position. It depends on the position. This is very, it depends on the shower too. But yes, wet cancels out the wet somehow. It just kind of like, unless you have water-based lube. You know what I'm saying? It depends on it really depends on how tall the counter is as well, compared to everybody else participating, It really depends. But you know what I'll say? Try it all and see I really think you should try it all and then rate everything. And honestly, the bed is the best. Let's be real. The bed is the best. Jessa's just doing it in the bed, you degenerates. The bed is the best. And honestly, shout out to Missionary. Okay. The bed is the best and shout out to Missionary. And the chat says the woods though. The woods though, all of it, honestly, it's all functional if you really want it to be. But the bed is the best. It really is. It's comfy. It's nice. There's pillows. You know what I mean? Like there's, it's all, anyways. Okay. Please be serious. This is a very serious live stream. Okay. Wait, I saw a good question. I want to answer it. Where did it go? Jess says, do you think that Trisha splitting also manifests as her idealizing people until they trigger her and how she couldn't really come back to a relationship to talk it out? Well, I think the combination is that Trisha favorite people's everybody, but also doesn't understand why she does it. So Trisha parasocially puts everyone on this pedestal, kind of makes them like her favorite people a bit, and then gets crushed anytime she senses rejection from them. I'll tell you, it's like, okay, that feeling, that universal feeling when you message somebody, you think you're vibing and they don't get back to you for 3 to 4 days. And you're like, oh shit, did I misread something? A friend, a coworker, a lover. And you're like, oh fuck, why are they messaging me back? It's been 4 days, right? I'm not talking about established friendships. I'm talking about new friendships, right? Because, old friendships, you can go weeks without returning a message. It's not a big deal. But a new friendship where you're kind of building stuff up, you haven't negotiated, they don't know what's going on, you haven't explained to them, you take a while to respond. And then you start to wonder, oh my God, are they did I annoy them? What if I sent too many memes? That feeling times 1,000, times 10 is what's happening to Trisha, or even what happened to me. My therapist would explain, you feel feelings 10 times more than anybody else. So the feeling is valid, but because you feel it 10 times more than everybody else, maybe the reaction is not what you want to give. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes total sense then. So if I feel that feeling about nobody texting me back, it used to send me into a spiral. When I was interested in a person and they were into me and we were having sex, if they didn't respond back to me in 4 days, I'd be like, what the fuck is happening? I don't get it. Why aren't you messaging me? I know you're on the internet because you tell me you game all day or you're home all day or you're on your phone all day. So why aren't you messaging me? And then that person will message me and they'll be like, oh dude, I lost my phone for a few days, which by the way, they're ADHD. So I could see it right in this situation. I could see it, but also what the fuck? But also I realized I don't like that when I'm seeing somebody romantically. So what I learned to do eventually after therapy, of course, is, and this was pre-diagnosis. So after therapy, I would learn that I really don't like it when people I'm interested in don't get back to me, but I can understand it from most of other people. So what I would do is I'd say, hey, I'm really into you. I like you. Let's stay in contact. I hope for constant contact within reason. I know you work. But if I don't hear from you in a few days, after I've messaged you, it's going to feel I'm going to get confused about your interest, right? Is that okay? And they'd say, yeah, okay, for sure. And I'm like, okay, cool. And of course, only when I message you. I'm not expecting you to always get back to me, you know, within reason. And eventually I learned that people's different communication styles was going to contribute to our compatibility long term. So my partner and I were very good at communicating, which was one of the signs that I knew, okay, we're going to be very high compatible because we communicate very complimentary. We're very considerate. We're very good at communicating. This was a plus. Okay. Super chat from Ben. Thank you so much. Says, my wife has always had a much higher libido than me and it affects our relationship. We're considering an open relationship for her. Is that crazy? It's a really good question. I would deconstruct all of this though. Right? Because like, if your wife has a high libido, it's called a vibrator. You don't have to open your relationship for sex. If you, as a person who did poly for 10 years and as a person who's monogamous now, libido differences are not the reason to open up a relationship. It has to be for a much more grounded philosophical reason, or it will break up your marriage. I'm just telling you this anecdotally. My advice, your marriage will end if you open up this marriage without actually understanding why you're opening it. Because you are allowing other people into your team. And it is a big deal. It is a big deal. So you got to be careful that you actually are doing this for the quote right reasons. Because it's not that you're opening up your marriage that's wrong. That's not the bad thing. It's the question of why does a high libido equal opening up the marriage? Right? You said, to be fair, it would be physical only. Let me tell you this, it's never physical only. Good sex is never physical only, ever. Never. And that's good. You do not want to be physical only with your lovers. You want to have the good amount of emotions. All of my friends that I've ever fucked, I liked. I like them. You're going to want to choose a lover. She's going to want to choose a lover she likes. It's never just physical, but it can be non-committal. She can choose a lover she really likes that is not a relationship, right? So when you say not just physical, I just want you to make sure you don't mean literally, because emotions got to be there for good sex. You know, you got to have a connection. Because if it was just physical, she'd use a vibrator. You feel me? Listen to me. If she was just worried about the physicality, she would go on adamandeve.com and buy 10 sex toys. Because if it's just physical, what do you need a person for? You know what I'm saying? So this is an opportunity for you guys to sit down and really have the conversation. You know? Use code H3, code frenemies at checkout. Not sponsored. Okay? So when we have these conversations, I would just make sure that we're really being honest about why we're doing it. And we might not know yet, right? Like sometimes we have to really ask ourselves, do I actually want this piece of pie? Or do I think I want this piece of pie? Why do I want this piece of pie? You know, that kind of stuff. It's like, why do I want this piece of pie? What's going on here? You know, what does this mean? And it depends on also what you want your relationship to be into the future. You know, what does it look like for you? For me, poly was great, but I learned that poly people settle as much as anybody else, and open relationships are great, but you really got to be on the same page. Otherwise, it just leads to divorce, period. The divorce rates are high for a reason. People are never on the same page. But I will say, as long as you're on the same page, you've gone over pros and cons, you've done your due diligence, now you actually have to find somebody that's cool enough to fuck. That's fucking hard. Finding good, safe people to have sex with that aren't going to bring hell into your life, that's a lot of work. So again, is all of that worth just having sex with somebody? Or are there other ways to make sure the team flourishes, your wife gets what she needs, you get what you need, and it doesn't involve all of the possible drama for an orgasm? You know? All right. Good luck, my friend. Thanks for the super chat.
I talked 40
I
minutes
talked about
a
the
video.
comment you pinned, which was fucked
Oh
up.
my God, you didn't see the video. The whole video was me just being
The
like,
comment-
thank
I can't believe Ethan didn't watch the video. He's a bad friend. He's a bad YouTuber. YouTubers are bad. If you don't watch the content, your friend made a video about you and you didn't watch it, and you want to come back and talk to her about it, that's crazy.
comment
like-
had nothing to do with the video.
And then also Dan bringing up the point, which you now agree with him, is like, oh, maybe you should have mentioned
Dan is
lifting off
right.
camera.
Dan is right.
Yeah, and he still does this. He did it to Hassan. He pisses me off. When he does it to Hassan, he pisses me off. Watch the video. You're a huge YouTuber with millions of viewers, and there's a high expectation here. Watch the videos. But to be fair, Hassan also doesn't watch Ethan's videos, which, to be fair, is fine since Hassan wasn't the one who started the war. Ethan has to watch the videos because he's the one who started the war. That's just how it works. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess Trisha has to watch the videos because she started the war. But Ethan, this is complicated. Okay, different scenarios, different situations. Different situations call for different measures. Ethan can't comment on videos he hasn't seen because he won't understand the context. That's the rule. It doesn't matter. Okay? That's all that matters. If you're going to comment on a video, you should watch it. And by the way, another person does this in this space. It really pisses me off, and I really hate it, where they will put their nose in very serious business and go, I didn't see all the receipts. I didn't watch the full video. I don't have all the information. Then you better say that out loud first, because people are waiting to hear what you have to say. And if people are waiting to hear what you have to say, you better make sure you got enough of the information, or make it clear you don't. And you know what I'm saying?
And then you at the time like what? But it was nice.
What, Dan?
Yeah.
I just jokingly said thank you.
Yeah. No, I was because they're obviously going to be
Look,
on your side.
he's right. No, Dan's right.
Bro, Chat says, Discord says, when someone doesn't message you back, do you still feel the same feeling you used to now that you're more healed, or does the feeling not come up? The feeling doesn't come up in the same way at all. I think the only feeling I feel is that normal level of anxiety that everyone feels. But no, I do not worry now when people don't message me back. It does not even faze me. To the point where it's actually become more of a problem because I'm so chill about it now that other people can be like, oh my God, Brittany didn't message me back. And I'm like, we're good though. Actually, right now, I'm actually vibing. Everybody in my life, we're all on great terms. Everybody's chilling. Everyone's like properly communicating. Everything's such a vibe. And I was like, let's maintain this. Let's maintain it. Let's maintain it. And I'm like, no new friends that are going to ruin the vibe. But like everybody's in a really good place right now. So it feels like everyone just reaches out when they need something, or they communicate, no hard feelings. And it feels really good, I think, as far as I know. I hope no one's sitting there like, I'm so mad at Brittany. But like, I think we're all good. You know what I mean? And I really want it to continue because it's such a good feeling. But I will say that if it comes up, at least we can talk it out, hopefully. But I think there is a general, universal level of anxiety everybody feels when they haven't heard from somebody. It's not even that people haven't gone back to you. You just haven't heard from somebody. So I think there's a normal level everyone feels. Because you know why I know this? Because other people in my life that aren't as traumatized or don't have borderline or don't have these things, they will reach out and be like, hey girl, we good? I'm like, we're good, girl. And like, okay, just checking. So I think it's just a normal feeling people feel. You know?
Right, and that's what I like. I like when I don't expect them always to agree with me, and I like when they put me in my place, so to speak. It's just
not putting you in your place. It's just like telling you a different side of where.
I get charged up. They give me not putting me in my place. I was trying to lead into a joke, but I hit the brakes on it. But I appreciate when they give me that different perspective, and he was right. Okay, and so, but I blame AB.
True.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you can say something.
Yeah, give me a mic.
All right, AB wants to say something.
AB the simp. The Ethan
Thank
simp.
you.
He's by the way, AB, before you talk, AB recently won Heartthrob of the crew. Do you agree with that?
On what?
Just like most attractive crew member.
Definitely.
Okay, there you go.
That's you're going against like Ethan.
It's not. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what would you give him out of 1 out of 10 though?
AB or
Yeah.
Dan?
AB.
Out of 10? I never liked young guys in general, even when I was young. So I would say like a 5 out of 10.
Oh
But
my
it's mostly
God,
your
the
age.
bar
You should've
is
asked
low.
before Friday.
Dude,
Yeah,
we are a bunch of. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, but that's only because like I don't like young guys.
Yeah, but Heartthrob at 5 is brutal.
I mean,
That's awesome.
okay, let's hear what AB has to say. Number 5.
Okay, so when I summarized the video, I was going word for word for sentences, but I did say at the end, and Dan can back me up, it sounds worse in text. I recommend that you watch it yourself.
What do you mean you were reading
I
subtitles?
recommend you. By the way, AB,
Yes.
our show starts at 12
This is what I'm saying. How inappropriate is all of this? It's so funny. Like, no wonder your life's so messy. AB doing the work.
live,
I
and he
understand.
sends me the summary at like 12:50. He goes, I recommend.
Ooh, question. Do you think it's ever justified to be mean to someone about superficial things such as someone's hair? I think it's human to be a bitch sometimes. I think you can argue with yourself how much of a bitch you're allowed to be. Sometimes you're a bitch and you say bitchy things about people that's superficial and mean. But I don't think it defines you as a person unless you're just like a mean person, so it's constant. But like if you're a bitch sometimes, it's like not a good look. But like everyone's going to be a bitch sometimes. You know what I mean? So everyone's going to be just an asshole sometimes. The question is how often? You know, because that's really what you're looking for. What defines you is frequency. What defines you is infrequency. What defines you is when temptation comes knocking, what do? Right? And it's time and time again. It's a pattern you're building in your life. You know? So if you're mean, and it depends, like, because these are the conversations I mean that are different. In private, if you think I am not commenting on people's physical looks in private, I do not even know what you're saying. What do you mean by that? Because I'm being autistic about this, but like I try not to be mean about it, but it might be mean. Like I might be like, I just don't feel like they're pulling it off today, bro. I feel like it looks ugly. I think I'm not being mean, but I would never say that to them because it's not my business. But you think like at home, I'm not sitting here like, why did they wear that outfit today? Like I feel like it's not even their vibe. But that's kind of mean. I would never say that to their face. But if they ask me, hey, Britt, did I pull it off today? I'd say, what was your goal? Because if your goal was to show your beautiful legs, you did not attain that goal. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think like we have to be very contextual about everything. Are you being mean? Or are you sharing a thought you have out loud with somebody that's a safe space? Are you being aware that like it's not just because you think it doesn't mean people have to hear it? Okay, like that's what I'm trying to say is like I don't mind people sharing a thought they have about somebody as long as like it'd be different if I had a friend in private who was like, ugh, I hate this fucking bitch. Ugh, she's so ugly, man. Look at her nose and her hair. And ugh, I just think she's so ugly. Ugh, I just hate her feet. And I'd be like, you're being weird, bro. Like, you're being weird. Like, why are you mentioning all those things? Do you know what I mean? Like, why are you mentioning all those, like, what do you mean her nose looks weird? What the fuck is that? Like, that's kind of fucking mean. That's not kinda. It literally is mean. I'd be like, why are you talking that way about someone? But if somebody was like, man, I really want to like this girl, but I fucking hate her like fashion outfits. Like, why the fuck is she choosing those clothes? I don't get it. It's like, yeah, dude, I want to like her in this fashion design show, but she's literally fucking it up with all her looks. It's like, you're just different. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want people to be mocking people for like their literal, like their looks, right? Like it's different mocking someone for what you feel is a choice. But also mocking mocking is not the right word. I don't want you to be mocking either. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like it's so obvious the context is so different. I just feel like there are differences between being mean, being cruel, being catty, being bitchy, being like kind of like gay, judgy. Like, I just think there's such a difference, you know? Discord said if it's about hair, also make sure you aren't being racist. That's where my mind went when I heard that comment. True. You know, like I want you to be able to give an opinion without it being mean. And I want you to be able to give an opinion that's sassy without being cruel. And I want you to be able to give an opinion that's honest without dehumanizing. That's what I want. I just want you to be able to share an opinion without being all the bad things. And I think you can do that. I do think you can. I just think you have to be very aware of the situation you're in socially. And sometimes you're going to miss the mark. Apologize and don't do it again. Chat, you said, what about racism against white people? That had better be a joke, chat. That had better be a joke, okay? And okay, all racism bad, but once I'm going to get triggered. You better chat. Okay, that better be a joke. If it is, I'm laughing. And if it's not laughing.
Recommend you watch it. It's like, dude, what am I going to do?
I just want to say, I'm always the one that has Trisha's back. That's all I'm saying.
That's not true.
No,
That's
I swear.
not true.
No, I mean, on Friday, maybe I didn't express myself. I meant that the comments were really rough on you. That's what I was trying to say. Not that you made that video because of the comments. I meant that like during Not the initial video,
Yeah.
but during the live.
I made the video because of the comments, not because of you guys. I had nothing bad to say about
I
you
didn't
guys.
read
Okay, Trisha.
the comment. I didn't know what people were saying
On
in
your
the live.
H3, on the H3.
During the live.
No, on the frenemies. I'm sorry, on frenemies. I was
Yeah.
saying those comments. So that was my
Yeah, those
response.
comments were for the most part.
So I was just trying to clear my name with the comments. I had nothing, and I kept saying like how amazing I think you are, and Hila's talented, and like how I want to be a part of this, and like all this. So then when you guys came with that, I was like, wait, what the fuck?
Right.
Did you watch it after all that?
No, I still haven't watched it. It's too long.
Fucking
It's
watch
too
it.
long.
I was so.
I mean,
nice.
Trisha, I know, but your videos they need to be edited down a little bit.
People.
And then you made another one that was like an hour 20. I was like, girl. I ain't got time for this shit. I got, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I felt bad it was Hila's birthday, but in all fairness, you made your
It's
first attack
fine.
video on my birthday,
It's fine.
and that's when I had the meth overdose and went to the hospital.
Okay, whoa. all
Right
right,
after.
so, if you want to go there, Jesus.
Anyways, sorry you lost at the streamies too.
Oh my God. That was so weird. The guy.
Yeah, Chet says I'm on a wavy hair group on Facebook, and some of the comments left there are ludicrously mean. Like, who the hell tells someone they look like they've just escaped the bin? Yeah, I think it's hard with chatters because chatters they're so mean. I will say sometimes I see Twitter posts, or no Twitter, TikTok, where some of the TikTok comments are like funny and I'm laughing, and then some of them I'm like, oh my God, these people are so mean. And I have noticed that the chat, like, I block comments for a reason because I don't want that kind of energy in my community, right? Like, I don't want that negativity. Zoe, welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here. When I'm on, like, and I think I get it. It like fucks up my algorithm, but that's why I do get frustrated a lot with the way people are so with their full chest being so unnecessarily mean. But I know as a streamer, I've said some shit that's probably way unnecessarily mean. I try to be better, but also I've noticed that like even when I'm trying to be genuinely funny or helpful, people are like, why'd you go for that? Like, why'd you go for that? And I'm like, okay, I have to be very careful. But also I do think that's why I'm trying to re-examine my own language because I am at work and I am trying to be better. And if I wouldn't write it in a comment section, maybe I shouldn't say it on stream. But then that makes no sense because I say a lot of things on stream that I would never write in a comment section, like anything. I really don't leave comments anymore. You know what I mean? Okay. Chat says it was a joke, bad joke. Okay, forgiven. I forgive you. Okay? We like you here. So, you know, you were doing so well in chat. We just want to make sure. You know, you could become a member, and when you make a joke like that, you could end it like this. Here, I'll type it out right now. What about racism against white people? And then you could add a fun emoji. And that, you know, that makes it better. Like, what about racism against white people though? And then you could add like, ooh, which emoji? The Jordan Peterson one. Or what about racism against white people? Listen, as a Canadian white man myself, I have been persecuted, objectified, dehumanized. My eyeballs burning from Trisha's butthole tissue paper butthole. Butthole! I'm not 40 yet. I can be a child still. Ethan! Get Trisha's butthole made into a candle ASAP! ASAP, Ethan!
Guy who won.
So weird.
I've never heard
of him.
He
Has views.
By the way,
No views. It's so weird.
we were going to talk about it on our next podcast of the week.
Keep
but
promoting
like,
the next podcast.
no, well, because
kidding.
but like this guy, he has like 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. He averages 10,000 views per podcast. I'm not saying that it's not a good podcast because it doesn't have good views, but I never fucking heard of the guy.
It's so
Who?
weird because I was going through the stream
Like whose
tweets.
dick is he sucking? Like,
I
that-
know.
like,
Well, I was looking for pictures of who won best podcast. I was expecting either Logan, David, or you guys for sure. And then I skipped past it because I didn't even see it. I'm like, wait, where's the podcast? And I was like, oh, who is this person? I was so confused.
so it's like,
Stop. I don't know if you've ever dressed up for Halloween, Britt, but if you do, please do a Jordan Peterson. Bro, if I could pull off a Jordan Peterson costume, I might try. I'm not good at cosplay like Trisha is, but I might try. That's so funny. Stop.
oh, maybe he's because there's lots of content on YouTube, huge creators. I was like that I've never heard of, and it always surprised me. So I look up his channel. I was like, the fuck is this guy?
It's weird. I don't know, but
Next episode is the award ceremony. That's why they're talking about it. Now we're just sitting here talking to each other. Do you like how their podcast evolved into like small talk about streaming and our chat has devolved into talking about Trisha's asshole? Yep, great stuff.
whatever.
But that's why I think the streaming
Yeah.
is all these internet
Bullshit.
awards is a bunch of bullshit. Like, I mean, seriously.
I would go if Frenemies was nominated. Actually, I wouldn't. I have
Oh,
anxiety.
they
They
emailed
put me-
me and they said, be ready because if you win, send us a video accepting.
Oh, so you thought maybe you would win?
So I was like, okay, cool, maybe we'll win. That would actually be fun, you know?
Right, for sure.
And then it was like, some dude you never heard of who gets 10,000 views. And again, that doesn't mean it's not good. It's just odd.
What a weird setup, though, to be like, oh, get ready to send us a video if you weren't going to win. Because they usually tell the winners. Not to bring up Jack's Films, but he knew he was going to win a Shorty Award, and he just flew to New York because they told him in advance he was going to win.
Well, Shorty's the fuck them all. But here's the thing. Like, I'm not saying the guy doesn't make a good podcast. I've never seen it.
Right.
But there's like a billion podcasts that get 10,000 views per episode.
Right.
It's like, why was he nominated? There's something fishy.
Yeah, it's set up for sure. Like
Rick,
last year, Tana was Creator of the Year.
Stop the steal. Stop the steal.
Wait, is that his name?
No, his name is Jay Shitty.
What's
Trisha, what's Stop the Steal? I cannot believe Trump in his recent interview with Sean Hannity literally had the audacity to still say the election was stolen. I can't believe it. I can't believe America. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It was stolen. Shani, listen to me, Shani. It was stolen, much like Melania stole my heart and then stomped on it. But she did. She stole my heart. I went in for a kiss. But her hat blocked me like the cock block that is my life. I was like, Melania, let me kiss you on TV so people know we're fucking. And she's like, but Donald, we're not fucking. Donald, I'm in this for money. Donald, please, leave me alone. The greatest part of being married to Donald was Barron. Barron is the heart and soul of my life. But Donald, this hat blocks you, Donald. I spit on you, Donald. Don't, Donald, please. Don't make me. I will humiliate you in front of everybody. Okay? I will do it just like Michelle. Melania, please, not in front of Michelle. I'm so intimidated by her. Michelle, when I see her, I say, step on me, Michelle. But Barack's like, listen here. Do not talk to my wife that way. Listen, Barack. Listen, okay? Please, Michelle, step on me. Melania tells me no. No. Anyways, guys, like the stream because I honestly built up a sweat doing that.
Oh, what? That's his name?
No, but seriously, what is this guy's story? Like, I'm
His name is
genuinely.
Jay Shetty, but I just call him
But like,
Jay Shetty.
who is he? Like, what is his story?
I don't know.
Like, even Logan Paul, who obviously, you know,
That's who I thought was going to win.
like
I mean,
Right.
come
obviously
on.
I've been in and out with Logan Paul in terms of things, but like I would understand if he won. Like the guy's been through a lot. He makes a good product. He has a podcast.
Yeah,
he
his
puts a lot of
podcast
work
is
into
huge.
it.
Yeah.
It's big. It's popular. And so like that would make it's part of like a redemption arc. I was like, oh, I think. And if Logan Paul won, I wouldn't even complain. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
But
Didn't he
then-
win last year too?
I don't think he did. I think it was the Views or Amanda.
Jason,
Oh,
Jason.
maybe.
Which yeah,
Okay.
and which by
Yo, you know why Ethan doesn't know who Jay Shetty is? Because he doesn't live on the internet like the rest of us. But also, he doesn't watch any videos. You know?
the way it isn't even on fucking YouTube.
Yeah, they're so lazy on that podcast. It's 40 minutes long and they have 20 other people talking. all the time.
Is this where the Jay Shetty beef starts? No way. Because, like, I barely know who Jay Shetty is, but I know enough. You know what I mean? The fact that Ethan's like, who is this guy? So funny.
I mean, what are the metrics in it? And I'm not complaining, but
Yeah.
like, look at everything we.
Is this the same? Is Streamy's the one Cutie Cinderella pulls together? Because everyone's always mad at her every year for how it works out and who wins, but it's like fan based. Stop being mad at Cutie Cinderella. You leave her alone. Okay? Everyone's always mad at her. Why don't they understand how it works? It's your fucking fans that vote. You leave her alone, bro.
We do. Look at everything we put in.
Yeah.
And some asshole who nobody knows comes in. Like, what? I'd like some explanation. I
Maybe
demand
we
it.
shitted on the streamies. Like you were.
Fuck.
Oh, wait. Hers is the Streamer Awards. Wait, Streamer Awards and the streamers are different? Uh-oh. I don't know anything about the internet, apparently. Who's Jay Shetty?
The streamers.
Yeah, that's
and
probably
fuck the
why.
authorities.
I'll take a nomination. I would have gone to represent you.
I think
guys.
we've been nominated every year.
Really?
Always surprised
Yeah,
me, though.
I think so.
Yeah. Wow. And you never won.
Never.
Never.
That's okay.
But I never expected
You have to
win.
play ball with these people to,
Do
to
I?
win.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
Jay Shitty probably won because he immediately emailed them back and was like, "Yes, I'll fly out. I'll be there."
I have a
Really?
video ready to go.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
no, but it was all over via the internet. There was no audience or anything.
Oh, right.
No, they went.
And they even said, because I tried to like play ball a little bit, because they're like, be on standby, because if you win, you need to send us a video acceptance immediately. And I said, I'm standing by.
You did? Oh, so
Yeah.
you did. You were ready. You were.
So I was like, okay, I'll send you a
Oh,
video.
Pop.
Because usually I just don't want to go there. 'Cause It's a schlep. So, but this year I was like,
Oh my God. Thank you so much. Maggie, membership for 6 months, says you have no idea how much your content has helped me navigate people. When I found your OG Bubbles video back in 2020, it was such a revelation to me. Love to hear. Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for being a member for a half a year. Wild. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's my goal. Honestly, if I was diagnosed autistic before, it would have made so much more sense why bubbles and boundaries and everything makes so much sense. But neurotypicals need it too. The world needs it. Do you know why I'm convinced most of the world's neurodivergent? Because too many of y'all complain about the world not working for you, which tells me you're not neurotypical. You ever wonder why certain people rise to the ranks and other people don't? It's not neurotypical for you and neurodivergent, but there is something to be said about the world and the way that it works. It's obviously not working for people. It's working good enough for the species, but it's not working good for people. And there is a difference. You know, there really is a difference.
Like, okay, I'll send you a fucking video. My acceptance video was going to be snarky, though. I was already thinking about it. I was like, I was going to be like, thanks for the best podcast. But, you know, too bad Joe Rogan couldn't be here, who obviously it wasn't even nominated. It has like a trillion more views than me.
Oh, I want to be his co-host.
Joe Rogan.
Do you think he would let me on? Or is it boys club over there?
Wait, you mean it as an interview?
No, I want to be like a co-host.
It's not enough to be an interview. You want to be on every episode of the Joe Rogan podcast.
Yeah.
Well, if he's scoring like Saint level low on the Dark Triad, maybe.
Do you think he's a narcissist? Do you think we'd butt heads or do you think he'd like me? I don't know. I don't know anything about him actually. So.
He's definitely. What the fuck do I know about Joe
I don't know,
Rogan?
but I think I peed.
All I know is that you peed.
Do you smell it? It smells so bad. That's so
How did
weird.
you pee?
I don't know. I couldn't control it. That's weird. Do you really smell it? Sorry.
No. Wait, did you really pee? Right
I'll be
now?
okay. I don't know, just a little bit.
Why? Do you have to pee really bad?
No.
Why'd you pee?
But Jay Shetty is for those who don't know in chat, I see you unsure maybe. He's the scam guy that recently got taken down by CoffeeZilla, right? The guy with the eyes. He's the right? Am I stupid? Yeah. In last year. Yeah, he's considered a fraud by a lot of people. He's very famous. I never got into his content. It felt really scammy to me. It did always feel really gross to me. But he was accused last year. It was a big story. Everybody covered it, but I didn't because I don't care. Yeah, you guys should Google it. Remember? Yes, Google it. I just Googled it. It's all over the internet. Did we not? We talked. We didn't talk about. I know I didn't cover it, but I remember watching people talk about it. Was it CoffeeZilla who did it? Yeah. Did he feel creep? I don't watch interviews with. Yeah, got exposed. Vodzilla. Yeah, bro. What do you mean? You all missed it. You all missed it. You're behind.
Welcome back to The Void today.
Here, I'll link Vodzilla. I knew it. It happened last year, bro. Yeah, he just lied about some shit. He's
wrong. I don't know. I think something's wrong with
You
me.
leaking urine?
No, he smelled it. Look, he's like,
Wait, do you leak urine?
He definitely feels like the guy who monetized enlightenment. You know what I mean? You know?
Can I pick him up?
Are you wearing Depends or something?
No, it just.
Dog.
Is it Squirt?
Huh?
Is it Squirt?
No, I think your dog knew. I love it.
It's very odd that you're leaking urine. I want to know more about.
Oh my God. That says, Britt, how do you feel about reviewing old drama instead of reviewing current drama through the lens of philosophy? I think it's the same, but what makes it better is how long it is. I actually genuinely think, I definitely think one of the best parts about this series is how long it is. I think it's making us better. I think it's improving our observations. I think it's also giving us really consistent things to really it gives us time to really get into it. I think on stream, when I talk about current events, we don't dedicate the whole stream to the event. So it doesn't give us enough time to really get into it. This is really forcing us to watch human beings really play out in real time. And this is over the span of months, right? So it's really cool to have that much time to just sit and not think about anything else and just focus on one topic. I actually like it better. I'm going to be real with you. I actually think dedicating each stream to a specific theme might be the way to go. Maybe not every day, maybe not always doing a series, but I think it might even be better to have a stream day where every day of the week is a different specific story. Because some of these stories, and then maybe Friday can be all the short stories that couldn't do a whole lot, a long stream, something like that. Because I just feel like This has been fabulous. Like, what a great experience this has been, you know? Okay, let's finish this out, girls, and then I'm going to take the narcissist test after.
About it.
He wanted to be picked up. I don't know. I think my I don't know.
Has this happened before?
Never. I just peed a little. It's fine.
Oh,
What? But I just find that so odd. I need more information about it.
It just came out. I have no idea. I maybe should see a doctor. I don't know. It honestly just happened.
girl, you're peeing yourself. Go see a doctor.
You don't
The
smell
first
it.
time ever. No, I don't smell
The
it.
dog came right to me when I did it.
Oh, Fred, you're so sweet. You like
know.
Trisha's urine? You like sitting in it?
He said yes.
Yes. Anyway, we've said
Anyways.
enough.
Yeah. So we're on good terms.
She just said she peed in real time on the podcast. She's like, oh, I just peed a little. And he's like, what? She goes, yeah, I just peed a little. And I was like, what?
Everyone's on with me anyways. I don't know. I'm not getting into any of the things.
Are we just going past the thing that you just peed your pants?
I don't know. It smells bad. It smells gross. I'm embarrassed right now. So can we not talk about it?
Why'd you talk about it? Why did she say things out loud? This woman cannot just keep her mouth shut. Nobody needed to know that. Nobody needed to know that.
But I have to understand this phenomenon.
I've never done that.
Well, you expect me to just
What do
let
you
go
want me
that
to say?
she
You
peed her
want
pants?
a reason that
Well,
I don't know?
guess we'll wrap it up. I just find it fascinating.
Okay. Bye.
Well, I don't want my dog in your urine.
It's not in my urine. It's obviously finding something comforting about my
Fred,
body
you're
right
so
now.
sweet.
I
Yeah,
know,
your
it's
urine.
crazy.
Yeah,
he
said
never
that.
comes to me to like let me hold him.
He's so sweet. I love him so much. Fred, you're the best ever.
I'll take him. Can I take him for a week?
No.
Over my dead fucking body. Okay. I love
Okay.
my dogs. Like,
Aw.
my dogs are my heart. I love them.
Do you love them equally? You said that once, right? You love them equally as your child. I'm not trying to like bring up anything, but like obviously you say Theodore in a burning fire first, but
I think I love my I love my pets like I love my children.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's that means different things. It doesn't mean like,
Theodore was the priority, but you love
yeah, if the house is on fire, I'm gonna grab, and
Yeah.
if I have to save one, but like I love my
I'd grab
dogs.
him.
I mean, I do it. My dogs are everything to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You would let Theodore burn?
I 100% love Indiana more than I love humans that I know. Not all humans, but certain humans that I know, I love Indiana more than them. And if the building was on fire, I would save her first. Guaranteed. And I already know how I would do it. We have a plan. My partner and I, we agreed. Save Indiana first, then grab each other because we expect both of us to be on top of it. But also grab Indiana because she's the one who's going to be afraid and is not going to know what to do if the house is on fire. But I'm going to know what to do. He's going to know what to do, but she's not going to know what to do. You know what I mean? So we save Indiana. And then we yell for each other. It's not a very big place, We're going to both know it's on fire.
You said I'd grab him.
if you're grabbing Theodore, I'll grab.
Oh, if we're together. Okay. You're like, I'd let Theodore burn.
No, all right. We're back, but we're not. We're gone for a couple of weeks.
So we'll see you guys in January something, the beginning of January.
Do you want to promote the podcast I was on that they came for you, Jay Portner? Or you?
Oh, I can't
Okay,
wait.
okay,
Oh,
we'll
see,
do it later. Yeah.
Wait, whoa. We have to come back and respond to that.
It's the last episode of the year.
No, we have to. Because
Okay.
Dave Portney, is that his name?
Yeah.
Apparently you did their podcast and he was making fun of
It
my
was
Tourette's
awkward.
and
It was
stuff.
awkward. And I don't know if he knew it was Tourette's, but he was making fun of your twitches and your hand gestures. It was super awkward. I didn't know what to say. I did defend you at the
Thank
end of
you.
it because I was like, what do I say? This is so uncomfortable.
Because I was defending on Steve-O's apparently.
Wow. You were literally on a pod and somebody's making fun of Ethan's Tourette's and you didn't know what to do? But you want everyone to always defend you and your mental health? Girl, failure as a friend. Failure as a friend. You failed. Failure as a friend. Literally. She asks Ethan to do so much emotional labor for her and you let somebody make fun of his Tourette's without being like, hey, bro, you're making fun of his literal Tourette's. Like, what the fuck?
Oh my
So
God.
you owed me.
What? Steve-O just hates me too. I don't get it. But yeah, I appreciate that. It
By
was
the way,
weird.
Steve-O, I don't remember what he said, so I'm not attacking Steve-O. I like Steve-O.
He really
But
has an
Dave
issue with
Portney's a
me.
bitch and I'm gonna fuck him up.
I actually
No, I'm
enjoyed
kidding. I'm not
him.
gonna. I think
He's a
Dave.
Jew.
Oh, he is?
Mhm.
Oh well. Maybe we shouldn't fight.
After I said I love Jewish men, he's like, I'm a Jew. I was like, oh. He strikes me as someone who wants hot, young, 20-year-old pussy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I don't like. I don't like guys like that.
Yeah.
No, it's not no judgment on that.
But I think it's odd that he has a podcast with a
It's true. I don't like guys like that either. I don't like anybody who specifically is like, 19-year-olds. 19, I'm like, bro.
18-year-old dude. Like, bro, can you fucking hang out with not a bunch of young TikTokers, you freak?
A lot of people do that. So I mean, there's nothing legally wrong with it.
Legally, of course. I'm not
I think
saying
he's
he's
just trying
breaking
to
the
bake
law.
off some famous TikTokers.
Yeah.
He has money though. So
He's Machiavellian. That motherfucker.
He should do a narcissist test, huh?
He'd be off the chart.
Dr.
I can't. Well, anyway, I can't wait to see. Why are we promoting this asshole's podcast? Fuck him.
Okay.
But I can't wait to see.
Tomorrow's.
Apparently, he made fun of my Tourette's and shit. And it's awesome.
It was a weird attack. There's a lot of things to attack you for. I don't know if I would go for that as my first thing.
Mhm. Well,
Because you literally can't control
yeah, I
it.
can't control it.
Like it's better to call you fat or something, or like me fat. I'll put it on me
Yeah, you
because
can
I can control my weight. So okay, call me fat, whatever. But if
Well-
you really can't control,
Ha! Look at that fucking idiot.
I don't like that narrative. See how Trisha gets mad that she's fat phobic though? See how fat phobic Trisha is? Like, as much as people say you can control your weight, that's a very difficult topic to cover. You have a relationship with your weight. But controlling things is very specific because look, nobody's obese for any old reason. Like nobody's just obese, right? Like nobody's just like fat. Nobody's just this. Nobody's just anything. It's like saying, oh, you're anorexic. You can control what you eat. Oh, Eugenia Cooney, you can control your weight. You know, I think we got to be more honest with how much power people have. This is where the free will conversation comes in. I think at that point, you know, you only have as much power as you have. And sometimes it's not as much as you think. But you can get the tools and do the therapy to work on getting better tools to have more power in your life. But we're not all born with like a certain amount of like fucking power level here. You got to earn that power level and it's fucking hard.
Kicking out. That's what he said?
Yeah.
Love it. I can't wait.
Okay.
Dave Portnoy's going down. Boxing
No.
match. Is he big or small?
I think he's a big guy. I wasn't there.
Is he really?
I think he's big.
He strikes me as a little guy.
He looked pretty big. He's very mask energy.
Can you look up his height, Dan?
Oh my
Dave
God.
Portnoy? Because I'm thinking boxing match.
A boxing match?
Yeah.
Can we
It
do a
says he's
wrestling?
6'2".
Yeah, he's big.
What? No, I'm not boxing
And he's
him.
pretty fit. He's just that macho guy.
He looks like a little guy.
I don't
He has
think so.
little guy energy.
True. Discord says some bodies are predisposed to higher concentrations of fat or muscle. Let me tell you, my brother calls me the other day and he goes, dude, what the fuck? I've been working out barely and I'm fucking showing muscle. Our genetics are insane. Like, let me tell you, one thing my genetics gave me was the possibility of fatness, because a lot of people will be fat. But more than that, we gain muscle with barely working out. Let me just tell you this, like, I am barely working out. And like, I'm not that big or nothing. And, you know, I worked out earlier today. Okay, right? I barely work out. Okay? Few times a week, lift some fucking weights, do my exercises. I fucking eat well, but I'm not hitting the gym fucking hard, bro. Okay? I'm not hitting the gym no fucking hard. Okay? And you know what I'm saying? And I think it's all genetics. You know, it's one of those things where I feel for people because like I don't hit it as hard as other people I know who have to hit it harder to get even the little I have. You know? Thanks, chat. I appreciate you. You know what I mean? Like I think like we just have good like muscle genetics. And I told my brother, I was like, you better be lucky or you better know how lucky you are because like, yeah, we barely work out and it shows. And that's what I'm saying. Like, and I think my siblings take it for granted sometimes because they don't know how hard it is for other people. But like your genetics play a huge role.
I don't think so. He definitely has that mask jock. He's like the Logan Paul 20 years later.
6'2"? I get little guy energy from
I
Dave
don't get
Portnoy.
that. Oh my God, let's not start. Thank you for having me on the podcast. No one else wants me on there. He let me speak my piece
true.
about the D'Amelios and Addison Rae. Although I don't know if he let me or just
Don't you
wanted
find it
to.
odd he just gossips about like 16-year-old girls?
I mean, that's like, I don't know. It's,
They just did that the other day on the stream.
Like me?
Unlike you, good, okay, self-awareness.
I said, what do we do?
Well,
right?
yeah, we do it. But his co-host is like a fucking 15-year-old TikToker.
18.
Yeah, I lower the age, but whatever. It's still
That's a
weird.
big difference.
He just turned 18. What am I talking about?
Okay.
All right, guys, thanks for watching. I guess we're okay now, and
Woo! Stay tuned for the TikTok. on the
we
PS5.
almost didn't make it through this last fight. So
Well, thank you. And honestly, thank you. I was embarrassed by last episode. I appreciate you guys forgiving me. It takes a lot to deal with someone like me, and I appreciate you guys for being here still.
yeah,
I want to be a part of your family and your life.
Oh
Uh-oh.
God, Freddie.
And meet
Well,
money. And I'll keep
Oh, rip. I want to be a part of your family and your life and make money. Fuck you, Moses. Moses really fucked everything up.
the dog.
No, you're not.
Okay.
All right, guys, thanks for watching.
But also, not to take away agency from Trisha, she did marry him, so she also fucked it up. But also, not to take agency away from Ethan, he also fucked it up. And not to take agency away from Gila, but they also fucked it up. Okay, we're done. Now, the real thing we've been waiting for. The actual thing we've been waiting for, girls. For each pair of items, choose the one that you most identify with. If you identify with both equally, choose which one you think is most important. This is the narcissism test, right? Okay, I have a natural talent for influencing people. Charisma, me. I am not good at influencing people. You guys tell me, how influenced by you are you? Help me take my test. Are you Are you influenced by me? I have a natural talent for influencing people. I mean, I am a content creator. Am I good at it? Did I convince you? Oh, we've got a very, oh my. You're influential. You're supposed to take it. Okay, well, you guys can help me take it though. I'm going to say, I would say I'm more better at influencing than less better at influencing. Modesty doesn't become me. I am essentially a modest person. Ah, fuck. Guys, am I guys, am I modest? I feel like I'm pretty balanced. I feel like I'm more modest than immodest. Well, I'm definitely immodest, but am I modest? I'm essentially a modest. I'm pretty modest, I think, except when it comes to taking off my clothes. But like that's different. You know, if you say you're modest, are you modest? That's really the question. Okay. Discord says no, you ain't modest. You don't think I'm modest? You brag? You guys think I'm braggadocious, bros? Big brain braggadocious? I feel like I brag to not brag levels. I feel like I'm pretty modest, but I gotta brag a little bit to be an influencer. Let's be for real. So maybe I'd say, but I wouldn't say modesty doesn't become me. Damn, I mean, I know I'm far off from being Uncle Iroh, but am I that? But oh no, but I am in my Toph era. I am in my Toph era. So maybe I'm not modest because Toph is not modest, but I'm like slightly modest. Oh, I hate the extremes too. I really hate this. It's not modest like sluttiness. It's modest like braggadocious. So, you know, embrace arrogance. I don't feel like that works, but I think as a tourist, I'll take it. Modesty doesn't become me only as a tourist, but I am reaching for Uncle Iroh status. So in the future, that's got to come up. I think internally, I do feel like a modest person, but externally, I think I'm braggadocious. That's the honest thing. Ooh, is modesty same as humble? Yeah, I think it is. I would do almost anything on a dare. I tend to be a fairly cautious person. Well, which era of Britney? This era of I do love a I'm very competitive. Ooh, okay, wait, this is very difficult. I think I would do almost anything on a dare. Let's be real. Even now, when my husband tries to dare me to do stuff, you know I'm going to do it for her. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think, yeah. Okay, when people compliment me, I sometimes get embarrassed. I know that I am good because everyone keeps telling me so. No, when people compliment me, I do get, I can get embarrassed, girls. Come on. The thought of ruling the world frightens the hell out of me. True. If I ruled the world, it'd be a better place. Nah. The thought of ruling the world literally scares the fuck out of me. You know? Chat says, remembering you eating the hot chip on stream and dying. Thank you, Discord, for the memory. Vomited 7 times. Thank you for the memory. You know? Let's see. I can usually, actually, I think it's pretty modest of me that I let you guys convince me I'm not modest. Because I think I'm pretty modest, but now you make me questioning myself, which means I must be modest because I let you convince me I'm not modest. See, now it's haunting me. The question's haunting me. Okay, I can usually talk my way out of anything. I try to accept the consequences of my behavior. I try to accept the consequences of my behavior, you know? I prefer to blend in with the crowd. I like to be the center of attention. Well, it depends on the fucking day. Most of the time in my real life, I blend. But I do stand out naturally. Even when I try to blend, I stand out. You know? Good point, chat. Do you influence us or do we influence you? That is the question. That is really the question. You know? But it's hard because I do try to blend in because I don't want to be the center of attention. But then at the same time, like, I stand out, but that's because I'm autistic. That's not fair. Okay, I will be a success. I'm not too concerned with successes. Well, I am successful, so I'm no better or worse than most people. I think I'm a special person. Nobody's special. Nice try. I am not sure if I would make a good leader. I see myself as a good leader. Actually, hella struggle for me, if I'm going to be honest with you. I actually think I'm a shit leader. You know what I think I am too? I think I'm a shit leader. I actually think I am very bad at leading people. But what I think I'm good at is giving my opinion, which makes people think I'm a leader. But I genuinely think I am not leader material. I do not see myself as a leader. I definitely am always put in that position as the older sister and mom-like figure. And I will lead you into battle and I will win, but I don't think I'm a good leader. Do you know what I mean? Oh, yes. Autistics are not leaders. We are overseers. I definitely identify with that. 100%. Do not feel like a good leader, though. So I'm going to say I'm not sure I would make a good leader because I think that's true. I am assertive. I wish I was more assertive. Assertive bitch. I like to have authority over other people. I don't mind following orders. Ooh. Neither. I don't want to get involved. Neither. I don't want authority over you, and I also don't want to follow your orders. PDA much? You know what I mean? Like a little column A. Little column A, little column B. Okay. I don't even know why I have my earphones in. I don't need it anymore. Okay. I'm going to say I don't mind. I like to have authority. Which one do I like more? Would I rather be in charge of people or would I rather take orders? It really depends on the scenario. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really depends on the scenario. I'm going to say on the bed. I would say I want to have control of the situation. But I really don't mind following orders if the person is like reasonable. Like, especially with my siblings, I'm more than happy to have people like organizing shit, but I will give my 2 cents. Okay. I find it easy to manipulate people. I don't like it when I find myself manipulating people. The second one, I try really hard not to manipulate anyone because that's obviously not the goal. I insist upon getting the respect that is due to me. I usually get the respect that I deserve. I feel like I usually get the respect I deserve. I feel like I don't have to fight for respect, except in boy bubbles. But you know what I mean? Like, who has time to fight for that? Not me. I don't particularly like to show off my body. I like to show off my body. It's more like I'm comfortable in my body, but obviously, like, I don't know that I like to show it off. I'm not like, ooh, look at my body. I'm more like, ooh, look at my body. You know what I'm saying is different. Okay, I like to show off my body. I can read people like a book. People are sometimes hard to understand. I mean, both. I can read you like a fucking book, but sometimes I make mistakes. But I'm going to say I read people like a book because I feel like I do it on stream every day and you have to watch me do it. So I feel like I can back myself up with the data. Right? Right? Okay. Chad says, I don't think you do too well in the military. Oh, hell no, girl. I would never. Let's see. If I feel competent, I'm willing to take responsibility for making decisions. I like to take responsibility for making decisions. If I feel competent, I'm willing to take responsibility for making decisions. Like, does that mean like, if I feel like I can do a good job, I'm happy to take on the responsibility? Because yes. Is that what that means? Let me read it again. If I feel competent, I am willing to take on the responsibility of making decisions. Yeah. But I don't like taking responsibility for making decisions. Like, I don't want to do it if I think I'll be bad at it. Is that the same thing? You know? I just want to be reasonably happy. I want to amount to something in the eyes of the world. Fuck the world. Fuck the police. Fuck the world. Fuck your mom. My body is nothing special. I like to look at my body. I don't think my body's anything special. I don't like look at my body and think like, you know, I just look at it and go like, okay, cool. I'm happy with my body. Like I have physique goals. You know what I mean? I don't understand what this means. I like to look at my body. Like I don't look at my body any more than I look at my, like, yeah, I don't really think about it. Like, I feel like it's a weird question. I try not to be a show off. I will usually show off when I get the chance. No, what the fuck? I always know what I'm doing. Sometimes I'm not sure what I'm doing. Well, okay, fuck. What? You know? Chad says, you like to look at your body in your window? Yeah, but like, it's not, when I imagine them saying, I like to look at my body, I imagine Johnny Bravo. You know what I mean? That's how I take that question, right? Like, Johnny Bravo likes to look at his body. I don't care about my body that much, guys. Like, I'm not paying attention to it like that. In my daily life, like, who fucking cares? You know what I mean? Yeah, like, ooh, exactly. Chad just shared the American Psycho gif. Like, I'm not doing that shit. You know what I mean? With peace and love. I'm not looking at any part of me that much during the day. I never turn on my camera. I don't take selfies. I only take photos for OnlyFans, like, or to send to family, right? Like, I don't fucking care about my body like that. Like, it's just a vessel and it poops. Like, I do not care, you know? I always know what I'm doing. Sometimes I'm not sure what I'm doing. Well, bro, both. You know what I mean? Both. So sometimes I'm not sure what I'm doing. Sometimes I sometimes depend on people to get things done. I rarely depend on anyone to get things done. I think I rarely depend on anyone to get things done is true. But I sometimes depend on people to get things done is also true. Wait, the fuck? Is sometimes like 4 times a week and rarely is like once a month? Now, okay, let me tell you this. One of the parts of taking my autism assessment that was really cool is they actually made it. Oh, I wish I could tell you more about it, but I linked it in the description of my video. The test they're trying to incorporate into the test for autistic people is actually pretty black and white because they're trying to get you to stop being so uncomfortable with like the spectrum, which I know can be easier for us. But it was actually kind of helpful just to be like, this one for sure. This one for sure. And I kind of feel this way taking this test where part of me is like, where's the nuance? And another part of me is like, this one for sure. This one for sure. Which is interesting because it gives you your initial, which one? Like the modesty question, I still think I'm modest. I think I am. I think if I'm being honest with you, that is how I see myself. I see myself as a modest person. I have to change that answer. I think that's more honest. I think that's what the test is meant to do. If I think about how people see me, I don't think modesty becomes me, but I actually think people do see me as a modest person. I think that's true. I changed it. I think that's me being honest. Yeah, I do see myself. I try very hard to be appropriately modest. Very hard. Because arrogant people who aren't modest are like Andrew Tate. Do you think I'm like Andrew fucking Tate? Jesus fuck. Am I Logan Paul? No. Actually, modesty, the opposite is Andrew Tate. Yeah, fuck that. I am modest. Andrew Tate is what they're talking about. They want to know if I'm narcissistic like Andrew Tate. You know? Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, sometimes I tell good stories. Everybody likes to hear my stories. I would say sometimes I tell good stories. And you guys don't count because you guys want to hear my stories. You know what I mean? So I would say sometimes I tell good stories. Everybody doesn't like to hear my stories, but I get 90% positive feedback in my real life too about my stories. I think I do pretty good telling stories, but I'm not sure that I know I also bore people with a lot of my stories because I talk about my special interests. So I'll say sometimes I tell good stories. I expect a great deal from other people. I like to do things for other people. I expect a great deal from other people. I like to do things for people. I think I expect a great deal from people more than I like to do things for other people. Probably. I expect a great deal from people. Wait, no. I expect people to stop at red. No, I'm reading that question autistically. I expect people to stop at red lights. So I expect a great deal from people. I think it's meant to actually ask, do I expect a great deal from people for my own satisfaction, right? Is that what it is? I expect a great deal from people. I don't expect anything from people except stopping at a red light. I like to do things for people is more true, right? So the answer should be I like to do things for people more than I expect. Yeah, I'm not entitled. I expect nothing from anybody except stopping at a red light, which I think we all agree, right? Okay, I will never be satisfied until I get all that I deserve. I take my satisfactions as they come, for sure, bro. Humble. Compliments embarrass me. I like to be complimented. Compliments embarrass me, though I will say I'm okay with taking them, but like sometimes even my partner will say something really nice. I'm like, baby. And it feels like really gushy. So I actually like, yeah, I can get a little... my God, like, is that a real compliment? Stop. Like, that's the thing about being self-sufficient and hyper independent is when someone really compliments you, it actually does mean a lot because you're so used to like, I don't need it, go away. But then, because you don't want the fake shit. But then when it's real, you're like, oh my God, stop, thank you. Okay, I have a strong will to power. Wait, I have a strong will to power? What's that mean? Power for its own sake doesn't interest me. True. Fuck power. Fuck the police. Fuck power. Except speaking peace to power. That's different. You know what I mean? Like there's different, but no, fuck your power. I don't care about new fads and fashions. I like to start new fads and fashions. I fucking, bro, sweatpants and tank tops every day, baby. I like to look at myself in the mirror. I'm not particularly interested in looking at myself in the mirror. I don't care. You know what I mean? Oh, wait, chat says what, social power or individual power? I think I have strong will to power. Power for its own sake doesn't interest me. I think that means like status power. Like Andrew Tate's like, I want power. Did you hear Andrew Tate's running for office? That little fucking bitch. He's running for office. He's going to be a politician. What a fucking bitch. What a narcissist. Okay. So I feel like it's that. I feel like they're talking about like the desire for power and status. Like I don't give fucks, bro. Okay. Chat says from jail, question mark. Stop, girl. We can only hope. Okay. I really like to be the center of attention. It makes me uncomfortable to be the center of attention. Fun fact, it actually does make me uncomfortable to be the center of attention in a Gryffindor way. I'm happy to be the center of attention as a Slytherin, but never as a Gryffindor. Like, I'm not an extrovert. Like, I don't need to be the center of attention like a Gryffindor does. Like, I'm not Mr. Peanut Butter. But I am enough of a Slytherin like BoJack Horseman to like be the center of attention when it calls for it. But I'm not Mr. Peanut Butter. She's so cute. Do you know what I'm saying? If a burning building was happening, do you expect me not to save this beautiful creature? Do you not expect me to save this glorious, glorious woman? She's her little eyes closed. Do you know what I mean? Do you really expect me to let this angel die in a fire, bro? For a neighbor I've never met? I don't fucking think so, bro. Okay? I don't fucking think so. Okay? Love her, bro. Okay. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So actually, fun fact, it does make me uncomfortable to be the center of attention in that way. So I think that's the right answer. Because to be the center of it, like my brother is such a Gryffindor. He loves being the center of attention. Loves it. And honestly, people don't mind it. For the most part, he's pretty good at it. He's really entertaining. He tells good stories. He loves it. Sometimes it wears on people, I've noticed, at like grocery stores. But also he's the guy who makes friends with everyone at the grocery store. So like I would say likes the center of attention, but I would say I'm more uncomfortable with it. Okay, I can live my life any way I want to. True. People can always live their lives in terms of what they want. Wait. Oh, people can't always live their lives in terms of what they want. Oh, this feels like a trick. I can live my life in the way that I want to. That's how I feel. But I also accept in ways that I can't live the life that I want because that's how life goes. People can't always live their lives in terms of what they want. Well, I mean, both are true. Ugh. Okay, for myself, I always get what I want because I also accept what I can't get, but then I accept it, so then I get what I want. Based. Okay. Ugh. People, I think it meant to say in authority. People in authority doesn't mean that much to me. People always seem to recognize my authority. People in authority doesn't mean that much to me, I think. People always seem to recognize my authority. No. Yeah. I don't think so. I think, yeah. Chat saying how difficult was it moving Indiana to Croatia? Pretty easy. You know, it was pretty easy, actually. Paperwork actually was really stressful to get all the paperwork, and it cost us like $800, but it was great. She got to be with me on the plane. She handled it really well. She was on medication though. Okay, I would prefer to be a leader. It makes little difference to me whether I'm a leader or not. True, it makes a little difference to me. I don't care. I'm going to be a great person. I hope I'm going to be successful. I mean, I am going to be successful. I am successful. I am a great person. I am a successful person. I think that's what that means. I can't say I hope I'm going to be successful. I'm very happy with what I've, oh wait, chat says I read it wrong. Hold on, what did I read wrong? Being an authority doesn't mean that much to me. Oh, people always seem to recognize my authority. Being an authority doesn't mean, yeah, that's true. Okay, I stand by my, Sorry, thank you. What is a great person? I think it kind of means like, did you attain your goals? Is that what it means? I hope I'm going to be successful. I am going to be a great person. I think it's about saying like I'm confident in myself versus I'm not confident. Like I'm 100% confident in myself. I put all my eggs in this basket. I have an incredible trust in myself, and I've built it over 35 years. It took me a very long time to have as much trust in myself as I do now, but I really believe in me. You know, I really believe in me. Okay, people sometimes believe what I tell them. I can make anybody believe anything I want them to. Okay, I was a theater kid. It's called acting. Acting? Guys, if I'm being honest with you, and maybe I shouldn't say this. My partner told me not to say this. But I think it's time. No, maybe I shouldn't say it. No, that was stupid. I'm not going to say it. My bad. Okay, well, hold on, listen. I voted for Trump. I did. Listen, Brittany, I know you didn't vote for me. Don't fuck with your audience. It's not even funny. You wish you voted for me. I was worth voting for. Just kidding. I didn't vote for him, but you got it, girl. You almost thought I did, okay? I could have. You almost believed me a little bit. Listen, Brittany, Melania, she would have voted for me, but I know she voted for the other guy. I know it. I just know it. Stop it. Oh, my heart did drop. You got my ass. It's called acting. Anyways, don't leave me. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. Okay. First of all, those who didn't believe me, you just know my character, okay? But for those who had a doubt in their stomach, it's called acting. You're going to get clipped, girl. They can clip me all day long, girl. Okay? You can clip me all day long. But I'm just kidding. I'm an actress. I can make anyone believe no, I'm just kidding. Sometimes people believe what I tell them. I don't know what that means. That's kind of fucked up. What do you mean sometimes believe? You know, sometimes people believe what I tell them. I can make anyone believe anything I want. You know what, though? See? Chat says, my stomach did drop. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry I did that to you. I'm sorry. I did falter for a second. I'm sorry. That was cruel of me. My acting skills are too good. Okay, so I don't know how to answer this, but I think people sometimes believe what I tell them. I can make anyone believe anything I want them to. One feels gross. Like, I don't like that one. So this one feels better, right? Because this one feels gross. Like, I'm not trying to play actor. You know what I mean? Right? Oh, see, chat? Thank you. You said my partner told me not to tell you. Definitely added to the authenticity. And then you liked how I fumbled like I normally do on the stream. And then you like how I switch screens like that. You know, those 5 years of theater in school really paid off, you know? Anyways, okay. So sometimes, people sometimes believe what I tell them. Sure. I am a born leader. Leadership is a quality that takes a long time to develop. True. Leadership is a quality that takes a long time to develop. I wish somebody would someday write my biography. I don't like people to pry into my life for any reason. That one. I get upset when people don't notice how I look when I go out in public. I don't mind blending in with the crowd when I go out in public. Literally my goals. I am more capable than other people. There's a lot that I can learn from other people. True. I am much like everybody else. I'm an extraordinary person. You know, this is the conundrum. I do think I am like everybody else, but I also think I'm extraordinary, but not compared to other people, but compared to who I used to be. I think if I compare myself to past Brittany, I'm amazing. If I compare myself to the world, I'm not that much different. You know? So I would say I'm much like everybody else because I think that's what it's asking me. Yeah, I think it's asking me how do I feel about everybody else. I think people are great. You know? Okay, next. You have completed the personality quiz. Just a few questions. Were your answers accurate and can they be used in our research? Oh, this is a .org. Sure. Would you be willing to answer a few more questions at our research before you view your results? Guys, should I do that or no? I should just, no, fuck you. Just kidding. Peace and love. Okay, here we go. Consent. Oh, your score is a 10 out of 40. Higher score should indicate greater. Oh, it's 10. It's not 15. Okay, here's my bell curve. Your score was higher than 40. No, your score was higher than 40. 40.1 of the sample. The people who found this online test are probably not that representative of the general population, though. So the averages from a few other groups are tabled below. Sample, U.S. University undergrads, 1988, 15. Okay, this is literally, right, what they said on Frenemies, that 15 was the average score. Be careful that you do not take these scores as an absolute norm. So I'm a 10. Does that sound right? So authority, I can't see a detail. It's not giving me like a percentages here. Authority, self-sufficiency, superiority, exhibitionism. Superiority is like a 0, bro. It's like a 0. You see this? It's like nothing. Exhibitionism, explorativeness, vanity, entitlement and superiority, like a 0. Yo, shout out. That feels good. Authority feels good. Self-sufficiency feels good. Exhibitionism feels right. Exploitedness. Oh, wait. That's not good. Exploitiveness. Ooh, that's pretty high, right? Vanity. Whoa. I'm pretty vain. Yeah, okay. What do you guys think? Check it out, bro. Check it out. Let's see. Oh, Discord said my superiority was 0.2, confirms the difference between autism and narcissism. Yes, for real. Oh, Discord says I got a 4. What are my Discord? What are you guys getting on Discord? 4. What else? What are we getting? What numbers are we looking at? Is my audience narcissistic? Oh, 11s. Okay, and 12s. Okay. We're all about the same. Hey, I wonder what that overlap is between my... Oh, YouTube chat says a 2. You got a 2? Yo, a 7. Oh, interesting. Okay, interesting. Oh, 14, 11. Nice. 7 with high vanity. Let's go. 5. Okay, what do you think this says about us as a community? That's pretty good, right? You know? If you guys want, I linked the chat. Let me see. This is my results. Okay, hold on. Let me save my results so I can have them. I want my partner to take the test now and be like, "What you get? What did you get?" Okay, so let me reset this and I'll link it again in the chat. You guys can take it later when you're at home. I see some of you are at work. Yeah, hey, we're a pretty healthy ass community here. We're pretty stable, huh? Interesting. You know, chat's talking about debate communities and their high proclivity for narcissism. I actually think, and this is my honest truth, I think their autism meets their sense of justice, exhibited through high ego, come out narcissistic. That's what I think. That's what I think it is. I think debate communities bring out the worst in people, and the worst in people is narcissism. I said it. The worst part about people is their high ego. It's the worst thing about humanity. The worst part, because you know why? Disrespect comes from entitlement. And nobody's more entitled than a debate community that thinks they're right. It's the worst. It's the worst for the planet. It's the worst thing for everyone. It's like, it's so disappointing because there's so much potentiality for these to be spaces where real ideas get talked about, but it never is. It's all about ego. It's all about winning. You know? Yes, Discord, how mid, fat, and happy of us. We are so mid, fat, and happy. I love that for us. I'm so proud of us. I really am. I'm so proud of my community. And I know we work really hard to keep it like healthy and adjusted. And I know it's hard because, man, you get those couple people coming in and you can just tell what community they've come from, bro. You can just tell they're so combative. They're so like specific. And I get it because even we, like I told my partner about yesterday on stream when I miscommunicated with somebody in stream. And I was like, we had autism on Autism Crime yesterday in chat. I was like, it's fine. We worked it out. But for a minute there, I was like, and I get so worried because I'm the one who's like here and I'm this big voice and I don't want anyone in chat to ever feel like I am poking at them. but also like it's going to happen where we misunderstand each other because I can't read tone and I don't know what you mean. I have to ask. But I told him it was like autism on autism crime, but we fixed it and it was great. But it's nice to have a space where we can be like, what do you mean, girl? Girl, bye. What do you mean, girl? But then we talk it through and it's fine. And look, if you have really good faith with people and you can talk it through, then all miscommunications just become better communications. And that's the problem in a lot of these spaces. I think there's just like no good faith. So there's no good communication because no one believes anybody. Right? I think that's the problem. The no super chat from yesterday, though, I told him about that too. Hilarious. Okay, let's see. 13 Discord. Okay, 13 out of 40. Nice. What? Discord says I thought I would have gotten 25 or 30. Nah. Discord says, yeah, I think sometimes we got to be like, what do you mean to keep the community safe? But it's not meant to be malicious. Oh, for sure. How autistic of us to ask why. You know, it really is. It's like how autistic of us to be like, why did you say that? I don't get it. Like, why? It's just sometimes we come off, especially me, since I'm the voice, I come off very aggressive, you know? Ooh, nice 7s. Okay, chat. Ooh, a 3. I love the low ones. That's so fascinating to me. Do we need to work on our self-esteem a bit? Like Ethan got like a 7. Do we need to work on our self-esteem a bit? Or what are we thinking? Are we thinking we're happy with our low numbers? Or do we think like we have to look in the mirror a little bit more? Maybe people in the lower scale need to look in the mirror more, not less. And maybe people with the higher scores need to look in the mirror less, not more. You know, that's really the question. Discord said, I'm so high in self-love and confidence. I thought it would have skewed the score. Great point. No. Chat says it's not even a self-esteem thing. I'm just chill and not thinking I'm the center of the universe. Hey, facts. Beautiful. Good for your skin too. Great for your skin, really. I love this. What? Chat says, interesting. This website also has a Protestant work ethic scale. Protestant? Like the religion? Am I reading that right? That's crazy. I don't know who made this website. Actually, let me go to the actual website. I'm curious. What is this website? Oh, look, the Big 5 personality tests. We took the Jordan Peterson one. The Discord paid we all paid like $10 to take the Jordan Peterson one, and that was fun. That was forever ago, though. We should redo it. But is that what this is? Let's see. Oh, they have like their own free version or whatever? I don't know. I guess it wouldn't necessarily involve. Is Peterson's the Big 5? It doesn't, or is his just similar? Oh my God. Maybe we should do. Oh, Zodiac. Oh, Zodiac sign test. Guys, should we do one of these like every week on Friday? Should we just take a test? And that would be like, oh my God, until we get through them. That'd be so funny. There's probably not that many good ones, but we should do the tarot one. Actually, I should do an astrology themed stream and we should take that test. That's what we should do. Let's be real. Oh, autistic preferences? No, I thought that said autistic. It said artistic. I was so excited. I was so excited. Stop, slow me down. My dyslexia is getting in the way. Sometimes I'll show my partner. I'll be like, look at this. And I'll be like, read this. And she's like, okay. And she'll read it and she'll read it right. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, when I read this, I read it wrong. And then I had to go to chat to see if anyone else read it wrong. And they were like, I'm not dyslexic. And I was like, okay. Humble brag. You know what I mean? Humble brag. Anyways, my bad. My dyslexia got a hold of me. Okay, girls, we did it. I think we're successful. I think this is it. What I'll do now is remind you that we have a Discord event tomorrow. And this is what I've decided to do for the Discord event. I think it makes more sense to do the movie night tomorrow, but to show little Temple Grandin interview, maybe something like 15 to 20 minutes before we watch the movie. Because to be honest with you, I don't have the spoons to do it after stream today. And I think I should have known that. I don't even know why I asked you the question. I always think I'll be not tired, but I'm like close to my bedtime. I got to decompress. So we're going to watch the movie on Temple Grandin tomorrow in the Discord at 9 p.m. So that's 3 p.m. Eastern. And what we'll do is we'll just watch like a half an hour of an interview with her so we can get an idea of her vibes before we watch the movie. And then maybe after the movie, if you guys have enough spoons, we'll watch some more of her YouTube videos. And I think that's how we should do it. I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, I think it'll be fun. And it'll be cool to dissect her. She is known for being an activist in terms of autism, and I don't know much about her, so would love to learn more about her. And it was recommended by one of you. I don't remember who. Okay. With that said, thank you for being here. I will see you again on Tuesday, Monday for a podcast. And I've already pre-recorded the beginning of BoJack season 2 for members, and that will be out next week. Hopefully Monday is my goal, is to get up the podcast and BoJack and have you start off your week like that. And then Ultimatum, I'm finishing it next week. I'm filming the rest of them in the next few days, and we'll get it started. Because I got to know the tea, girl. If you did not see my latest episode of Ultimatum, some of the couples leave. Spoiler alert. What the fuck? I love when they storm off like that. I just love it. Anyways, okay. Talk to you guys soon. Love you. Bye. Love you in a non-narcissistic way. Good night. Good night, Ethan. Good night, Trisha. Good night, Trisha's butthole. We love you all. Wow, that sounded so much like Kermit.